Tell me what debate. What, when you load in at the top, click debate, like the catalog debate.
Controversial debates in Roblox. What?
So the prayer is.
Pete Hegseth quoted a fake Bible verse from Pulp Fiction.
So the prayer is Caesar 25:17, and it reads and pray.
Okay, it's been a long time since I had to memorize Old and New Testament books. Is Caesark? Is this like a Torah thing, or is there a different non-Catholic Bible? Wait, what?
So the prayer is Caesar 25:17.
Caesar? Is that a book in the Bible?
And it reads and pray with me, please.
Caesar, combat, search and rescue. Oh, my bad. Okay.
So the prayer is Caesar 25:17, and it reads and pray with me.
Well, why is he saying 25:17? That's a chapter verse. Wait, shut the fuck up. You trolled me.
Please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
I would need full context. Never mind. I can't. It feels like he's like doing. It's like a meme thing, kind of, or whatever. Or he's like, this is a thing we say in the military, maybe.
Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness.
It's got to be like a. It's got to be like a military thing or something. That'd be my guess, right?
For he is truly his brother's keeper, and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance.
I think the most annoying thing, I've complained about this a lot, I'll complain it again, is when somebody is given a take on the internet and I'm just learning about a thing, and then I see all of you guys regurgitating the take that I know is floating around the internet that nobody has thought about. Like, first of all, even in Pulp Fiction, this is not a real Bible verse, okay? Ezekiel 25:17, there's like one sentence about I think God seeking vengeance or something, and I'll get vengeance, and that's it. In Pulp Fiction, it's not even a real. In Pulp Fiction, they don't even say it the same way every time. Okay, number one, but number two, it doesn't sound like he's replacing words and whatnot. So this sounds like a meme from the Air Force or Navy, like the pilot's prayer or something. Now I don't know if it's real or not, or if they really say this in the military, but it sounds like that's what he's saying. He doesn't think there's a real Bible verse that says, you'll know my call sign or whatever.
The selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and
in the name of camaraderie, these are all like military memes.
Duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper, and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my...
Yeah, capture and destroy, so this makes sense. It's like a search and rescue meme or whatever. I just don't know if there's if people in search and rescue or whatever actually say this, if it's like a thing, or if somebody just gave it to him, or...
The call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon...
And you will know my name is the...
Tarantino wrote it. It's not military. I understand it comes from Pulp Fiction, but I'm saying maybe people in the military say it as like a meme / chant or something. I can't. I'm sorry. Don't ever give me news where everyone else on the internet is giving their take on it, because all of you motherfuckers are going to regurgitate it with zero thought, and I'm going to kill myself. Stop. Okay. These people are crazy. Wait, I already opened this. Never mind, you're right. Even if it's not commonly said in the military, it could be kind of a joke that he's making. I mean, it has to be a joke, right? Do you stop? He's obviously joking. Hold on. Well, everyone else there has their heads down praying. The people in the audience are probably fucking retarded. What do you want me to say? They're MAGA.
So you think Pete Hegseth is a fucking comedian, huh?
Yeah.
My guess was he probably typed it into fucking Grok or some shit and was like, I'm looking for a Bible verse that's similar to blah, 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 blah. And then
No chance. Zero chance. He either wrote it himself because he thought it would be a cute meme, or it's something that somebody said once and somebody gave it to him and said, adapt this for, I don't know. But there's no way he thought it was a real... What?
I was doing what you did.
Good.
Sorry? It's difficult?
I don't think they're from Palestine.
You're not from Palestine? I thought because you had the tattoo that you were from Palestine. So you're from Palestine. You speak Arabic? Sorry? Oh, right, you're Israeli. Ah, right.
As much as Palestinians and Israelis hate each other, you want to trigger the fuck out of both of them? If you bring both these motherfuckers to the West, we won't be able to tell the difference between you guys. In the way you speak, in the way you act, in every fucking thing about you. You're the same to us. You're all Middle Easterners, okay? And you all need to blow each other up. In a video game!
Right. Fake state of Israel.
It doesn't exist. Israel doesn't exist.
Right.
So did you join the...
Part of the IDF, the IOF?
Jesus. The
Part of
IOF.
the IOF?
Oh my God.
What's the IOF?
They call it the
Or did she just
Israeli,
misspeak?
the Israeli Occupation Force. It's their way of being edgy. Yeah.
Were you part of it? Did you kill innocent civilians? Did you kill innocent women and children? Did you murder them? Did you murder them? I don't care.
Jesus.
I don't care. Did you kill innocent? Were you part of the IDF? Did you kill innocent civilians in Palestine? Did you? I don't care. You murderers. You're murderers.
You're monsters.
I didn't murder anyone.
Were you part of the IDF?
Well, everyone is part of the
Yeah, so then you're a murderer. You're a murderer.
Yeah, you can refuse to be in the IDF. You can refuse it.
I want to eat my
Horrible
lunch.
people.
Well, we want to save humanity. We don't want to...
All of it. All of humanity.
Yeah.
Shameful.
How can you eat vegan food, not supporting this murder of animals? No, you don't support the murder of animals. It does. I'm explaining myself to you. You don't support the murder of animals. I don't want you to talk. I'm stupid because I don't.
No, they need to shut up. Because they're murderers. They murder children. They murder children. They're part of the occupation. They're part of Israel. They're part of the occupation. You need to see out. Shameful. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're monsters. You're savage. You're savages. You're monsters. You're monsters. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
You're making me distressed.
Do you know about Tom Hundell? Do you know about Tom Hundell? The British journalist, 23-year-old? You shot him in the head. You killed him. Do you know about Rachel Corrie? Do you know about Rachel Corrie? You know about you bulldozed Rachel Corrie and killed a young lady from America? You're a shameful nation. You're shameful.
Murderers. Murderers. Oh, now they're gonna cry. I didn't have my lunch in peace.
Oh dear, victim. Because we're just goyim, aren't we? We're just goyim. We're just worthless
Holy
animals.
shit.
I gotta get that for the soundboard for Dan.
Viva, viva Iran.
Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. This is what you get
For
This can't be real, right?
I think it is, man.
all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv.
No, I don't think they're. No, this is not genuine because you heard her at the very beginning. She said Caesar 2517. It's not real. They're just like, this is a meme for the military.
I don't think so. They get up and walk away later. I mean,
So that one went right over Mr. Wooden's head. That's right.
I didn't understand what you're saying.
This is what you get for all your evil deeds.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. Killing children is ridiculous. Killing children is ridiculous. Do you oppose genocide? Do you oppose it? Say you oppose it. Say you're against Netanyahu. Say you're against Netanyahu. What about Ben Gvir?
Okay, we got the opinion, okay? Now can you shut the fuck up?
No, don't you dare tell us to shut the fuck up.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Don't you dare.
Ah.
You are ashamed. You are monsters. You're monsters. You're savages. You're monsters.
That needs to be done. Okay.
Yeah. Shameful.
That's it. Now can you shut up?
No.
Yeah, go get lost.
Run away. Like the Palestinians run to try and live every day.
Well, now the Israelis are getting bombed.
I hope Israel falls.
Everywhere you go, you are going to be hated. Everywhere you go, you are hated. Nobody likes you. Nobody. Go on. Go away.
Kick them out
Go,
of all
go,
countries.
go,
Kick
go.
them out of all countries.
110 countries you've been thrown out. 110 countries. Yeah, we feel good.
You
Yeah.
feel amazing?
By killing children?
Civilians?
Shameful.
Do you feel good? I'm
Yeah.
enjoying mine as well. Unfortunately, you guys are
Shameful.
everywhere.
Absolute disgrace. You're a disgrace.
Murderer.
Go on, look at them. Look at the rats running away. Go on.
Sorry.
Go on, rats.
Murderers.
Murderers, savages, monsters.
Genocidal.
Okay. Well,
It's peak irony that British people are doing that to others.
really? How is that peak?
Do you want to know how?
Tell me.
British people
Yeah.
are bad.
Okay. Oh, and this was in Vietnam. Holy shit. There were British tourists that were confronting these people in Vietnam. My God. Okay.
Would you meet with the Pope to even out your differences with Catholics or Torah?
I don't think it's necessary.
Mr. President, would you meet, Mr. President?
Ask the ladies behind.
Oh, Jesus. This clip.
Is she staring right at him? Okay, here's the one thing I don't understand. Reckful was pretty well traveled, right? Like, he'd been around the place. He'd been to Japan and everything up to this point, no? Like, in any major city in the world, everybody, or like half the people, like, speak English.
Ask the ladies behind you if you can eat their ass.
Oh my God.
Hello. They're British. Can you stop?
Oh, they understand?
They understand. Oh my God.
You guys are too loud. I have to leave.
Oh.
You're embarrassing me.
Wait, you're leaving? I'm not done drinking.
They speak English, Rachel. They're British.
I didn't know. Wait, don't leave. She's leaving.
And then Forsen fucking killed her.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, we haven't seen her since.
You guys need to be professional pilots.
Meow, 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 meow.
This is why you're still flying RJ.
Meow. Meow, meow.
It was funny the first 5 minutes. It's a pretty big Ritalin dose you missed.
Did you see the Saikuno apology?
Yeah, I read it. It was boring.
On the Pope over the weekend. Any reaction to Donald Trump's comments on the Pope over the weekend?
I'd probably say the Pope needs to keep his business into leading his flock, so to speak, leading the church, and probably stay out of the political arena. He doesn't need to be getting involved in the political arena. Go lead your church, but stay out of the...
Religion is only to be weaponized when it helps us, but not when it's used to hurt us, right?
Politics, right? We didn't elect the Pope to be the president or be the anything else. So just keep his nose in the church's business and stay out of the political arena.
But what if he sees his role as sort of leading his flock away?
No, lead his flock. Well, let's focus on just behavior too and everything else. Just focus on your flock. And Donald Trump is our president. It's not the Pope. I didn't elect the Pope to be president.
Thank you, Congressman. Any reaction to...
The fuck? The company in charge of the NL supercruise actively facilitates and advertises travel to the Israeli-occupied territories in Palestine and Syria. The yellow highlighted areas are considered partially occupied. The orange areas are under full Israeli military. Uh-oh. Wait, what is this NL supercruise thing?
It's Northern Lion was going to do a cruise. He announced it yesterday. Today he has canceled it.
Wait,
Yes.
Was it for like fans and everything, or just streamers that were supposed to go, or what was
It's for fans.
Okay.
It's fans, streamers. You'd buy a room. It was like $2,000 a fucking room or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, he canceled it.
Why did he cancel it?
I don't think he said.
He just
said, yeah, it's canceled.
Fuck every single person. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Let me check.
Hold on.
Okay. I actually don't see any crazy horrible statements from him. All these people that were finger waving about fucking Cheney. Who did I see? I saw another it was a progressive person yesterday who was like, if Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to support us, we should accept her. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, was it Ilhan Omar? Maybe Ilhan Omar hasn't said anything bad about Liz Cheney, then I should check. All these people that were like, can you believe that Kamala campaigned with Cheney? And now it's like, well, maybe we should accept Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like, what?
I've had a personal interaction with Marjorie Taylor Greene. When I was 18 after the shooting at my high school, when I was lobbying members of Congress, my fellow activists in March for Our Lives, Marjorie Taylor Greene, before she was a member, started chasing me around saying that the shooting at my high school didn't happen, that I was a crisis actor, that I was paid by the government to do all these just horrible things that are completely false. And at the same time, you know, what those conversations that they're talking about remind me of is my own evolution as an activist. In terms of when I was in college, I didn't go to college to just be surrounded by a bunch of liberals necessarily. I know that's hard for you guys to believe, but it's true. That's why I joined the shooting club when I was in college. And as you can imagine, Scott, I was not very popular there. But it's important to talk to people who disagree with us, because ultimately, even though we're Democrats and Republicans, we have to find what little overlap there is that we can move forward on. And look, we can speculate all we want on her intentions and why she's doing this ultimately. But from my perspective, I'm willing to take that first step and have that conversation with her. And I would challenge her to this too. If she wants to come on your show and talk to me directly about why she's changed her mind, I'm happy to do that and have that conversation. And I would challenge her to do that and prove to us why she actually is authentic and changing, and that this is not just another opportunistic political opportunity like it was when she chased me after the shooting at my high school. But I'm willing to give her a small chance to have that conversation. But it's important to note too, this is not just a Marjorie Taylor Greene phenomenon. Yeah. We're seeing Tucker Carlson. We're seeing people across the board defect increasingly from Trump.
Okay. What do all those people have in? What do all those people have in common, by the way?
Trump.
What is it they all have in common?
Ago and now he doesn't.
When I hear Ilhan Omar, you know what I hear? How do you do, fellow anti-Semites? That's what I hear.
Yeah,
this is about Israel.
Not
this
so
is about.
fast.
There is a thread here, and it's so transparently obvious. And I'll be honest. I think what she did to you is abhorrent. She was a clown then. She's a clown now. This entire thing for her is political. Trump didn't want to back her in a statewide race in Georgia, and she's a conspiracy theorist then, and she's a conspiracy theorist now. And I would caution you. I would caution you.
I don't think Joe Rogan's an anti-Semite. I don't think Andrew Schultz is an anti-Semite. I don't think Eric Erickson is an anti-Semite.
No.
I think there's a lot of people around the country whose names we don't know.
We're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker
You're
Carlson.
bringing other people.
But just 1 second.
What do all of them have in common?
Even if you say that the only thing that is important about those three individuals in particular is that they're anti-Semitic, what does it say about the president that he was totally fine with them 6 months ago? Well, and they were totally fine.
Oh, this guy just shows up to get gangbanged constantly by these people.
And with what does it say?
Look, he attracted a lot of people. And some of the people that he attracted, like, that have those views, I completely and totally disagree with. And he has been quite clear about his views on these issues. And he has led the party away from those views. And that's frankly one of the reasons they're not in it anymore.
Really?
How many people do you think are going to make you in Tomodachi life? So literally yesterday, I wouldn't say I was having a crisis yesterday. I would say I was doing okay yesterday. But the top stream on my following list was called, like, talking about the Northern Lion cruise. And then the second stream on my following list was like Chibli playing Tomodachi Life, and I clicked on it, and it was me in Tomodachi Life. And then I watched, I said, let's see what Alex is doing, and I clicked on Alex's stream, and it was me in Tomodachi Life, and I was like, it was a being John Malkovich moment. Malkovich. It was like, and then I typed everywhere I go, there I am, and Chibli went, yeah, that's damn true. But I don't think he really got what I was talking on a different level. I wasn't just trying to be like pithy. I was like, oh my God, everywhere I go, there I literally am. But anyway, let's talk about the Super Cruise and what's everyone's take on it. We actually are going to do that. Today we have two announcements. The first announcement is related to the Super Cruise. So the long and the short of it. Let's start with the short. Last night I made the decision to scuttle the Northern Lion Super Cruise.
No.
So if you have already booked, I apologize. You will receive a full refund. They're already starting to be processed. They will arrive in 3 to 5 business days.
It got canceled in one day?
As much as this may sound facetious, I have to say thank you for sharing your concerns. Because some of those concerns were things that probably we could have seen in advance and maybe done something about. But some of those concerns were things that were unforeseen. And even though it was uncomfortable to read some of them, I appreciated getting a broad view of how people felt about it. I think that prior to the announcement, if I'm being honest, most of my nerves were like, how can we make this a fun event? You know, how can we make this something that'll be memorable for the people that go on it? What kind of entertainment can we provide? And then people started saying, like, how can we guarantee everyone's safety? Not just the safety of the streamers, which has been talked a lot about, like to make sure that none of us get harmed on the ship, but also like the people that were going to go on the ship. Started to think about like, how can we make sure everyone's safe, and like what happens if someone gets hurt or gets sick or something like that, God forbid. So that combined with some of the other concerns, it got to the point where it just didn't.
It's a cruise. I'm sure that security is a thing that they've kind of solved by this point. No, are people dying on cruises all the time to terrorist attacks? Or, sheesh.
He got bullied from his audience for it.
For the Palestine.
It was basically
thing?
like they were a part of like I think they're a part of like a Royal Caribbean cruise, and like the price was like 4x or 3x, and his whole community like freaked out.
We only wanted to do it if it felt like everyone was comfortable, and I was getting more and more uncomfortable with the idea, essentially. And this is definitely not a situation where I'm like, hey, we're gonna do like an awesome thing. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun, but you guys like, okay, fine, we'll never do anything. You bullied me into canceling this really cool project. It's like when we were excited for the launch, and it was perhaps a bit of a miscalculation. And then in seeing what everybody's concerns are, we went, you know what? Maybe this is the sort of thing that's just not the right thing for us to do. I apologize to the people that booked, because you put a lot of faith in us, you put a lot of trust in us, and I appreciate that vote of confidence. Your rebates are being processed as we speak. Secondly, I'm thinking about what to do with the events that we had already planned, and I think I sort of had like a third eye opening, and I said to myself, why don't I just do them anyway, but stream them for free for everyone to watch? Which is something that probably, to be honest, I could have just done to begin with. That seems like a more appropriate avenue for that. So I definitely, like, this is not a situation where I was like, people are being mean, so I'm going to take my ball and go home. I was like, you know what? There was enough concerns raised that I was like, I'm getting uncomfortable with this. And especially, like, not to, like, farm sympathy, but I was like, I really don't want to feel uncomfortable about this for the next 10 months. You killed 11 months of shit posting? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true, because you can still make fun of me for it. And now I can actually laugh at it, instead of pretending that it's funny, but actually being like, I want to cry because you're hurting my feelings. Now we can laugh together. The bit is better now. I appreciate you saying that. Also, can I say something? I love everybody involved with this cruise. I love my wife. I love Dan. But I have to give special shout out to Squeaks. Squeaks is literally... he's a puppy dog. For the rest, well, I shouldn't say that because you never know what'll happen. But for now, he is an angel in my eyes. He is a heavenly creature that is full of divinity. Because the entire time, we invited him to this, and he said, sounds great. And then it was a little controversial. And he said, I think it'll still be fun. Let's do it. And then I was like, I'm not sure if we should do this. And he went, I have 100% faith and trust in you to do the right.
Wait, so is there a post about people complaining about this? I want to see what are people actually mad about?
Thing. I went, this is the most pure man on the planet. I don't want to give him a hug. I want him to give me a hug. And also, it really fucked us up. I shouldn't make a joke out of this, but this is my natural instinct. It fucked us up when they closed the strait. Everything was fine. Everything was completely okay until they because it was open. Like a week ago, it was open, and we were like, okay, we can finally announce the timing is right. And then they closed it again, and we went, well, what are we going to do? Because I think it costs like a lot more fuel to go around, like the Cape of Good Hope or whatever. It didn't even make it a week. Well, the thing is, we didn't want to, like, because people are like making travel plans. I think it's like, you know, you want to make sure that you handle it as soon as possible. You don't want to leave it until like there's 6 weeks before it, and then people are like, I'm already like in Florida. What about the shirts? You could still have your I got pregnant on the Northern Lion Supercruise shirt. That's fine. Pregnant Gamers, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you.
Was his general concern trolling posting on his sub? It wasn't one big post.
make a shirt. I mean, I literally can't stop you from making the shirt to begin with, but I wouldn't go so far as to say you have my blessing to make the shirt. What I would say is if I saw you with that shirt in public, I would say that is an awesome shirt. I love it. If I saw you wearing a shirt that said, I got pregnant on the Northern Lion Cruise, I would say, this is fantastic. That's very funny. Please don't make one that says, I got norovirus. Thank you for the ample notice. I almost ironed my green Triforce tee and starched my brown cargo shorts. Not to just pivot off of like the uncomfortable conversation to go with the bit. I have no idea what starching means. I know it makes your clothes crispier, but I don't know actually how you do it. Thank you for canceling. I was genuinely extremely annoyed and appreciate your willingness to listen to the backlash. W Yeti. Also, can I say W? Listen, I'm genuinely like not on social media, which I think was like the right move this week, but obviously I understand what people were saying. But I do want to say the optics on this for me are like, I'm not like, fuck you, why are people so mean to me? Like I saw how easily a streamer could get sucked down the yes man rabbit hole of like,
Jesus. No, I need to hear how the stock market is doing each morning and then watch him play the worst sponsored games of all time. Please don't cancel him. At least let us rate his wife's stream and inflate her daily viewership so she can charge more for sponsors. Oh my God. People hate him.
Yeah, all the ML types in his community were like saying he like sold out basically.
Jeez.
What is an ML type?
Marxist-Leninist. The crazy commies. That's what Hasan is.
Well, I'm just not going to listen to the people who make me have bad feelings and only listen to the people that have good feelings and then like see how that can accelerate. But instead, I was like, these people are bringing up some genuine concerns without a doubt. And I appreciate, because some of them I honestly had no
Is he going to say what those are, or is he like intentionally just not touching it?
idea about. So I tried to stay mature about it, and I appreciate that some people stayed level-headed about it as well. What were some of the concerns? I didn't really want like 100 people to get sick on the cruise, or like for 2 people to get in a fist fight on the cruise.
That can't possibly be it. Like we were going to do an event, but then we realized that diseases still exist.
And like like injure each other or something, or for someone to fall off of the ship or something like that. That's it. Well, I'm saying that's a facet of it. And can I also say, you have to realize that you're saying, well, that happens now and then. The way I'm looking at it is news headline, guy's head cracked open on streamer cruise. And then it's my face when I had like the dental work done, and I'm giving that fuck ass smile like right into the camera. And then everyone's like, fuck this guy. Last known photograph. By the way, it is really funny to be doing this with the solo show announcement overlay here. Also, you're famously afraid of getting killed by a mob. Yeah, I mean, there is that. But honestly, there was a part of me that was like, if I die on the boat, I know what I signed up for. But I don't think I could deal with the guilt of like someone else dying on the boat, and they just thought they were going to have like a nice vacation or something like that. Like, I think that in a weird way, that might be the only way that I would accept being killed by a mob is like, well, I invited the mob. What did I expect? You got me. But if someone else, like if someone had just gone on like their honeymoon on the cruise and died, I would have been like, well, this is fucked up, man. Triangle of Sadness scenario would have been lit. I mean, I feel like a little bit of life is returning to me now that like this is off my chest, to be honest. And I'm like, it would have been a movie if somehow we were forced to shelter in place on that ship for like 6 months, man. Please do that instead. I'm not even joking. At least one of you would have met your spouse. I think, and honestly, possibly like more than one couple would have broken up as a result of actions taken on the cruise, if I had to guess. But at least one of you would have actually met the love of your life that you would be happy with for the rest of your life, for sure. So like on balance, it might have destroyed more relationships than it would have created, but some of you would have found eternal happiness on the ship, for sure. But like if you want to, I was going through it, man. You want to know how much I was going through it? I had a Coke Zero last night. That gets pretty crazy for a guy like me. I put my 9-month Coke Zero sobriety coin on the table and said, yeah, I'll take a large, please. Wouldn't it be funny if I went to the full screen and I was just surrounded by Coke Zero right now? I'm sorry, I can't fulfill that. Anyway, okay, so that's phase 1. I'll recap it one last time. The Northern Lion Super Cruise is canceled. It was my decision. Those of you who have booked, you put your trust and your faith in me. I appreciate it for life. You will receive a full refund. They're already being processed. I promise this is not a flex. It's just going to take a while for the refunds to get out there because they got to process them. So early next week, I would expect those refunds to start arriving. Now it's time for the second stream, or the second announcement, I should say, which requires me to go back to the overlay, kind of awkwardly.
Somebody from his subreddit, this is a 1.1 thousand upvotes. This whole discourse around the cruise has been unbelievably toxic from the start. Like, I get the part that organizing something like this feels a bit off-brand, but are we seriously trying to shift the conversation to NL supports Israeli occupation? Dan's mom just wanted to help Dan organize a cruise. He in turn asked NL, and NL agreed because he likes cruises. Obviously, he wasn't going to go tell your Zionist mom to fuck off, because anybody should know that would have been even more off-brand. He's too normal-pilled for this. Jesus.
Yeah, people also saw it as like a betrayal of like, because apparently he always like makes fun of parasocial people, and he doesn't really do like meetups. And so like this was like, oh, he's like betraying what he says.
The same company. Oh, I'm seeing this on Twitter. Same company runs pilgrimage trips to Israel, by the way. Oh my God, bro. Kill me. Ugh. Are you team incel or team woman? What is this? "67% of Gen Z would choose a good night's rest over having sex."
6-7.
What is he even sourcing here? What? Okay. Good meme.
These victims.
Do you think it's appropriate for King George to meet with members when they come up here as they pursue the Epstein investigation because of his brother?
I wouldn't meet with him, so I don't
Why
know.
not?
I have 1776. I have nothing to do with King George or the royal family. I am American first, and I have no need to meet with him.
Will you attend the speech?
I probably not. I don't know. I
Because-
mean, maybe I'll show up. I don't know. You guys are in there. Sometimes we get great photos. So have a great day. Thank you.
Was that Boobert? Is that Boobert?
Yeah.
What are they even talking about? I don't even know who the current king is. Or who?
King Charles.
Okay, that sounds right. What did they say?
Off.
Is it a different king of another country?
Off these victims.
Do you think it's appropriate for King George to meet with members when they come up here as they pursue the Epstein investigation because of his brother?
I wouldn't meet with him. So
That sounds like it's supposed to be about Charles and Andrew, no? Oh no. George and Charles? I don't know. I don't know and I don't care. I'm going to say something objective and misogynistic or whatever. It'll be a sad day if Boobert sells out to the Mar-a-Lago look, okay? Because, God damn! That's it for today. Okay. That's my one objectifying comment of the month.
Rule 5.
Shut up!
Our country is under a hostile occupation.
Israeli occupation of the United States government.
Israel controls our government.
Israel controls our government.
Control and influence and manipulate our system.
Ruled and controlled and manipulated by the nation state of Israel.
They are vampires. They suck our blood.
They suck the life out of this country.
We cannot be slaves to Israel.
I'm not a slave to Israel.
Iran does not have a nuclear weapon.
Iran did not have a nuclear arsenal.
The supreme leader of Iran promulgated a fatwa.
He had to put out a fatwa against nuclear weapons.
We had to join Israel's war of choice.
A war of choice. That's what this is.
The real threat to America is from Israel.
Our alliance with Israel as an existential threat to the United States.
They will nuke the entire world.
Israel is the biggest threat to world peace.
Let us never forget who the real enemy is.
The enemy is Israel.
We need to decouple from this country.
We need to decouple. Decouple, let's separate.
We need to free America from this sick, perverse, parasitic organism that has attached itself to us. Foreign nationals leeching off of public services.
The pariah state that has leached off the American people.
It's not just Netanyahu. On some level, it is the Israeli people.
The behavior of the Israeli government and, quite honestly, the vast majority of the Israeli population.
They dehumanize us. They don't see us.
I don't see Palestinians as human.
I'm an awakened goy.
Bro, come on. Oh no.
Jewish people think they're better than everybody.
And you think you're better than everyone else.
You know, the Jews do this.
Yes.
Go the fuck back to Israel.
Go back to Israel.
Greater Israel.
the Greater Israel Project,
the famous dancing Israelis,
the whole dancing Israelis thing,
the genocidal state,
a genocidal, disgusting state.
Why would I give a fuck about Israel?
I don't give a damn about Israel. I don't give a damn.
And I don't fucking trust them.
I don't trust the Israelis.
Your right to exist is not real.
I don't believe Israel has the right to exist.
Don't be moralized by wicked, evil people.
People as evil as this exist in this world.
God's chosen people rejected their own Messiah.
Do you think you're God's chosen people when you act like absolute demons?
Now that's what I call a cool story, bro.
I think your sub agrees with like 90% of that video.
Based. Brilliance. Why though?
Salam alaikum, everyone. I'm Rami Youssef.
Oh, it almost Elmo. Mr. Rami, what does salam alaikum mean?
Well, salam means peace, and it's a way to say hello in Arabic.
Oh, cool. Oh, salam alaikum, everybody.
Elmo and I are here to wish all of you a happy Arab American Heritage Month.
Yeah, happy Arab American Heritage Month.
I'm so proud of my Arab heritage, and I'm so happy to share this month with my fellow Arabs and Elmo. So, thanks, Habibi.
Oh, wait a minute. What's Habibi?
Oh, it's an Arabic word for a special friend.
Really? Well, happy Arab American Heritage Month, Habibi. We love you.
Salam alaikum.
How many months and days do we have for stuff in the US? I feel like we got a lot of these. What do you mean by that?
Just happy, man.
What did you guys go over today? How come we don't have a White Heritage Month, Mootin? That's what I want to know. Let's get the real shit out there.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We're going to Fox News, huh?
I'm just saying. Everywhere I go, it's hate whites this and hate whites that. Why are you smashing it? Is 17 a prime number? Of course, it must be, right?
Yes or no is that thing I just linked to you?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? I know you're not going over some shit we went over yesterday.
Oh, shit.
Oh, so you just didn't watch the stream.
Really?
You didn't watch the stream yesterday. What were you doing yesterday that was so fucking important with your time?
I probably fell asleep.
You say Dear Leader's boring then? He put you to sleep?
Really? I think it's fine. I think, I don't really like the idea of people owning property that, that they don't really live in.
Not using.
Yeah, it feels stupid. It's like such a limited resource. Yeah, I think that people are, I don't give a fuck. I don't care to argue any policy anymore. I think people get it wrong when they say that people buy stuff like that because they see it as an investment and it'll always increase in value. I don't think that's true. I think that owning property and not renting it out, you're almost always losing money there versus just investing in the stock market. I just think that when you're really wealthy, you can just afford to have multiple places that you stay in when it's convenient. I think it's more that than anything else. But regardless of why you think they're doing it, I think that limiting people doing that, I think is fine because it's put downward pressure on rents. If people aren't going to live full time in your city anyway, like who the fuck cares if they don't own anything there? Like kick them out. Legal mindset is insane. He's trying to interfere in the Johnny Somali case. Is 42 a prime number? Yes or no? Wait, is 2 a prime number? Any even number obviously is not a prime number. Does 2 count as a prime number? 2 is yes. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
I sure can.
What about 1 though? What about 0?
And how's it going? How come now you have like a perfect like Fabio camera angle, but on Live and Learn you only gave us the.
Holy shit! Dylan's growing that hair out.
top down. I get the whole romantic novel cover of Dylan.
That's because I love you.
1,000% taxes on buildings people don't use are fine. Like, bro, use your shit. Yeah, I just having idle land. Kill them. Ban them. Where's ban all the Georges? Don't let them in here. But like, I don't talk about land value tax because I just think it's a pipe dream. But like, yeah, having idle land, it drives me insane. Basically, any tax, no matter how fucking retarded it is, I don't care if the person is racist and wants to kick out idle black people, or if the person's a populist leftist and wants to kick out billionaires or whatever the fuck. Like, if you have idle land, I just fuck you. Like, tax the fuck out of them until they go bankrupt, and then kick them the fuck out, and then let somebody use it. That just drives me. It drives me insane. It hurts. It hurts.
So you're a Georgist.
Oh, so you don't? Oh, really? Really?
I don't know what that is.
Me neither. They're just annoying as fuck. And they talk about being Georgists all the time. They believe in land value taxes.
Oh, did you see we got a peace treaty right now?
Oh, with who? With Greenland finally?
No, Lebanon and Israel.
Whoa! Okay.
But apparently the Israelis are mad because Donald Trump just said that, and they didn't really have time to agree to it.
Technically, this is exemplified in this concept. Adverse possession. True! Adverse possession in common law and the related civil law concept of usucapion are legal mechanisms under which a person does not have legal title to a piece of property, usually real property, may acquire legal ownership based on continuous possession or occupation without the permission of its legal owner. Okay.
And you have to be there for like 10 years for that, and then you have to pay taxes on it as well.
Wow.
So you just squat. I watched a cop video on that.
Did you see the Sykkuno response? Yeah, boring.
View.
He's still with her though.
Based. Queen. King.
Aw, thanks, man. Oh, let me turn you up a little bit. All right, what did you want to chat about? Was it PV stuff? And just F.
Am I getting trolled right now? Why is he using the wrong microphone? He must be, right?
Why, full transparency, Ben of PV is in chat.
Perfect. Perfect. That's great. I'd love.
The reason why you don't see Gisticle and all of those people like camping my fucking Twitter mentions and everything now is because now they've moved on to an advanced form of gaslighting where they just message every single person around me and they have them in a very subtle way fuck with their microphone settings and everything. And now every time somebody comes on, they've got some fuck shit going on with their microphones.
Well, he should hear this.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about a few things because I don't get to talk domestic news very much in the United States, but this I think is important enough that this is the main thing I want to focus on, right? And I will be honest, I wanted to use yesterday to announce a project that I'm working on.
Ah, shit, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's, you know, it's all Pisco's fault. So it's not your fault. We'll all blame Pisco, of course.
Whoever left, I'm fucking glad they're gone. Who left?
Me too.
Oh, good.
I saw the PV event. I did the PV event, and I was very energetic to participate with PV. And I'm going to be very blunt in this conversation. You don't need to join me in my bluntness, but I'm going to. My previous interactions with PV have not always been stellar. I'm not the only content creator that has not had stellar interactions with PV. I don't think it's necessary to bring up those interactions, but despite those interactions, and I'm saying this to give credit to PV, not to go after PV, despite those interactions, I still want to work with them. Out of all the creators that have been working with PV, I've probably been working with PV maybe the longest of anybody who's still participating in these events. I mean, I don't think IRI does these events anymore. I don't think a lot of creators, for any number of reasons, have decided I'm not going to for X, Y, or Z. It might be what happened with people's addresses. It might be X, Y, Z. Again, we don't need to go into it. But I still wanted to do that event both for the platform and for the cause that I think the Democratic Party has to come up with an authentic message that will connect to working people. It's still the most unpopular party in the United States, and that's with Donald Trump in office, which is embarrassing. So that means that obviously the current pathway we're going on.
My perspective on this, I wish I could find more big media guys. Tim kind of sort of a little bit, maybe that Jeremiah guy. I want people to give me pushback on this guy. I want to test the idea more. But like, my personal opinion is that Democrats don't have a... I need to stop using this word. Somebody email me. I realize I don't think anybody understands what I mean when I say this. If I say like positive rights versus negative rights, or if I say like positive versus negative in like some philosophy or psychology sense, does that mean anything to you? What do you, when I say like, when I say Democrats don't have a positive position?
Yeah, they don't have a position that like they're pushing for, like a good position that like we're rallying behind, kind of?
Kind of, yeah. Not necessarily good position, but just to have something. It's like the positive is like the presence of something. Like in, like I know you did psychology for a bit in school. Like a lot of people get like negative reinforcement wrong, technically from the, oh my God, is this operant conditioning? I don't remember. But like a negative, every form of reinforcement is to encourage a behavior. Positive is when you introduce something. Negative is when you remove something. So positive reinforcement, every time you do something good, I pat your head. Negative reinforcement is every time you do something good, I take away something bad. So a way to negatively reinforce a positive behavior might be that if you do something, I say, oh, you don't have to empty the trash tonight. You don't have to do some chore, right? That would be negative reinforcement, right? And then hitting somebody, what people call like, oh, that was a negative reinforcement, is usually... it's actually positive punishment, right? And then same thing with like rights or freedoms or whatever. Like positive is you're providing something to somebody. A positive right would be like you have a right to an attorney. A negative right would be you have the you can't be, the government can't infringe on you in some way or whatever. Right? But the Democratic Party doesn't have like strong positions that they put forth and occupy. All they're ever kind of doing, because of the way the media cycle works, is they're responding to the Republicans. So the best thing that Democrats are able to do is make you hate Republicans, but they don't make you like Democrats. That's it. I don't think that he had as fleshed out a model of this as I do in my head, but Steve Bannon actually spoke about this when he was talking to, it was in Mother Jones, when he was talking to these, I think it was like Chinese media people, but he spoke about it. He said he would talk about driving down negatives is how you win campaigns now. I think he talks about this more. Then we break down states, which is a way we do it in each state. So Arizona has more control of its future, right, than just having a popular vote. You can win with 45 or 46% of the popular vote, but Trump's approvals have never been higher than like 42 or 43% ever. It's within that bandwidth. Even in 2016, people just had to make a decision. They didn't like Trump, but they hated Clinton more. Why? When I came in, I'm the expert at driving negatives up, right? I had been on 10 years on that bitch. I just beat her every day, right? Yeah, emails, yeah, but also her corruption. I went back to the Clinton scandals and the Clinton thing. We just hammered her every day. She's corrupt. And by the way, that ad just fucked my place up. And by the way, because Trump's, he's not a mean guy. He's actually got a big heart. He's kind of soft. That's why he doesn't go after Xi. I don't have that problem. Now in 2016, that's why I got brought in. I didn't really know Trump. They brought me in with only 90 days to go. He's down by 16 points. It was just to take her, drive her negatives up, and her likability down. But yeah, he talks about this a bit here. But I think the big issue with the Democrats is when you're fighting constantly against an overwhelming media cycle, the most you can do is make people not like the other side. But you can't really make people like you. They like just see
you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But you can still win an election that way.
Yeah.
So like a positive position that we're putting forward right now would be like Mr. Beats uncap the House, correct?
Kind of, but that's like a...
But no one, yeah, I mean...
No one cares. It probably wouldn't pass. It's not popular at all. I agree with the position. I think it would be a good thing. I think a lot of people don't know this, but you know how the Senate is like kind of unfair for population, right? Well, super unfair for population, yeah?
Yeah, that's
the House
point,
also is not fairly... Like, the House also favors... Nowhere near to the extent of the Senate, but it still favors smaller states. Just because you only have a limited number of people to dole out your representatives to. So so it's
like a person from Wisconsin, their representative technically is a lot more than a person from California.
I don't know about a lot more, but a bit more. Yeah. So they have advantages like everywhere institutionally. They have advantages in the Senate, in the Electoral College, and in the House. So that's a huge advantage in the legislative body in the top part, a little bit of an advantage in the bottom part, and then a big advantage in electing the executive. And that's 2/3 of our branches. And then the third branch of government is appointed by the executive and confirmed by the legislative. So it's like, the fuck? Why? Conservatives have institutional advantages everywhere.
Should the House not follow like a census? Like every, I don't know, it's like what, every 4 years, every 10 years a census is done or whatever? Should a House seat not follow that of like, okay, there's 3 billion people in America, for example, 1 billion are in California, a third of the people should be in the House for that. People are saying it does, but it doesn't.
It
hasn't,
does.
Like,
it's just not like it's not perfect, I guess.
It's because it's capped.
Yeah, so they have to like make adjustments or whatever.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I feel like their positive position that they used to put forward was healthcare, and then once the Affordable Care Act was passed, I'm trying to think of like what have they been fighting on besides like gun shit.
Democrats?
Yeah.
I don't know. Gun stuff is the biggest one, but it's also such a loser position. Ugh.
Bernie was fighting for student loans for a while.
Which is also, no, not to be mean, is a loser position because it's for young people. It's for the wealthiest of America. Like,
yeah. Abortion, that will probably be the next big fight that will get ratified, I think. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to fight over. They just need to work together and pick an issue. Right.
One second.
It isn't working. But that event, for some reason, something about it, not the fact that I was invited on, not even how the event even went, but that event angered me somewhere in my soul. Deeply.
In my mind, it's everybody positioning themselves as anti-war was very annoying to me when they were just anti-war in Israel. That was just like, ugh. Do you know anything about the National Popular Vote, Interstate Compact? Yeah, I think it's fine.
And it wasn't that the people involved, like, oh, I had beefs with X, Y, and Z. I don't care with that. I will work with Hasan. I will pick him up and go up a fucking mountain if it means getting rid of Donald Trump or getting universal health care or fighting for the rights of people who are getting torn to shreds by bombs right now, right? Because that's why we're engaged in politics. This is
Chat or Destiny. Is it considered poor etiquette for me to address Mr. Mooten or Dan Can't stream on Destiny's chat when they're on the stream? Or is it cool to do? I feel like Moot and Dan never reply to Destiny's Kick or YouTube chat. True. But if you address them, I'll see the message.
I don't have all of the chats open, sorry, but I can... I can do that. That's my fault.
It's not fucking school. This is not a club. We're engaged in politics because we want to improve the lives of people.
How is gun shit a loser position? Most Americans agree with some form of control. Because people get lost in the weeds on what that means. It's like Brexit. Like, gun control is a hugely broad term that is so all-encompassing of so many different things. I think you have majority support for some form of red flag laws. Even Pam Bondi, I remember watching her talk to Trump. I don't know in what context. She might have been when she was the Florida Attorney General, was talking about red flag laws, and even Trump was like, oh, this sounds great. But, and I think some kind of extended background check thing, I think I would have to look more. But Democrats are obsessed with AR-15s. They are obsessed with rifles when these contribute like 300 to 500 deaths a year in the United States versus handguns, which are like 60,000. It's a loser policy position in that it wouldn't really materially improve our lives. And it's such a fraught battleground that you lose votes on. And it's like, which is fucking, who cares? God, let people shoot themselves with rifles if they want. You know, it's just not a big deal.
Why are they obsessed with this? Is it just a legacy fucking like feeling of like, oh,
because the types of shootings that happen with rifles are like the ones that stand out in our minds the most, like the school shootings and everything, or like the mass shootings are the ones that stand out the most. And because they're scared of them and they look scary, like that's it. You know?
But I thought most mass shootings were done by handguns at this point. Is that not?
Depends on how you define mass shooting. But like the
3+.
scariest one, yeah. But nobody really uses mass shooting that way in common parlance, right? Like a lot.
Well, I mean, when people talk about a mass shooting, yeah.
Yeah, like under the current FBI definition, I think it's 4 people injured, or 4 people shot at. I think it's injured in a shooting event. But like any gang exchange back and forth can be considered like a mass shooting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing with the definition of school shooting, which was stupid too, because they defined school shooting as any shooting within like 100 yards of like school shooting or school property. So like if it's like 9 p.m. and there's people who are outside of school and they get into a gunfight or whatever, it's like, oh, that was a school shooting. Because somebody used this. I remember at one point there were 400 school shootings last year or whatever. And it's like, what? Really though? Like, I don't know.
And you're going through it and it's like, oh, there was a lockdown. Like there was somebody shot outside near the building, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I think that's a little bit more valid, I think even, but it's the just God, fuck me.
Bull. To see a candidate being fundraised for in a progressive space who doesn't want to dedicate himself to supporting Ukraine angered me deeply. The fact that I was being asked to go fundraise as the Ukraine guy for a guy.
Was there actually an anti-Ukraine person there, or just somebody who was indifferent to it?
Who doesn't support Ukraine. Somebody can say, I support Ukraine, I will do a drum circle for Ukraine, but if you don't want to give them what's necessary to protect their hospitals, to protect their nursing homes, to protect their civilians, you don't fucking support Ukraine. You support a drum circle. You support...
Also, can you name names? Which candidate was this? Because I had similar gripes where like some of these candidates... Like,
he's using his headphones or his webcam mic. Does he know this? You're trolling me! Soypill, you are trolling me! 1 second. Why are you trolling me?
Hartzell Gray. Hartzell Gray. It was his name. I can send you the specific stuff, but after conversations,
wait, can somebody link his platform, whatever?
It was clear that I was told directly after private conversations that he supports Ukraine but doesn't want to do anything.
and I later found out like Oliver Larkin is sort of like not pro defending Taiwan from an American standpoint. And I was like, I'm not like, why are you on the anti-war panel then? I mean, like this seems a little. Yeah, antithetical. It seems a little incongruent. And I was frustrated with the fact that like the donation link was not for individual candidates. It was, hey, here's all the money going to all of them. And it's like, well, I agree with some of them and I don't agree with some.
I wonder what that even means. Did they distribute it evenly amongst them? Join our campaign. Issues. Divesting from the war machine. We spend billions each year on endless war and weapons, while schools go underfunded and hospitals close. All fight for a foreign policy rooted in diplomacy, accountability, and peace, not regime change or blank checks for authoritarian governments. Uh-oh. Oh, we got a call out to Palestine. We must end apartheid, the genocide, and the occupation of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. Huzzah! Huzzah!
He wants reparations.
I will fight tirelessly to dismantle the U.S. military-industrial complex and end endless wars, from Palestine to Yemen, from the Democratic Republic of Congo to Sudan, from Cuba to my own backyard in Missouri's 4th. No parent or child should live in fear of bombs, sanctions, or starvation. Jeez. Poor Ukraine. God damn. They're just hung out there to dry. Well,
some of them, and I don't want some of these candidates to get my audience's money. And so I specifically said, like, hey, if some of these guys resonate with you, like, go to these individual candidates' place. But yeah, Ben, I guess you're listening. Like, that would be my biggest gripe. It's like, if you have this level of like inconsistency with being anti-war on this panel, and you're asking us to donate to all of them, I'd say that's not really coherent with the mission of being anti-war. I think you got to find a little more consistency in the candidates, even if they are all progressive.
Mind you, Oliver and Hartzell were like the two main candidates. They were like the candidates that were like coming on and it was being talked about. Oliver, I gave more credit because he had a section on Ukraine, even if the language was like asterisks here, asterisks there, asterisks everywhere. Like he still like took the time to have like a position on the largest and most violent war ongoing for going on 5 years now, right?
Yeah.
Now the other candidate.
Just curious, what do you try to answer seriously? Fuck, never mind. Or what do you think is the current death toll in Gaza?
In Gaza? Of everybody being killed?
Yeah, of just Palestinians.
Oh, of just
Didn't have a
Palestinians? I would guess, it's a guess. I'd say around, I don't know, like 8,000?
Just kidding. Delete the VOD. It's 70,000. But
oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a lot more. I think it's 70,000. I think it's 60, 70,000. Okay. Listen, they don't cover Israel Palestine much on the morning show. Okay. I feel like that number gets talked about a lot in the media for people that talk about Israel Palestine. Right now I have absolutely no fucking idea how many people have died so far in the Ukrainian Russian war. I have no clue.
In Ukraine, I thought it was like a million or something at this point. Like I thought like tons of people are fucking.
I don't think it's quite a million. That would be a huge number, but I think it might be north of. I'm pretty sure it's north of 100 or 200,000. People are saying 1 million plus.
The war in Ukraine has resulted in 15,000 documented civilian deaths and over 100 to 140,000 Ukrainian military fatalities. Total casualties are significantly higher, with estimates suggesting nearly 2 million total military casualties on both sides.
Casualties includes like injured as well.
Injuries, probably, yeah. Killed or wounded, yeah.
Do you think Democrats should be more confident and straightforward, like saying we are better people, rather than saying, are better people rather than they are bad people statements? So the thing that I've said that I've tried to harp on over and over and over again, this is my existential fight to have people understand this, is that if you have an amplification chamber on the conservative side of media, which they do, you can sell literally any message you want. Not literally, but almost any message you want. And once you've figured out how to do the messaging like that, like the synergy that you need between your parts, then you can message on whatever you want. But until the establishment of the Democratic Party figures that out, nothing will work. No type of messaging, no type of signaling, everything will just continue to be fucked. But that has to be figured out at some point.
Public position. He has positions on the war in the Congo, on Sudan, and all these other conflicts that are on his website. But he doesn't have one for Ukraine, doesn't mention it, he doesn't tweet about it, he doesn't message about it. The only reason I find out about it is because I'm asking, hey, I'm going to fundraise for candidates. I'll fundraise. I will definitely fundraise. I care about politics. I care about the movement. But I'd like to know their position on Ukraine because I want to know if, they're going to be for these, like, stopping these nursing homes from blowing up, right? And that's my that's my lived experience. It's impossible for me to remove the emotionality of that. And the fact that he didn't have a progressive position, that he in some ways has a worse position than even the Trump administration, because the Trump administration
hates
they
everybody.
At least want to sell Ukraine weapons. They at least buy something. They get some of the air defense systems. They get some of the artillery shells. They get some of the intelligence necessary to defend their state. But under my assumption of his position and what I was being told, it seems.
Hold on, I thought 8,000 in Gaza are all dead civilians, where the millions in Russia are all combatant deaths. Well, the vast majority of Russians killed are probably going to be militants, just because Ukraine is fighting a defensive war. I don't know what the breakdown is between civilian and military deaths on the Ukrainian side. It wouldn't surprise me if it was like 30, 70 civilians to militants dead on, or worse, because like Mariupol and everything, a lot of those people killed were civilians, right? It might be, I wonder if it's 50-50. I don't know if I just haven't seen any numbers on any of this. It's people.
What percent of the the Gaza death toll is civilian?
Huh. Well, that's an interesting question, Mootin.
Do you know?
Nobody does, because they don't say. My guess, based on everything I've seen, is it's probably 20 to 30,000 military deaths versus like
50,000,
40 to 50,000 civilian deaths, probably. But like they don't really announce military deaths.
People.
It is, but technically in a war, it's like nobody wants to hear it. But those are pretty good numbers in terms of like, are you really targeting military people given like the density of the population and everything? But yeah, nobody talks about how many of them are. If you ask anybody that, they'll get triggered and it'll break their brain and they'll start screaming at you.
Yeah, people don't usually want to hear about Israel Palestine because you did it for like 3 months. So
no. I'm saying for the pro-Palestinian people, you can't talk about well, how many people killed were Hamas? They won't even engage with the question. They'll start to scream at you. They'll go crazy on it. But yeah. What are you gonna do?
Okay.
To be that he doesn't want anything to go over to them. Then how do you defend the hospitals?
Yes,
How do
it's
you
not
defend
even
the schools?
opportunistic. It's explicitly anti-Ukraine at that point.
Yeah, and I just want to know, like, if the position was, if we had an event where we were fundraising for progressive candidates, would PV have asked people like Crystal Ball or Hasan Piker to fundraise for a candidate that calls himself progressive if they wanted to, if their response to Palestine was, oh, yeah, I support Palestine. I mean, I don't really want to stop any of the aid to Israel. I don't actually want to do anything on this, but yeah, of course, but I support Palestine.
God damn it.
Someone would say, do you support Palestine? I mean, AOC, for abstaining on a vote for defensive aid to Israel when it comes to these things, she got so much heat from parts and sections of the progressive left. A candidate cannot have a position on this whatsoever, not want to defend Ukraine after we asked Ukraine to disarm itself and threaten them with starvation.
Hold on.
And then...
What the fuck is this? Fuck! I can't look at this fucking woman. What is the source of the wood meme? What was that guy even talking about that everybody was like... do you know?
The source of the wood?
Of the wood meme. Look at my Twitter, the picture I just tweeted. What is the source of that?
Twitter, let me look.
Where does that come from? What is the guy talking about that everybody's like...
No idea.
Morbler is our resident lefty retard. I keep it around so we can see the lefty talking points. More kids were blown up in Gaza than any other conflict in the world in an incredibly small amount of time. Why were we just looking at the death count? This shit is retarded. So what's retarded is using the Western definition of kid and then saying that kids were killed in Gaza at some record rate, right? Like 15, 16, 17-year-olds aren't fighting or holding rifles or fighting or whatever. I think that it is worth talking about. I would agree that there is a unique tragedy around the deaths of children, like when you're talking about like actual kids, but that is like a difference in kind to like a person with an assault rifle who's fighting you, who might be 15, 16, 17-year-old. I mean, they're a child in our eyes, but I mean, yeah. It reminds me of when there was this really fucking retarded talking point that the left uses right now in America, which is firearms are now the #1 killer of children. And that's because it's technically true, and it's either from the ages of 0 to 19 or 0 to 18. But when you look at like the deaths, it's like nothing, until you get to like 15, and then it goes up a little, then 16, and then like 17 and 18 is like, it like spikes. It's like, okay, yeah, obviously it's gang-related violence. It's not like, when you say kids, you're trying to evoke the idea of like a crying baby or like a 5-year-old waddling around or whatever. Not, like a 16-year-old with an assault rifle who's fighting you as an enemy combatant, Leaked Russian documents put 800,000 dead for Russia out of 1.3 million, 100,000 above the estimates. Ukraine was like 500 to 650K. That sounds way too high. Not trying to downplay on either side, but that sounds really 800,000 dead. What, military people or military and civilians? That's a lot of that sounds really high. That would be crazy. Foreign worker bill enacted despite opposition. What a picture.
Ukraine candidates are being asked to fundraise for them. There's a different social standard around the war in Ukraine. And I fear that there's an assumption amongst many of us that the Democratic Party can't become like the Republican Party when it comes to this issue. And that if we don't make sure that we check people, some level of purity testing is necessary to make sure you have some moral foundation, some moral center. If we don't check these people, then ultimately they can get into power, and with a slim majority, they can cause real problems.
Yeah. No, I agree with that completely. And it's like the fact that we're using Israel-Palestine as a purity test, but we have absolutely no smoke for our same side for Taiwan, for Ukraine is kind of ridiculous, especially like if you want to say, hey, I like a lot of the progressive policies that an Oliver Larkin pushes, except he has this one thing on Taiwan. And maybe if that's the distinguishing factor between him and his opponent, like, sure. But if he's...
From what I've seen, some minors were involved in armed groups, but most child deaths are not confirmed as combatants. Yeah, because nobody's confirmed as a combatant on the other side. So it's up to the IDF to confirm them as combatants, and you guys don't like the numbers that they use either, so... Somebody said 208,755 dead Russian soldiers confirmed via social media posts. That's crazy. 250,000 dead Russian soldiers is insane.
On a panel about being anti-war, like, you're not doing an anti-war panel at that point. You're doing an anti-Iran or anti-Israel panel, which is kind of what like most of it was.
Europe don't fight pussy wars. 1 million dead or it's a skirmish. Okay.
Doing an anti-war panel at that point. You're doing an anti-Iran or anti-Israel panel, which is kind of what like most of it was. So yeah, I completely agree with that grievance.
Now, I don't think for me it's not just going to be a grievance, because this is what I wanted to announce on yesterday's stream. Now you can.
Oh yeah.
look up. You can look it up on Twitter. You can look it up on Instagram. You can look it up on Blue Sky, or you can go directly to the website.
Yeah,
Ukraine track. Track Ukraine at track Ukraine.com. Track Ukraine. TrackUkraine.com. Track Ukraine on Twitter. Track Ukraine on Blue Sky. Track Ukraine on Instagram. I've spent the last every day since the PV panel working with graphic designers, working with Ukrainians in the armed forces and outside of the armed forces, those who have been bombed by both the Israelis and the Russians, to create a group of ambassadors that can go speak to progressive candidates, as well as any candidate that would like to hear from the perspective of those directly impacted by colonialism. That's going to be attached directly to our Track Ukraine website, our Track Ukraine social media handles, and we're going to track the record of every candidate running for office possible on Ukraine.
Okay. This is kind of like Track APAC, but like for the Ukraine situation, Ben fully endorses this idea in chat. So this, I think this is awesome.
Let me tell you how it works. First, we see a campaign hasn't said anything about the war in Ukraine. Let's use Hartzell as an example. We don't just open up by saying, why do you hate Ukraine and all the Ukrainian babies or whatever. Oh, can you not hear me? 1, 2? 1, 2? Hello? Hello,
Like,
can you hear me?
Oh, you're back. Yes.
Yeah, you lagged out for me.
Take this candidate as an example.
Yeah.
No, I think it was you. You're the problem, Dylan.
Yeah.
Clearly. Okay. The last thing I heard was take this candidate Hartzell as an example.
What we would do is, for him, I know exactly the person because I have a list of Ukrainian socialists, non-socialists, Ukrainian people in the armed forces, people outside of the armed forces. I have a long list of a lot of Ukrainians seem actually really interested in participating in this, who would go and speak to them directly about the experience of the war, directly why they think it's necessary for ballistic missile defense that are slamming into hospitals, children's hospitals, nursing homes, that it's necessary, that America asked for Ukraine to disarm itself. Ukraine was asked to give up its atomic weapons, and Ukraine has been asked to depend upon the United States. And I do believe our promises matter, especially when it leads to the deaths of these people. And, our security is tied together in that manner. So they could go and talk about it from their perspective. They could talk about it from my perspective, whatever perspective they want, but they communicate to this person why it matters to them. Because my first inclination, right? I don't assume malice. My first inclination is you care about what you see. And a lot of people see what's happening in what they care about, whether it be Palestine, whether it be Sudan, but they don't see what's happening in Ukraine. And or they see,
because like you said, like a lot of the journalists have moved on for various reasons. Like a lot of people are just naive to the fact that it's still going on, the struggle still matters. Like it's just out of the conversation. So you could start off by saying maybe you're naive and then move on from there, right?
Yeah, there's not an excuse for it, but that's easier to deal with and easier to fix, and you can fix it diplomatically in a way that's nice. And so we will have ambassadors for this. But when it comes to the idea of somebody doesn't want to communicate with us, does not want to talk to us at all, or talks to us but completely says, we're not going to support Ukraine, we're going to publicly list their positions and we're going to rank them on the issue. We're going to say, look, if you have a worse position than Donald Trump on the war in Ukraine, people care about this. This is the Democratic Party. This is the Democratic.
You think a judge is going to be happy to hear making the same claims of spoliation a year later and still nothing to back it up? Who knows? We'll see how it goes.
Party. This is not the Republican Party. Democrats believe that Vladimir Putin installed Donald Trump into the White House through misinformation and disinformation. Some of it's true, some of it isn't true, but that's the general perception of the Democratic Party. They see the type of government that's in Russia, and it's abhorrent, and how it treats homosexuals, and how it allows no civil society. And they see what they've done to the Ukrainians, a people who asked us and them to consider their sovereignty when they gave up their atomic arsenal, and has continuously violated these treaties, committing atrocious war crimes, is engaged in cultural erasure and its form of ethnic cleansing in occupied territories, right? And when I say ethnic cleansing, I mean that they are moving in settlers to take the homes of the people they displace. And if you take a home as a soldier, you can stay in that home. That they're implementing policies that are clearly meant to replace the local population with settlers, right? Now, these types of things should appeal to progressives. So I imagine in conversations with people about whether or not we should align with Trump in displacing hundreds of thousands of more Ukrainians and what J.D. Vance is asking of them, I think that they'll respond positively. If they don't, then we will spend time to make graphics, to make clear to both people online, because progressives depend highly on online donations, but also the people in their own districts. We will design the graphics to specifically highlight their state. We will list the district that they're running in. We will list their email. We'll list their phone number, and we'll see if you can run in the Democratic Party, a party that 98%, I'm not talking even fake numbers, but over 90% of Democrats deeply support Ukraine and want to give aid to Ukraine. How are you going to run in a party if people know that's your position, that is against aid and support to Ukraine, and is for essentially abandoning Ukraine? Hartzell's position, in my opinion, is currently abandon Ukraine, right? Whether that was something he stumbled into or whether that was something he's thought through, that is the current position. If they don't course correct, you should take out a Blair.
Do you think we should call Hasan a genocide denier for not calling Ukraine a genocide? If we were calling Gaza a genocide, then so is Ukraine. Well, I mean, technically more so even, because I don't know if the ICJ has made definitive rulings yet, but there are actions that Russia's done that were challenged in the ICJ.
I was literally about to ask that.
Related to the abduction and displacement of children. But the thing is like, they'll just grant that. They just don't give a fuck. They'll say, oh yeah, that's definitely a genocide and we don't support that. But then they'll say that like NATO caused Russia to invade and blah, 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 and they don't want to do anything about it.
Would they grant it? I feel like they never talk about Ukraine.
They might, but they just don't talk about it much.
Horn, and you should be as loud as possible. An air horn, you should bring attention to it. And if necessary, we'll even spend advertising money if that doesn't work on trying to shift the party, because I will not allow, and I don't think other people who have a shred of decency should allow, the Democratic Party to take in our Marjorie Taylor Greens, to take in our Lauren Boeberts, our Paul Ann Lunas, and start hearing Russia Today talking points in our own party, right? Okay, podcaster and TikTok foreign policy.
Or they'll say, they do this weird thing where they say Israel is our responsibility more because we give money to Israel. But they never bring up the fact that we give a ton of money. The Gaza Strip was the highest recipient of aid in the world for per capita for the amount of people there. But nobody ever brings that up. So I don't know.
By just everybody, or by
in terms of like the amount of aid that was going into there versus the amount of people that were there. The Gaza Strip was the highest recipient of aid on the planet.
There's like 2 million people in Gaza?
Depending on who you ask, yeah.
I'm honestly really surprised that the death toll was A, that high, and B, that the civilian death toll is so much. And I know that you're saying like, well, that's kind of common in like war, etc. But
well, typically the numbers, when people go back and they look through armed conflict, the numbers get kind of crazy. It's like 9-to-1, I think, is like the average civilian to military death ratio. It's pretty insane. Although I don't know how overweighted that is on like World War II and shit, but I think for a lot of conflict, it's weighed pretty heavily in that direction, yeah. Like a lot.
Yeah, I would think for like Hamas, because it's a city that you're going into. I don't know. We talked about it in the past how Israel did do ground raids and it wasn't all just like bombing the fucking buildings, etc. But I would think that it would be a lot more pinpoint than, I don't know, 1 in 4.
1 in 3. But I mean, like, oh, that's an ally. Why did I shoot at my own cat? I mean, war's bad. It is what it is. What do you want me to say? Yeah, shit's fucked.
Is fine online, but the aesthetics of Burning Man only go so far when you're dealing with the real lives of people. And if you're a congressperson and you're asking to have this type of power, you need to understand that that comes with a certain amount of public accountability, especially if you advertise yourself as anti-war.
All right. Yeah. Fucking base, dude. That's awesome. Like, you set this up like completely independently, and now you're just like.
I funded it all out of my own pocket. I paid for the website design. I paid for the description. I'm doing everything.
Wait. Okay. Do you use Synergy?
Yep.
Sometimes I feel like going between screens, my mouse gets stuck on just like the edge. Is there like a fucking setting for that?
I believe in, again, I'm on an old version of Synergy, but I think you can like move it up and down. And the problem is are all of your monitors the same size?
Yeah. Destiny, why don't you think USA destruction wasn't the big cause of the official declaration of famine? It even indirectly affects the closure of aid Israel adopted in 2025. Joffrey, because the issue with aid to going to the Gaza Strip was never the amount of aid. It was whether or not it could get in and be distributed to the people, is my understanding, is everything I saw on that. It was never that there was a lack of aid. There was a lack of the ability to get it to the people that needed it, basically. Now, who got blamed for that depends on who you ask. Some people said that Kogat or Israel was failing to get the aid in. Some people were saying that once the aid was in, Kogat or Israel was failing to deliver the aid to the people. Israel blamed Hamas. Some people blame some of the crazy Zionist people that were trying to block aid trucks from driving to the checkpoints. It just depends. There's a lot of people blaming a lot of different people for, but yeah.
Fund completely out of pocket. It costs a bit, but primary seasons right now, and how I'd like this to go is I'd like to basically start making these posts online, start getting the newsletters, start getting everyone's emails, giving people like activist updates about like what's going on. And once people see what's going on and once people see that their position could become public discourse, they reevaluate their position and they course correct. People remember that there was a letter from Rashida Tlaib and a bunch of other progressives, Jamal Bowman and others, early on in the war in Ukraine that was later deleted after conversations with not only Democratic leadership, also those who were directly affected by the war. Right? That was the progressive wing of the...
I heard Mr. Moot say he's going to talk to IRI about the JCPOA.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Now?
I messaged IRI about the JCPOA and I was curious of why he doesn't like it specifically.
Does he really say that?
I believe in the one conversation that I had with him when the United States invaded Iran. Sorry, not IRI. It's Lonerbox. The person was wrong.
Oh, okay.
So Lonerbox does say that.
I don't understand, unless there's a thing that I'm missing. People do this thing. This happens a lot with the Oslo Accords in Israel, where people will say this deal was bad because it didn't go far enough or it didn't allow for something or whatever. But the issue that I have with people that say things like that is that like the JCPOA was not supposed to be like a final thing. Like these are always like piecewise, like step or
like frameworks,
kind of, yeah, and hopefully it's moving you in a better direction. But like when the thing doesn't come to fruition, or there's not like a final arrangement reached, people will be like, oh, a failure. Like if you go talk to everybody in Israel, even people on the left, fuck, I don't remember their names anymore. Balin, Yossi Balin, who I want to say this guy was one of the big architects of the Oslo Accords. I don't remember. Fuck. We interviewed him though. We talked to him. But like even these guys will all say in Israel, even on the left, they're like, yeah, the Oslo Accords were a monumental failure. The failure of the Oslo Accords. Oslo failed. And it's like, well, not really. I think Oslo was a really, really good like step in the right direction. It just nothing like came from it ultimately, and people will say the whole thing was a failure as a result. But it's kind of like what people say with the ACA in the United States, like Obamacare was a failure because we didn't get a public option or because we didn't expand Medicare to single payer. Like, I mean, it's still a good step in the right direction.
But
same thing with the JCPOA.
From everything I saw, it seemed pretty based. Like they bring all of their uranium stockpile down to 3.67. That's not a joke. They were going to have way less of it. It lasts 15 years. They got rid of like a 2/3, a half of their centrifuges. The UN and everybody could go in whenever the fuck they want and check everything out. I think someone linked an article, and in the article it was like a nuclear duder who was basically saying like, yeah, there's like a 99% certainty that if Iran was trying to proliferate further past 3.6 whatever, we would have been able to find out. So this seems like a really good deal to me.
Yeah. The idea is that theoretically Iran could have just taken the JCPOA and used that time and money to focus on other things like a ballistic missile or ballistic missiles, and then after it expires to start enriching again. Well, yes, that's how a deal works. After it expires, it's no longer in place. But then you work from there.
You work from the deal. I don't know, give it like 5 years, and then once it's going good, you know, you can add on, you can talk more, you can give more restraints.
Hi, what's up, Anna?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I want to answer Muden's question, but in a good way, not like you did, Stephen.
What was that question?
About the actual like casualties and how the count is going on in Ukraine, like what is happening. So in Mariupol, we have the biggest estimate done by Swedish Institute of Calculations of that sort of thing is 88,000. That's the biggest count in Mariupol, which was done about in a month. So in a time of like 3 weeks.
Wait. Is that casualties or is that deaths?
Death, civilian death. Yeah, okay, that's the highest number in Mariupol specifically. Yeah, the kind of like the lowest 25,000. So in between 25,000 to 88,000, let's say. That's kind of like that. You can't really tell, to be honest. Like, I don't know how they get so specific fucking numbers everywhere over there, like in Gaza, Israel. But here it's like difficult because Russia is occupying that place and they're not allowing anyone there. So you can't have like proper investigations. You can't have people like from United Nations, whatever the fuck, you know, justice court, anyone, right? And because
the
of that,
population of that city is like 400,000.
Yeah, it was at the time. Yeah. So pretty heavy stuff. Like a lot of people obviously escaped as well. You know, were forced to escape. So you know, you can count that as well. Most people actually ran. But when it comes to calculating, it becomes really difficult because most of the territory that is currently occupied right now, for example, we can't say at all, right? So there's no way to like legitimately say. When we, for example, deoccupied places like Bucha, Izum, well, we uncovered like mass graves, and 90% of the people in those mass graves were civilians. So, and the numbers were like 500, 600, something like that, right? At a very small villages, towns, right? Yeah. So if you calculate numbers like that, you can probably imagine that they didn't do that in just one town and one city, right? They, you know, they did it in all sorts of places. So we can't say how many until those places are deoccupied. But it will be difficult even then because they fry people in like, how are they called? There's like fire stuff. You toss people to remove
like an incinerator.
Body material. That's pretty common. So, you know, we can't really do anything about that. But the way they calculated was basically by satellite footage, because they calculated how much the mass graves grew in Mariupol. So how many yards, like miles, I think you say in English, yeah, in American calculations, how many miles of cemetery was growing, right? So how many bodies were dumped, essentially, in graves. So that footage, and also from the morgue, from the local administration, And that's kind of how the calculation were done. But as far as like actually allowing people there, it's not allowed anywhere when Russia is occupied, which is 20% of the country. So, and Donbass used to be, for example, the most populated area of Ukraine. So a number of like people who actually lived there, it was way more populated than the west and the central parts. That's when it comes to actual, death toll of civilians that we do kind of like can calculate and know about. When it comes to how many people are refugees, it's about 6 million people, calculated by like United Nations and all sorts of people of that. It was 6 million refugees that went abroad, so like other countries in Europe, whatever, right? And about 10 million were internally displaced, so they moved from the places they lived to other places in Ukraine. Yeah, those are kind of like the numbers. When it comes to the actual death toll of soldiers, it's not like it's like publicly announced every 5 seconds, but like as far as like estimations go, it seems to be around 500,000 on our end, and
dead or casualties?
Dead, it seems, and dead or injured. I mean, they say dead or injured, so you can't really. Yeah, and about so anywhere between 1 million and 2 million on Russian end. So let's say 1.5 million. It would be like the middle. And yeah, that's kind of like, that's a big boy war, European war kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. Don't know what to tell you guys. The damage that was done to our infrastructure is actually worse than it was now at this point. Is worse than it was during World War II, which is kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like the destruction to the infrastructure, civil infrastructure, and in particular like buildings that people live in. But that probably is because of how many cities were completely eradicated by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also different methods of weapons, destructive way more now, obviously, than they were back then.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's kind of like the overall calculation. When it comes to like how many Russians we fucking nuked, they basically died way more than they died in pretty much any war except World War II. And more by the rate, like anywhere, not like Afghanistan where they lost a lot of people, doesn't even come close to how much they lost here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's kind of like the broad, data. You can't really tell like super duper concrete numbers, and I don't know. We also don't present the numbers that are cookie. Maybe we should. Actually, Steven was telling me like one time, maybe you should like bloat your numbers like to impress people. But we usually have we had yesterday a very bad bombing of multiple cities in Ukraine, and the numbers like 5 people here, 10 people here, 7 people here, 3 people here, a child here, like 40 people injured, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like 200 people died, all of that. So, but there's a difference though, because in our situation, we have way less population, first of all. It's less packed in terms of we have more population in terms of numbers, but it's way less dense, right, than it is in Gaza. That's one thing. And second thing, we actually have, the government and the organizations that help us. They evacuate us, they try to help people out. We aren't even allowed in danger zones, civilians. You can't go there because your safety will be more in danger than any of that place, right? So Hamas doesn't do that sort of shit, obviously. So because of that,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's not Israel is not responsible for the people they kill, obviously, right? But it also is kind of partially the responsibility of the people, of the government of Gaza to protect the people, and they do the opposite because,
Yeah,
obviously.
definitionally so. It's considered part of your obligations in war, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why as well. But also, I heard you speak way back. One thing I wanted to ask you about people I think you were speaking with Moot as well, if I'm not mistaken. By the way, how your hair dye? Go. Someone sent me a picture.
I just
it's yellow.
It's blonde right now, and then I think we're gonna wait a week, and then we're gonna do another bleach, and then it'll be blue then.
Blonde or yellow?
Like
or
yellow.
Canary?
I'm like a Super Saiyan right now.
Oh yeah. Your own hair is not that dark though. Like it's like medium dark, right?
Yeah,
like
it's like
how dark?
It's like brown. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
We'll
good
see. We're
luck.
trying not to. We're trying not to
Sure.
kill it, but it's feeling better. I put Olaplex and stuff in the hair, so.
I think if you want to like dye your hair, I think you do have to kind of kill it.
Yeah, I know.
I think that's how it works.
We're trying to kill it in the most responsible way possible.
Okay.
Exactly, that's how you do it. So you can kind of like you either way bleach is destructive to hair. Like there's no way around it. Anyone who says otherwise is lying. You know, there's no way to bleach your hair without damage. There are different kinds of damage. There is damage when it's like a little bit frizzy and dry, and there's damage when it falls off out of your head. So those are different types of damage, and you don't want the other one, typically.
Yeah. When I remember,
So,
I guess I didn't think I cared about my hair much, but I remember after I dyed it the first time, after I bleached it, I remember washing it in the shower.
Ooh.
It was like really set. Like I almost couldn't even get my fingers into it. It was so unbelievably fried.
That's very dry. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, you have to like really care for it.
No, it's way worse than coming out of the
Way
pool.
worse than that, yeah.
But after using that
It hasn't been
little,
that bad,
whatever that color conditioner shit I used for a year, whatever the fuck that was, though, I felt like my hair was back to normal in about a month. Like, it was just like washing it pretty regularly.
Yeah, you have to like moisturize it and you use hair masks and shit like that. You can't just walk around like with natural hair, basically, right? You have to consistently care for it. Otherwise, it will look dry. I have been dyeing my hair since I was 15, so I'm a little bit of an expert on that subject. But like, yeah, it's also there are dyes that are way less destructive as well that actually nourish your hair. For example, direct pigments, stuff like that. So you bleach your hair and then you apply direct pigments, and they just kind of like restore the follicles in your hair. They close them so they are not as like frizzy. So that helps like a lot of things, but you can't expect to just walk around like you are having natural hair. It's not going to be the same.
100%. Yeah, we put a hair mask in last night for the whole night, and then I washed it out this morning, and my hair's feeling a lot better already.
Hell yeah, because I was shown the picture and I was like, oh, the canary
I
yellow.
do feel like I could be wrong. I don't. It's not like I know much about hair dyeing. I've only done it one time, but they don't you want to dye it right after you bleach it, or like because if you start taking care of it and you make it feel nice again, and then you go to dye it, won't the dye not hold as well?
Closes, yeah, it kind of closes the follicles in the hair because
yeah, we're gonna bleach it again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, after the bleach you can take pauses between bleaching. That's good. But you after bleaching, you should dye it because your hair will be open and the dye will seep into the hair much better if it actually is straight after the bleach, basically.
Yeah. So I think, well, she's going to feel it today, so we might do it today, but probably next week we're going to do it again, and then immediately after, we're going to dye it.
Are you the only one who's
a
doing
nice
like
color.
that?
Am I the only one saying
blue?
that? Yeah, I'm the only
You're
blue
the
person.
only one what are the other people doing? Like nobody agreed to any manipulations?
Dan did a mohawk, and Wick cut his beard.
Yeah, Wick shaved.
Oh yeah, we cut his beard. I didn't recognize him. Okay, I didn't know it was him. I'm joking. I knew it was him, but I was also very drunk, so I didn't notice the beard that much, to be honest. We had like the entire continent was shit-faced after Orban lost, I feel like, for like 2 days at least. And I wanted to call in, but then crowd called in and he was shit-faced. And I thought like 2 drunk Europeans on your stream is a bit much. So I decided not to do it.
Nice.
Does it seem like the funding is going to get vetoed from Hungary?
Funding, you mean for Ukraine? The one they vetoed kind of hope so, but like I'm not 100% certain, to be honest, because like I understand like Magyar has to sort of cater towards the population, and in the meantime, for 16 years of Orban, and especially in the recent 4 years, there have been extensive anti-Ukrainian propaganda in Hungary. So quite a bit of the population is very sort of like negative towards us. At least 50% thinks we're like there and some shit. So. You need to like deal with that, and he can't be just like, go Ukraine. Like, I mean, the statements he already made are much better, obviously, than Orban. He said the aggressor is Russia, that Ukraine has a full right to defend itself, will not be like, getting in their way. Also, he's like frying every Russian motherfucker there right now, which I fucking love. He went on the show. Have you guys seen? On the first time he was on news, big like news show, because Orban didn't allow any of his opposition to be anywhere in the news on the TV at all.
Mm-hmm.
So this was the first time him appearing after he already won on a national news channel, right? And he's like, went there and he's like, actually, you know what? I'm dismantling this shit. Like, you're cancelled.
Yeah, I
Like
think it
you
was
were
on
like
the,
serving that.
they posted on the
Yeah,
subreddit this morning or something.
that was hot, dude. That was so good. Like after watching like everyone sucking Trump's dick and like him popping off on that show and her face was like, and she's like, wait, we didn't, and he's like, yeah, you did, you smeared me, you smeared my family, you didn't allow any opposition to be presented. They didn't even allow posters of him in the city, which is fucking crazy if you think about it. Like we had Zelensky everywhere, but there was no Magyar anywhere. So yeah, it's actually so cool that he won despite being so like so many obstacles, right, for him to do proper campaign, to actually like be in people's faces, to be on TV and all of that, and still people show up with 80%, nearly 80% of voting. People show up to vote. Like that's insane. Like
Pretty good, yeah.
yeah. So that was like a crowd actually vomited on stream, so that's kind of based when we were on the Wix panel. But he then ended up being lecturing people about like in a good way, like he knows quite a bit of history. So he was like politely barfed off screen and then returned to proceed to educate us on the history, very based. Yeah. Well, before I talk about the hair dye, there was like this thing I wanted to talk about Israel when you said like that people bring up the fact that they warn the population like before they do strikes and shit like that. I heard that being brought up quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know like what's your opinion on the matter, like Steven, but I heard like some people being like, how is that better, or is it like how is it like a plus? And I'm like, dude, like. I'm not sure, like, what do you mean? Because, like, Russia doesn't warn us about literally anything. You just get blasted with ballistics straight in your face, and that's about it. So there's no, like, warnings. Our air raid alerts are our air raid alerts. So it's our people, warning us that something is incoming. I never in history of mankind have Russia warned anyone about anything. So I'm, like, not sure how people can see it in the negative light.
It's for the pro-Pali people in the West, it doesn't really matter. Nothing. There's always going to be a reason why it's either not enough, or I had some guy the other day say, I don't know if you believe this, or he's saying some people make this argument that like it's actually just a form of harassment, that they'll like door drop or what do they call it, roof knock or whatever in white areas, but then they don't bomb it afterwards, so they just do it to be terrorists, or I don't know. There's nothing you can really do. That people just don't want Israel to fight with the Palestinians at all, so they take issue with everything. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, because I was kind of like confused because like obviously if you are a person in that situation, it's obviously shit. People come to you and you have to abandon your home with the risk, everything you own. I know that, I experienced that. So obviously I don't really, I'm not saying that's not like horrible, but like, yeah, but to think about it as a negative, as someone who was never warned about literally anything when it comes to Russian shells or like bombing or anything like that, it's just kind of strange concept to like warp your mind around, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of it, I think. We're all hyped about the whole fucking Orban thing. It's been 16 years of this dog shit, so it's it's pretty pleasant to see. People are super welcoming to Hungary as well, which I think is good because there was a lot of negativity, obviously, towards them because of the deep throat in Russia and Trump and all that Orban was doing. And it quite, affected people's attitudes towards Hungarians. But I think all of that is kind of cleansed now immediately because we all saw, that they came through to change that.
That's good. And then I get to be a little happy about it because for whatever fucking weirdo reason, the American administration right now seems to support every dictator on the planet. So having Vance go over there and try to say, Orban, you can do it or whatever, and then to see him get crushed, feels good.
Oh, and Trump literally was about to say, he did say, he's not about to say, he's actually said that he will like literally pay money to Hungarians if they vote for Orban, which was fucking crazy.
Oh, I didn't even see that, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, he made like a post on Truth Socials, if someone can like in the chat link it, that he was like, if you like go do the right thing and like vote for Orban, I will invest like a shit ton of like American money into Hungary, so do this.
Dumb.
Yeah, like straight up.
We kind of did the same thing with is it Argentina or is it Chile? Where is the Milei guy or whatever? The fuck, Which fucking country is this in South America?
Argentina, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe. Oh,
Argentina,
was it
yeah.
Oh, Argentina. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, where I think Trump was trying to run down there, and we did that whole weird soybean shit with them because Trump likes Belay so much,
Yeah.
and it's like I don't know. It's just
Yeah, I
fucking
remember that, but like this was a little bit like insane because it was like a couple days before the elections, and it's just
stupid.
it's just rough on the party that says like, oh, Ukrainians did. One said that Ukrainians did interference in Hungarian elections while he was there,
Sure.
and I'm like, bro, like, what? Can you relax a little bit?
Yeah.
But now you're beefing with the man of God himself, I guess. That's your new beef.
The Pope, yeah.
The Pope,
I'm sure you notice,
so
or I don't know if you've perceived this yet for like the way that Russian propaganda works. You know, the reason why historically, the reason why people make up claims about what the other side does isn't to say that it's bad. It's to give them the justification to do the exact same thing, right? So like,
yeah, I know that.
yeah. So that's why they say like, oh, well, you guys are interfering in their election. Not to say that that's bad, but to say like, that's why we're going to interfere next. It's fucking, it's stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, they do that all the time, mostly to like Democrats themselves, because they be like, oh, they did that because so it means we can do that, like the exact same thing, right? But the problem is in like 90% of cases, in 90% of cases, Democrats didn't do that.
Sure.
So that kind of like cancels out the whole thing. And even if they did do that, then that still doesn't explain why the fuck they're allowed to do the bad thing, right? It's not like it's a pretty common strategy. Russians kind of use it in a bit more. I guess you could say in a different sort of manner, but it's principally the same thing. So they would unironically would use you bombed people in Donbass that way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the big one, right? You guys were genociding the people in Donbass. So if we have a few civilian deaths, I mean, like you guys were literally causing a genocide and shit like that, yeah. Or like, we might be moving in like Russians, or we might be taking over places, but you guys banned the Russian language and you were hostile towards your Russian population. Like it's all these things to give them the excuse to do it, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, which none of them are true, which makes it extra sucky.
Sure.
But oh, by the way, I forgot, Mutin already left, but I forgot the settlements, by the way, how many people were deported and how many people estimated to be settled in, which is actually insane numbers, like absolutely insane.
Yeah.
How much Russians they settled in Mariupol and the other cities they occupied and towns is like actually mental. Like even if we ever take that back, it's going to be like absolutely fucking shit show, let's put it that way. Because there would be so many. I kind of hope they will just run. Like on their own, but otherwise I have no idea like what in the shit do you even do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's annoying because that's the plan, that's the goal, right? Is once you have a bunch of people there, it's hard to make them leave. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you will always look like the
ethnic cleansing is the word we use now because we don't use population transfer anymore. We talk about ethnic cleansing, so it's like the worst fucking thing in the world to do. Yeah.
Yeah, because also I kind of disagree with you, by the way. I never met a leftist who admitted that what is happening in Ukraine is genocide. Like, they would laugh in your face if you say that. I don't agree that they will bite that bullet. They don't even accept Holodomor to be a genocide.
Well, they wouldn't for the Holodomor, of course.
Of
but I think for everything that I found with Ukraine today, usually they just don't want to touch it, so they'll just grant whatever, but they'll say it's because of NATO expansion, and then they just move on. They might not actually say it's a genocide, I'm not sure.
Maybe but you're right, I don't know, but I never encountered that.
Yeah, they'll either grant it and move on, or they'll say something like, sure, but we're funding Israel, so that's what makes it worse. We don't fund Russia. They'll say some shit like that and then move on. So it's, somebody like Jackson Hinkle or whatever, Jackson Hinkle or Haas, they wouldn't grant that 100% no. But somebody like Hasan, I don't know.
I don't know. I can't imagine him uttering a sentence like that, to be honest with you. It just doesn't work with I recently posted a picture that was in year 1933 in Chicago. There was a bunch of Ukrainians, black and white photo, a bunch of Ukrainians in Chicago trying to bring attention to Holodomor and to protest basically a lack of action against it in the world. And they were all American commies who came in and started beating them up.
Okay.
So iconic, this photo. It's so representative of how they behave now with the Iranians who protested the regime in Iran now, and Cubans who protested Maduro's regime. It's like literally the exact same thing that keeps happening. Although Holodomor was obviously way worse than any of that. But it's just, I just can't imagine. Imagine yourself being that guy. You're like Ukrainian in 33, and you know that in your homeland, people are dying the most horrendous, painful death imaginable, eaten shoelaces and dust. Food being confiscated. They've been shot in the head if they try to leave the area to find food elsewhere, or they try to steal back the food that is being taken by them, by Moscow from them, right?
Yeah.
And that's 4 million people at the very least who died that way. And
there was actually there was a really crazy tweet by, did you see the ContraPoints one?
About...
Oh, people got real mad at this one, but they were like, if you're trying to understand something, like think about it this way, like imagine.
Oh, yeah, I commented on that. Hillary won.
Yeah, and then imagine funny. Israel is Russia and the Ukrainians are the Palestinians, and they're all starving to death. It doesn't really look like they're just starving themselves now, does it? You would call it a genocide 1 trillion%. Yeah, of course, yeah.
It's actually incredibly annoying to me still to this day to see there's an Evan guy on Twitter who's like a lefty dipshit that has a lot of like followers and
Wait, Evan
views
the
and things
wolf
like
guy
that.
or whatever?
Fuck, I don't know if it's the...
If it's who I'm thinking, I see his tweets all the time, but okay, go ahead, never mind, yeah. Or E1 loves Worf or something?
No, I don't think there's a surname there, I'm not sure. But there were so many dipshits on this platform that you kind of forget how they're all called.
Sure.
But there was like this guy who people thought was just a leftist, and people like liked his comments because he was like shitting on Trump on occasion. But he was like basically now doing the whole fucking Voldemort didn't happen thing, you know, they all do. And then he made recently a comment today or yesterday that people only talk about Voldemort because Black Book of Communism or some shit. It's like so mental because that book was like in the way later than, you know, Voldemort happened and people talked about it. There were like other people. It's just you know, just pretty crazy. We have only recently it has been recognized as genocide, like in like relatively recent times by like many European and Western countries. And I mean, it's just something about it just always irks me. Like nothing is done to us is ever worth anyone's notice, or is called a bad word, so to speak, right? Like, and it took years of trying to prove it. And there was like this one guy who actually came here during the Holodomor, and he initially wrote about it as if it's like, you know, it's not man-made famine. But then he came here and he actually learned that what was happening, and he's like, holy fucking hell, it's like the worst thing I've seen in my entire life. The man-made 100% people are shot, you know, when they try to even get food or like escape their area.
Or even
and like, you know,
Yeah, but basically, like the problem with America is we kind of like have our own little playground, and we borrow words and terms from like other parts of the world, and then we talk about them so much here that they lose all meaning. But then Americans will go run to the rest of the world to try to project the meaning that we've created domestically onto other people, and then that's where all of the dumb shit happens. Like for the longest time, America. We did have a bit of a red scare here where people were like obsessed about communism and stuff related to communism. But the problem is that got distilled down into a hatred of everything to the left. So you get people like Rush Limbaugh who would constantly talk about how like Obama and all of these people are horrible communists. So then you have a younger generation of people who only see communists as like...
Obama communist.
Yeah, and then they see a communist as like an attack word, and they're like, well, if somebody doesn't like... Because you know that thing like communism killed 100 million people, they would use that to attack Barack Obama. And then so like, yeah, everything is just fucking stupid. It's just dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but like at the end of the day, you know, it's just kind of difficult to sort of deal with that, because especially like it's also so callous and so like careless, you know,
well, yeah,
in like
but the issue
worst
there
possible way.
Is that if you guys were just a little bit browner, then we could care about your culture. Because you're white, it doesn't really, you don't have any respect. If you guys were brown, then you guys would be running around, go blah, 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 and then scream that you need to have more respect for your culture and that everybody needs to pay attention to your guys' pain and suffering more. But sorry, you rolled poorly there.
Yeah, we got different sort of treatment. Yeah, but yeah, it's just kind of nuts when you think about it, especially like since it's so blatant. Like they had like rules on it, was state policy, you know. So it wasn't like random shit. There were like laws on, for example, right, that were it basically said that if Ukrainians are stealing, so to speak, food they themselves grew and has been taken, that it's permissible to shoot them.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you want a real meme, if you ever want to actually feel suicidal or you actually want to kill yourself, anytime you talk to these people at the Holodomor, watch how much they'll waffle back and forth on it. Bring up the potato famine, the Irish potato famine, and all of them will immediately say, "Oh, that was a British mandated genocide of the Irish 1 trillion%." They'll immediately say that.
Yeah, I know
Yep.
that.
And it's just like this.
The Irish say that, okay?
Yeah. Yep. They'll immediately say, "Oh yeah, genocide, 100%." Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I talked with the multiple like Irish people, and I was like, if anyone, okay, in this world should understand like what Holodomor was, it would be them. But alas, okay.
Yeah.
If it's the English, then it's the worst thing ever happened in the history of mankind. If it's here, but then it's like just a tiny mistake, miscalculation, whatever,
Yeah.
a big flop. Yeah, and then the fact that that it only happened obviously here and they bring up. I always hear tankies bring this up that it's not true because it also happened in Kuban, and that was actually hilarious because that was in Russia, yes, but
Wait.
75%
It also happened in.
people,
What did you say? You're thinking.
Did I cut off?
Yeah. Wait. You said it happened. It's also hilarious because it happened in
It
what?
was a region called Kuban. It
Oh,
was
okay.
like part of Russia, and they bring it up as it's like as a proof that it didn't happen just in Ukraine, which is hilarious because if you actually like spend 3 seconds googling, you will learn that majority of people there were ethnically Ukrainian, and 75% of the population spoke Ukrainian.
Mm-hmm.
So that area that they bring up as example that is Russian and people died there in mass during Holodomor is just they were Ukrainian.
Sure. Yeah.
And what's hilarious as well, they then replaced them with Russians, and they prohibited the language immediately. So they transferred all the schools into being Russian, all the curriculums to be in Russian, and stopped the printing in Ukrainian immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Not good.
Okay. Yeah, you can't really make it more obvious if you tried, but it has been a battle, unironically, to get recognition for this for such a long time. I mean, we kind of won it, I guess, not with tankies, but with like regular people, obviously, because it has been recognized. As far as like what you said about the children, then UN officially recognized it as a crime against humanity.
Okay.
But I'm not sure like about the G word, how they feel about that one. But recently, like a couple months ago, they actually recognized it as a crime against humanity. Which sounds bad to me. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't think we need the G word on literally everything, to be honest.
Yeah.
But apparently you do, I guess, if you want to bring any sort of.
If you want anybody to care.
Yeah. No Jews, no news applies, I guess.
Indeed.
But also, some person in the chat actually said, I saw, shout out to that person, said that Zelensky is the only Jew who gets no news.
He's got to play into that Judaism more,
he
or
does
actually, no, wait, never
like,
mind. That would be bad because technically he's the one getting attacked, so they wouldn't care, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't think in this climate, to be honest, that like his Jewish card is worth pulling out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah. Anyway, it was kind of fun to see Hungarians rip off the posters though of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was like this funny meme that Ukrainians made that Hungarians being disappointed at the box at the voting box when they don't see Zelensky as a candidate because like there was so much of him that you might unironically think that he was running for being president of Hungary.
Nice.
Yeah. Have you seen the Absolute Cinema meme?
Yes, yeah. Of
With
the
the
new leader looking at Orban or whatever in the palace, yeah.
Yeah, my God, it's so fresh, dude, to see like a young person, okay, like not like fucking 80-year-old
politician,
fucking. Yeah. He actually engages like with the people in like ways that younger people can relate to.
Mhm.
Kind of nice, isn't it?
Indeed. Well, don't worry. We're going to have a young 60-year-old president here in the United States soon, and it's going to be amazing, okay?
Actually, will be young by your standards, I think. How old was Pelosi when she was doing this fucking trip to Taiwan, I think?
I feel like Pelosi is like 80 or 80 plus now. Pelosi,
yeah, I thought she was like
she's 86 years
90
old.
or something.
Yeah.
Holy moly, dude! Like this is like dementia stuff. Honestly, like it shouldn't be in the fucking like. No, I know you love your boy Biden. Like no offense to him. Like he was like way less senile and demented in comparison to Trump, obviously, to anyone with like eyes and ears. But like still ancient duder. Like give it a rest, okay?
Yeah. Yep, they do be.
Well, maybe
getting
have someone
old.
new.
Maybe, yeah. Hopefully next election we'll get somebody. Yeah.
People say like I saw like Olsaf or Olsaf.
Asaf.
Oh yeah, yeah. That one guy is like sort of cool. Like, and there was another. He's also like sort of at least charismatic and not ancient. So maybe that.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. It's 2 years, 3 years from now. So 2 years, yeah.
Yeah. Get a hottie like Maria, okay? That will help.
We'll do our best. Okay, I believe.
Yeah.
What? I'm assuming everything cut off. Okay.
Campaign on the importance of vaccines could have health messaging campaign on the importance of vaccines could have stopped this surge of measles cases as it had in past outbreaks. But I was appalled to learn that the CDC suspended public health messaging on vaccines last February. It ended a successful flu vaccine campaign as well. My question is, did President Trump approve your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
You got a lot of misinformation there, first of all.
No, I'm asking you a question. I
Let me
appreciate a
respond
response
to the misstatements that you've made.
No, you have other opportunities. I have limited time.
I only have,
Please
you're
answer my
the only
question.
opportunity I have
Did
to
President Trump approve
respond.
your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging
Let
campaign?
allow me to respond to a lot of the misinformation.
No,
that
answer
you
my
just-
question, please, sir. I have limited time.
There's a global measles epidemic. We've done better in preventing
There's
it than
no
any country in the world.
No country that has seen a bigger percentage increase.
That's not
than
true.
this.
Mexico has 3 times our measles, and they have
President
1/8 of our
Trump approve
population.
your decision to end the CDC's
Does Mexico vaccinate for the measles?
Canada has double the
that a
measles, and
decision
they
that
have
was made
1/3
by
of
Trump?
1/8 of our population.
He approved that.
We've done better at preventing measles than any country in the world.
Mexico is experiencing a major measles. This is a New York Times summary. Mexico is experiencing a major measles outbreak with over 13,000 confirmed cases and 35 deaths reported between January 2025 and mid-March 2026. The driven by low vaccination rates, has severely affected Jalisco, and Chihuahua, threatening the country's measles-free status.
Trump approve your decision to end the CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign.
We've done better at preventing
That's not
measles
answering my question,
and ending
sir.
the epidemic
That is
than
not
any
answering my
country
question. And I
in the
think you don't
world.
want to answer the question because I think you know
I want to
that
respond to
you are
your
making
misinformation.
terrible decisions that impact very, very real lives, especially the lives of children. Now, one thing that I find incredible is that you suspended this pro-vaccine messaging campaign, but somehow you're spending taxpayer dollars to drink milk shirtless in a hot tub with Kid Rock. And somehow you think that's a better public health message
Your time is
than
expired
informing
by a
the
minute.
public about the importance of vaccines?
I see the Minnesota thing. Talk to me when they charge the people that actually shot and killed, or whatever, the Renee Good and the Preddy stuff. Jesus, I don't care about random ICE agents being charged for assault in Minnesota. That's nice. It's good. That's great. They should do it. But tell me when the big charges come, okay?
Gentle lady's
Really?
time is expired.
Really? I yield back.
You don't have anything to yield. Mr. Smucker.
Jesus. Ilan Omar is calling for MTG to be brought into the fold. Oh.
Biggest streamers. I'm sure you've been aware that one of your biggest streamers, Hasan Piker, has been in the middle of this weeks-long debate inside the Democratic Party about whether people should go on his stream, as more politicians do go on Twitch. I saw Gavin Newsom was gaming on there somewhat recently. I mean, you know, you've obviously dealt at various times with Hasan Piker. You guys have, you know, you guys have taken him off the platform. He's kind of come back on, you know, temporarily kind of suspended him. What's your perspective as you kind of watch this play out? Do you think that people are kind of misunderstanding, or anybody in the Democratic Party is kind of misunderstanding his audience or his kind of popularity there? What do you think as you're watching this debate?
Yeah. So look, you know, I don't have an opinion on any particular streamer. I think it's absolutely the case that one of the challenges when you're live streaming is you're up there and you say a lot. And when you say a lot, especially as you're more inflammatory, you might say a lot of things that are over the top. Now, for us, the way we handle that is we have a very clear set of community guidelines where we do not allow certain type of behavior. If you violate that, then we take enforcement actions and we suspend you. It's designed not to kick you off forever. It's designed to say, no, you're going to have a suspension.
Forever.
Whenever Hasan has stepped over the line, we've taken action. And it's interesting now because those folks will get worked up from both the right and the left on this because we have also conservative people that are saying certain things that some people don't like.
Who?
Asmongold,
sorry.
Kind of works well on Twitch is if you don't like what someone's saying, then don't go and listen to them.
Yeah, right.
And then it's not in your face at all, literally.
Yeah.
It doesn't get injected in you like you got to go see it.
Totally.
No, you disagree. And so, in general, we think it is important for us to allow people to express themselves.
I mean, technically, what he's saying is true. I mean, like, it does feel like they're treating, like, Asmongold and Hasan get the same treatment. I guess that maybe is just personal for me. I just don't know how the fuck I'm still banned on that platform, given how seemingly extreme a lot of the rhetoric is over there now.
Gas prices. How much longer will Americans continue to see these high gas prices?
Well, they're not very high. If you look at what they were supposed to be in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon, with the danger that entails. So the gas prices have come down very much over the last 3-4 days. I know, that's what ABC says. But the fact is that if you look at the stock
fake news gas
up,
reporters, God damn it.
everything's doing really well.
Gas prices. How much longer will Americans?
Oh, this was the tweet from ContraPoints. I usually try to explain it like this. Picture Stalin as Hillary Clinton. Now imagine she's Israeli. Doesn't look so much like the Holodomor was caused by peasants burning their own food now, does it? Gun to your head, name one thing Stalin did wrong. There's obviously plenty of correct answers to this challenge, but a good way to troll a tanky, if they actually ask you this with a gun to your head, would be to bring up Stalin's position on the creation of Israel. Oof. Damn, and the lefties are piling onto her. Whew. If Stalin looked like Hillary Clinton, would you let him into your house to film a shitty documentary? Natalie, did they give you a drug that makes you ponder the apocalyptic horrors you witness while hanging out with Hillary and reference it loosely in everything you post? Last time you did this, you accidentally confirmed Israel's nuclear threat against the West. Hillary Clinton as Stalin would have offered a means-tested tax credit instead of launching the most incredible government-run industrialization program in world history, which saved every Slav in Europe from being exterminated by the Nazis. Jeez, kulaks are peasants now? Jesus.
However, of some famous words spoken by a guy by the name of Mao Zedong.
I don't get it. Can you explain? Well, what Natalie or what ContraPoints is saying is that lefties won't consider the Holodomor genocide because most of them will defend Stalin, even though they spent so long saying like, "Well, that wasn't a real communist regime." Now they just will defend Stalin. But if you were to play out the Holodomor, or actually the Holodomor didn't even happen. I'm sorry, the Holodomor was before Stalin even came to power. So I don't even know why they would defend. Wait, let me check. No, wait, never mind. Stalin was in power during the Holodomor. Yes, he was. Never mind. If something akin to the Holodomor would have happened under Israeli occupation of the Palestinians or whatever else, they would obviously call that a genocide, no matter what. But obviously none of these standards are applied to any socialist or communist state or whatever. Hi, what's up?
Quick point, yeah, the Holodomor was done by Stalin, but there's another thing, just very quickly, sorry. The point a lot of tankies make when they talk about industrialization saving the Slavs from extermination is that Stalin industrializing the Soviet Union and Ukraine and Russia and all these countries created enough military and economic capacity so that they could resist the Nazis in the military sense. And that's kind of like the argument they make, because if it's like even though it's very immoral, some of them would say the Holodomor, they would say that despite the Ukrainians dying, they industrialized enough that they could have beat the Nazis in a conventional conflict. That's all. Sorry.
Okay. Wait, I don't understand.
You don't understand? Okay, so like.
Or wait, what are you saying? They're saying? Or yeah, say that again.
They're saying that the Holodomor is necessary in order to clear enough land for factory use and to industrialize and to mechanize the entire economy of the Soviet Union, so the economy could be geared towards the military and they could use the military capacity to fight the Nazis. And that's why the Holodomor was kind of justified. They're not saying it was justified because the kulaks were just worthless people. It was justified because they needed to industrialize in order to fight the Nazis. Now, a counter argument to that would be, did Stalin fucking have like telekinesis and could sense that Hitler was gonna invade him like 20 years or 10 years before it happened? No, but in hindsight, many of them would argue that it kind of like saved the Soviet Union from total destruction.
Huh. Okay. I don't think I've heard that argument before, but
Okay.
I'll take your word for it.
No, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
Be careful. Okay, fuck this. Wait, we have to finish this one. Jeez.
Of the party, that course corrected after maybe they said some things that might not make too much sense or might not have been really that helpful to the Ukrainians. I don't see why the same thing can't be done on the campaign trail to avoid the problem. Nip it in the bud before it becomes more terrible to fix, more expensive to fix, more like we're gonna have to have a public discussion about Russophiles in our own party. Like I don't want that, and I don't think Hartzell is a Russophile. I don't think that. Let me be clear. But we can't allow Russophile takes or Russophile positions to seep in to a type of appeasement or a type of inaction on war.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Awesome. I mean, yeah, no, I super agree. I've already signed up. I showed the chat. I've pinned it. So I don't know, I'm looking forward to this shit. I will say this. This is like my one concern. When I see the track APAC people, I see that they have a lot of like weird statistics on how they rate who and who is not like Zionist in their eyes and pro-Israel in their eyes, and they'll like try to completely write off candidates for maybe not so, in my eyes, legitimate reasons. What do you think like the ultimate criteria is going to be with this tool, with the graphics that are going to come out? Like, are you vehemently pro-Ukraine, or do you have a position that is like, you know, this ranking sort of thing? With track APAC, it's just like
a three. We have essentially a three tier. We have three tiers. The first tier is green, and our standard is you need to join Azov, fight on the front. No, okay. Our standard is you need to just support aid to Ukraine until there's peace. At the very least, you need to not leave them hanging with no means to defend themselves, no means to protect their people. That really is the centerpiece in everything. If this project grows, I have other ideas for what we can aim for once Democrats take back the House, which is why I'm doing this now. I'm not doing this later. Primarily, I would point to the idea that Republicans held up Ukraine aid over immigration. Why can't we hold up any Republican priority over dealing with the war Trump said he'd deal with in 24 hours, and now we're going on 2 years and he hasn't been able to fix it? He hasn't been able to fix the situation. I would like to see Democrats win on that. I asked the vice chair of the party about this directly, and she said it basically would be nice, but I got no commitment. And so we need to act aggressively. We need to act with our heels in the ground and say clearly, like, look, we will make everyone in the party that is largely supportive of Ukraine know not only about these candidates in action, but also the parties in action if they decide that they can just kind of leave the Ukrainians to the wayside, because at least they're not Marjorie Taylor Greene, at least they're not Donald Trump, and they can repeat the same mistakes of both the Obama administration and the Biden administration, which, I mean, those are the mistakes that led to us having Donald Trump in the White House able to kind of keep the Ukrainians stringing along. So long term, this is not just a question about pressuring candidates on the campaign trail. Eventually, I would like to talk about the party organizationally, what the party can do. I would rank inaction as failure. I would not rake, hey, I just said I support Ukraine. That fucking means nothing to me. In fact, if you say you support Ukraine and then don't want to give them aid, I think less of you than somebody who says Slava Russia in my chat. And the reason why is, to me, at least like they have a position. At least they believe something. You believe something's bad, but you don't want to do anything about it. And then you'll show such viciousness and anger when talking to you about domestic political issues or the wars that you actually care about, right? True. Because then you just sound like J.D. Vance. What did he say when he was running for Senate that he had to apologize to the Ukrainian community for before reversing it after he won? He said, I don't care about the war. I literally do not care when the Russians invaded. And so I don't just want to talk about, here's a random candidate where we're going to pick on the campaign trail. This is a general set of standards that we need to hold both parties to, but I also am realistic about what parties is.
Mostly the Democrats, yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's probably going to be mostly the Democrats that are going to be responsive to this, because that's where the base that cares about this is, right? Wine moms of America support Ukraine, and it shouldn't be that wine moms of America are somehow more progressive than like 20-something, TikTok progressives. And I say TikTok progressives as in, the type of media consumption is different, and that allows whatever the algorithm to serve you to kind of choose a lot of times what you see, and sometimes it might be Russophilia or might be sympathies for the invading power, whether it's based on color, tinted glasses from the Soviet Union or whatever. We need to make sure that we're organizing on this, because right now there seems to be an assumption that the party will just handle it. That, well, I don't need to go talk about Ukraine because the establishment cares about Ukraine. Well, it was Obama's establishment and Biden's establishment that mishandled a lot of this. Biden less than Obama, but Obama really mishandled it back in 2014. So obviously, they might care about it in sympathy, but as we know, caring about it and doing something are two different things. So long term, I think that organizations, and I hate to say this, organizations like PV and candidates should be put on notice when organizing events and money that go to people who aren't going to support Ukraine, put on notice with ambassadors, and if past that point they don't want to cooperate, then politics is politics. That's just how it works.
Yeah. Man, you're saying it so well. I have almost nothing to contribute. I just have a solidarity boner, dude. This is awesome. Full support for me. I really think this is important. I mean, it sounds like you have Ben's ear. So, people like to say, he just threw Dylan in there to throw Ukraine a bone. But I think he legitimately cares about this, and I think he'll take it down to it if he doesn't. I mean,
and I don't think Sam is. I'm saying names like everybody knows these people, but I don't think these people are in opposition to Ukraine. I've had earnest conversations with these people before, but I also don't know how they choose which candidates they're going to fundraise for, because if Hartzell said he didn't want to do anything about Palestine, would they have put him on with the people he put him on? No.
Yeah.
But Ukraine, that gets a pass. That's different. That's okay. And I think that standard has to be crushed, because not only is it wrong to abandon these people, but it's also electorally stupid, because again,
it's incoherent. It makes you look like a hypocrite. Yeah. All right, awesome. Well, guys, check it out. I pinned it in the comments. Please go sign up for the mailing list. And fuck yeah, dude, this is really inspiring to me. I mean, the shit like this is the reason that I'm damn, I can't wait to get big and mobilize an audience to do something cool. I hope I get to do something half as cool as this and set a standard. So thanks, man. Appreciate it. Any other other than the project? Oh, see, now I feel bad for snubbing a living there with 4 times this big audience, because this would have been great to announce there. I mean, I'll actually bring it up next week just as a plug at the end when we plug all our stuff. But yeah, anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, I would ask do you think that PV, because this is the thing that got me, right? I align economically and politically much more with the general activist base at PV than I probably would with a lot of the people at the ground game. And those two are feuding a lot.
Yeah.
I did both because, again, my position is, is this going to help beat Republicans? Yes, then let's do it, right? But my philosophy about elections, my political philosophy around elections is winning. Okay, that's my political philosophy around it. It's kind of weird to me that I so quickly got from their group, yes, we will not make, none of this money will go towards an anti-Ukraine candidate, right? Do you think it will be easy to get organizations like PV to make commitments we won't organize money for anti-Ukraine candidates or candidates that won't support aid to Ukraine?
I don't know well enough, but my perspective is if it is, then that's Ben, I'm listening, talking to you directly now. That's the stuff that would make me move away from such an organization, because it's okay, if you're signaling mixed messaging, if you're signaling things that are antithetical to the overall movement of anti-war or the overall movement of pro-solidarity, anti-imperialism, then I think that undermines the movement, and I don't want to be a part of that. If there's a more consistent organization that's willing to be consistent and help those movements, I'm going to go with that instead. But I like the idea that there's this friendly competition between them right now. I like the idea that both are pushing the party in a way that can hopefully fundraise and beat Trump. So until it becomes a thing where it's actively detrimental, which I think could happen, I'm not saying we're not close to that potentially, depending on which candidates they pick. I think keep getting active and donating and working and volunteering. So,
do you think that if an organization like PV didn't, that would be things that would make sense to cut ties over?
Yeah, I think the biggest concern that was raised in that panel, was it this week or last week, was, hey, this is getting usurped by tankies. And I was like not convinced that was the case. I mean, a lot of them are like from the Vosh community, and there's some tankies there, but I think there's also like, you know, pro-Ukraine progressives. But if it gets to the point where this organization is actively demonstrating, here's one of our policy positions, and it is antithetical to what you believe, like we're not pro-Ukraine, we are not pro-Taiwan, and we won't make those concessions. Like maybe we'll throw a bone to a pro-Taiwan candidate, but ultimately we're fundamentally anti, or we're pro-one China or something like that. I'll be like, all right, well, that can't be what I attach my name to. That's where the line gets crossed, where it's like, these are now our hardline stances that are not what you believe. Yeah.
I gave Oliver credit on Ukraine, honestly, partially because I just got to choose to pick my battles. Right, I got to pick my battles a bit. Like I could go out there and I could make an impassioned speech for the self-determination of local populations and like the governance model of the Taiwanese and how they have a right to make these relations. But this is what I know. This is where I have my ties. This is like the war I've like put my life out there for, and will continue to until it's over. So that's what I'm trying to focus on. But I would wonder if an organization like PV, I think, would probably be most served not by necessarily going out there like, hey, I'm going to cut ties with Hartzell. Like, sorry, Hartzell, we've been shamed. We've been shamed into this. It would probably be better, hey, we would like to facilitate a conversation between X and X group because we know that these organizations or like Ukrainians have noticed that you haven't had a position and they would like to talk to you about expanding your anti-war worldview. Right? I think
so not
that would probably be the best role for
testing, but like, let's try to facilitate pushing these people in the right direction. And then if it becomes the case that these people are, I think if you give them the space to elaborate on this and they double down or triple down or even say even worse things that are like, pro-Russia propaganda type stuff, then it's like, all right, well, like maybe then you're not someone that we should be endorsing. I agree with that. Like that level of purity, instant purity testing, I think is harmful, but being able to like really expand and try to push these people in the right direction is like even better. Like it's like, okay, like here, let's give them a chance too. Like this is not like a thought terminating end of the conversation. Well, final question for you then, like what would an organization have to do for you to be like, okay, I'm cutting ties? Because like you have it worse than me, right?
Isn't this what PACs are supposed to do? Do you think PV will do some PAC work? Isn't PV a PAC, or are they organized as a PAC?
Like you and I probably have very similar politics. You have like a deeper grievance, even though we agree on Ukraine. Like you have more personal stake and more investment in it, and they'll work with Hasan, and Hasan has fucked you over, right? So like, or it's just said like terrible things about you. What would your line be?
Look, it's not, hey, you brought on a commentator that isn't supportive of Ukraine. That's not what I care about. I don't care about the individual figures. Like, I'm sure I could go through the list of people they brought on and I could say, Crystal Ball said this about Ukraine. This person said that about Ukraine. This person. I don't care even really that much about the content creators. I care about the votes in Congress. I care about those who are going to actually have the power to decide who lives and who dies. That's my line. And so my line is life. My line is us actually standing with the Ukrainians. And that means aid to Ukraine. That means not abandoning them. That means supporting Ukraine. But that largely lays in what our country can most give them, which is ballistic missile defense and the capacity to defend themselves, while not doing it for neo-colonialist resource grabs and like the current policy of the administration. How much did we hear from the left? Outrage and Trump trying to just steal resources. It didn't get that much attention, even though this type of trend of, trying to squeeze the Ukrainians from every ounce of value as they're struggling to survive is deeply immoral. I'd like to see commitments that they would make sure that the Ukrainians are our partners, not our resource pool, not our meat shield, our ally. That gave up atomic weapons for international security. That would be my standard. And look, I think a lot of this will be hopefully solved through Dreamers going into the cold, harsh earth. And what I mean by that is the left right now is a movement of dreamers, where many of our people have not really been elected to office yet. The ones who have found that cold, hard earth. That's why progressives in elective office, none of them are against aid to Ukraine. Some of them might be against seizing Russian assets, Ilhan Omar, like specifically, but it'll be for different like legalistic reasons rather than don't support Ukraine. Once you go out there and you have the dream of a peaceful earth. I was a Mike Gravel kid. People forget that, right? People view me as extremely hawkish to my views on Ukraine, but I came up as a Gravel kid. That was my first step onto the political scene. I think once they get out there and they realize Trump tried to end the war. A lot of people tried to end the war, and the Russians kept going, even though we both made agreements to support the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians need the means to defend themselves, or hundreds of thousands of people would be displaced, and the homes that are taken over will be given to the soldiers that displaced those people, right? That's a deeply immoral situation to allow, considering that their security was tied to our security through the assurances we gave them. And maybe you wouldn't have given that assurance back in the 90s. Maybe you would have told the Ukrainians, give up your nukes, but we give you no assurances. The Ukrainians have to depend on that for their lives. And so abandoning them is an immoral position. And so I think a lot of them, through these dreamers finding Washington, finding the history, will hopefully realign their dreams to be inclusive of Ukrainian liberation and Ukrainian self-determination. That's what I hope to see. But if we don't see that, then we go fucking hard. That's the only other option.
All right. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, you're like the most consistently based person in this space. Who the fuck else is put their life on their line, their funds on the line, like actually holding these people's feet to the fire? You inspire me, Dylan. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Soypill.
Yeah,
I'm also homosexually attracted to you. I agree.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, awesome, dude. Let's see. I mean, let's see where this fucking goes. I'm gonna promote this again on Monday, and yeah, best of luck to you. This is fucking awesome, dude.
Thank you very much. I wanted to talk to you too about this specifically because I think that we do probably have the closest politics of anybody else that was on that show.
Yeah, I think you and I were the only ones who weren't like going in there to just like absolutely trash Israel for the sake of it and not literally talk about why war is bad, which is kind of how it was sold to me. Like I was a little taken aback by just like how wild it was getting towards the middle there.
I mean,
but yeah,
I'm more meant I'm more meant on the Live and Learn panel. That's why I messaged you. I didn't message anybody else.
I don't know. I mean, Pisco's. It's hard to peg Pisco down. It depends on who you ask. I think Pisco would be pretty aligned as well, and I think Hutch and I are absolutely going to be like, this is the coolest fucking thing ever. Knowing that. No,
I didn't mean that they wouldn't support it. I meant that I thought maybe would give me an idea as to any issues I could run into or problems with this or anything like that, because I think that you're probably the farthest left there, which puts us probably closer to where we are politically. And so I thought maybe you could give me like an insight to these groups of like, hey Dylan, maybe that isn't a good idea, or like this is how you should do it, Dylan.
Yeah.
Like,
no, you've literally just every single concern I would have had, which is like you're making sure it's not like an unlimited purity test. You're giving space for these candidates to evolve. You're like not just making this a black and white thing. There's tiers to this. Like I think this is like absolutely perfect. So I mean, hey, maybe something will come up, but like I'm full deep throat and support in this thing. This is awesome.
Thank you. What do you think of our logo, by the way? They spent like
wait, let me bring this up. Does it show up on the?
I didn't show it on screen yet. I'll show it after.
Yeah. Well, then I don't know because it just is coming soon in the mailing list.
Oh no, I meant if you go to Twitter, you'll see our logo.
Oh, Twitter.
Track Ukraine on Twitter.
Track Ukraine.
Should be a
Twitter track.
Just
at Track Ukraine?
Yeah, at Track Ukraine.
At Track Ukraine.
Show you guys the logo after. Wait, guys. Wait, chat.
I'm not seeing anything. And to be clear, I can't search on Twitter.
You can't search on Twitter. You're banned. Oh, no. Why did you get banned? What happened?
Dumb joke that they were like, you're celebrating death. And I wasn't. I celebrated the death of a fictional. Oh, wait, got it. I let some guy let me use his account. His name's the Soypill. He let me log in as him. Oh, that is an awesome logo with the sunflower.
Yeah, I got it designed by Ukrainian graphic designers, and you know, obviously you can see the yellow is curved to be like a wheat field kind of. It's the same colors as the Ukrainian flag, and there's 24 petals to represent each Ukrainian oblast.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
awesome. All right, followed, promoted. We'll double promote next week, and Godspeed.
Awesome. And so that means if we start the pressure, you'll join us in the pressure. Let me put on my best LBJ impression. You're gonna share all the posts, every single one that comes in your feed, right? Because you love Ukraine and you don't want to abandon Ukraine, correct?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I was doing the fundraisers for a while for the trucks. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know if you were on the live streams for that, but yeah, absolutely. I'll be retweeting that stuff. Hey, man, I'll show up to the politician's office and stand menacingly and then also ask them for a polite conversation. So whatever it takes.
Awesome. Funnily enough, I don't participate in military fundraisers because I take the divide between being a journalist and directly participating in war like really seriously. It's why sometimes I get irked when I get called like pro-Ukraine activist instead of journalist. But then when I do stuff like this, it's totally fair clarification, but it just makes it look like it can sully the journalism or it can like sully the image of independence. But when I'm acting like right sector, far right, like the actual far right of Ukraine in the military base, like 3 miles from the Russian border, like, so after the war, are you going to bash homosexuals? Like I'm asking those types of questions. I think I'm not bought out by Big Zelensky.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, well, awesome. Thanks so much, Dylan. I appreciate it. And yeah, if you have anything else later, let me know. Anything I can do to help. Sounds like PV, or Ben, at least wants to dedicate time to it.
I saw PV followed us, so like it would be great if PV facilitated this conversation. And we started on a good note. We didn't start on like some, because I really think that the genuineness can like take a lot of the pathway here. Like I'll do a lot of the work.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thanks again, man.
Thanks for talking to me. I know this isn't like a typical conversation, but I needed somebody to bounce this off of.
I know. No, of course, this is great. What's the prequel mean? We will look into your career with great interest.
That's good. That's good. Okay, man. See you later.
All right, bye.
Wow, cute. How much luck do you think you should have before trying to loot this thing? Also, we need to start fighting back for some terms. I've said this a lot, but purity testing is not bad. It just depends on what you're purity testing for, right? Like you need to have a differentiation between your beliefs and the beliefs of people who aren't part of your movement. It just depends on what you're testing for. Israel fucks up with Italy. Italian PM says suspends renewal of defense agreement with Israel. Uh-oh. We are petitioning the prosecutor's office move swiftly to file the appeal for a longer sentence and putting together the relevant case law, citing Korean cases far less severe than Johnny Somali that received far more time behind bars. Okay.
You can sit here.
People said the manosphere is coming back. I don't know if Tate and them ever were on that huge like the Jews are destroying everything train. I feel like those guys weren't really part of that ever. But I could be wrong. I just don't remember that ever being the thing. I thought they kind of like ditched that. I think that was mainly like a Fresh and Fit thing, and then maybe some other people.
And you can sit here and you can blame the system, blame the banks, blame the Jews. Which Jew came to your house and stopped you going to the gym? Because you got skinny ass arms, you look like a bitch to me. So which Jew stopped you going to the gym? Oh, but the Jews control the media and the media make the women not listen. They make the women not listen to you because they fucking listen to me.
Jesus.
You know why? The guns. Nigger.
What? Jesus Christ! Fuck! Calm down. Jesus. Destiny. They would blame the Matrix, Destiny. He's black. It's okay. Oh, that was right. Oh, I mean, I don't think the Matrix, though, was a reference to Jews. I think it was just a reference to all of society keeping you down or whatever, right?
Promise me one thing, Jeff. Never let them change who you are.
Why? Okay.
Why aren't we seeing this sentiment? Why are people feeling better?
Well, I when I was in the investment business, there are consumer surveys, but I used to look at what are the people really doing. So at Treasury, we have loads of CEOs come through, whether they're in retail, credit card, the banks, and the consumer, while they may be sounding grim, is actually quite buoyant.
Mm-hmm.
So we are seeing spending has been very solid across most categories.
So they might not feel good, but...
Well, look, in their heart of hearts, they feel good. I'm not sure what they're telling the survey people.
Why aren't we...
Okay, whatever. Apparently this clip has resurfaced. They've dug up our true beliefs, our true opinions. Me and Mr. Moot talking shit while playing fucking Call of Duty is where the true political opinions come out.
And saying the quiet part out loud. Well, no, these people, again, like they are very, very, very violent. And I think the problem is that this violent rhetoric has become so normalized that now, like there's no way for you to have like a reasonable conversation about policy with these people because
I'm getting fucking... True. All the policy debate that Asmongold engages in. Oh my God.
To the extent that you don't say something, they will have like, their radical sides that are now advocating for literally killing you.
Yeah, true.
That's the problem. Is that like you can't have a normal discourse with them. It's impossible to do. Scholastic terrorism. And the big problem, here's the really big problem. The really big problem is that there's no accountability for this. Like, I mean, I don't want to see this is like years ago, right? I don't think anything should happen to them now, but I think that this is representative of a larger problem. And the larger problem is that people want to use violence to solve problems whenever they can't win an argument inside of their ideas.
To be fair, Moot is Giga unhinged. No, the actual answer to this, which is fucking retarded because these guys know it, and I can prove it right after. The actual answer to this is we were living in a slightly different time, right? This was like 2020, 2021. We were not yet in the era of, I guess we're just doing fucking political executions now, where Charlie Kirk or Minnesotan lawmakers or people are doing, like, it just wasn't, was this 2019? Oh, wait, was this before even the BLM riots? Fuck. Oh, I wanted to say, I feel like I wouldn't have said this after BLM, but I say that I'm living in California, so it makes me feel like, but when did I move to California? Was I living in this apartment when COVID happened? Oh, okay, then never mind. Then this was 2019. This was pre even BLM riots. We were not in the era of like political assassinations. But you know how I know that we were in a different era? You know how I know that like all of these things were kind of like treated a little bit differently? Because around this time, we were chatting with each other and fucking doing panels and shit.
Okay.
say you come up with these.
Oh, it's the same fucking apartment. Oh, because nobody cared back then. It was a totally different environment. Oh, so back then, whatever rhetoric, because I think me and Mootin, or either me or Mootin talk about we need to genocide all the conservatives or whatever. This is not like a serious thing, because there's not people getting politically fucking murdered. And it obviously wasn't that serious because Asmongold didn't even fucking care because we were literally on panels together talking to each other. Yeah. I don't think I would make the same comment today because now we're in the era of everybody's fucking murdering each other.
That's basically what happens. Wait, why do these people, why wait to act when these people openly talk about killing us? Because the government is unwilling to act. So this is the main problem, is that this kind of stuff that should happen, like, this is my opinion, right?
Tell us, what
is
should
like
happen?
If you say that you want to kill somebody or something like that, and like you're trying to goad people into like saying this stuff and like this violent language, like, oh, somebody has to do it. I think this should just be a permaban. I do. I think that inside of a civilized Western society, there should not be any room for assassination language. There should not be any room for calls to vigilante justice. There should.
Oh, he's being careful. Let's see if he hits on. Because the way their cheat code to always get around this is he'll say, these motherfuckers need to be executed after a lawful trial. And so they're always like, fine. They're always okay with it. That's their version of in a video game, by the way.
Not be any room for calls for any sort of violent behavior as a response to something that is not self-defense. There's just no reason it should happen. It's so common on the left. It is. Well, the reason why it's common on the left is because
they don't get
it's
punished
allowed.
for it. Yeah.
That's the problem. Is that something like this would never actually be, like, it would never happen. Like, you can basically just flip a switch and all this goes away.
Why does Asma tend to avoid Destiny real-time content? He's watched some of my stuff recently, but this just got viral, and he's literally watching his, he's obsessed with his Twitter feed. That's where he gets all of his news from.
You can. You look at the people that are doing it and you just ban them, and that's it. And you say, like, listen, we're going to take a no tolerance policy on everybody who is, advocating for violence or advocating for extrajudicial violence. This is just not the way that things can be. And anybody who even is on the spectrum is getting permabanned, right? Like, that's literally it. So, and you just push the button, right? And it's such an easy way to do it. Free speech, yes, but violence, no. Well, free speech was never calls to violence. This was never the case. And also, like, if you're talking about like a social media website, you're telling other people to do this. And it's not intended to do party duopoly because it's just a bad look for any movement. Well, it's a bad look for anybody, right? And are already illegal doing the Bradenburg test. It's not being punished because, yes, it's being allowed and the government doesn't want it to stop. Yeah, and like, in my opinion, like, this is what I would do, right? I mean, if this was me, like, I would go and I would round all of these people up.
Tell me more, Mr. Man of Nonviolence. I love how I'm not sure if there's anything that is ever happening after round them up that's not going to be the most unhinged shit imaginable. But okay, go ahead. Sorry. You're going to round us all up.
Yes, it's being allowed and the government doesn't want it to stop. Yeah, and like, in my opinion, like, this is what I would do, right? I mean, if this was me, like, I would go and I would round all of these people up and I would just put them in basically like, like a camp.
A Kino plus. A plus. Kino. This is Kino. A plus. He's trolling, right? You guys know this. None of this is serious. All of Asmongold's character, personality is a facade. It's a massive rage bait. He's trolling. He's trolling. He's trolling.
I would put them in a detainment camp, and I would charge all of them for incitement to violence. I would just like, categorically federal charges, like, directly, and that's it. Round every single one of them up.
Yeah.
And, like, go after the different accounts, go after the social media providers that aren't actioning the accounts, get rid of all of it, right? Put them in a work camp. Bro just says it. I do. I just say it. Like, that's exactly what I would do.
True.
I think this is such an existential and massive problem
True.
that, I don't know what else to do. You would concentrate.
When I think of all the issues facing the United States of America and the rest of the world today, I think about radical leftist rhetoric inside the United States of America. That's what I think about.
All of them in the camp? Yeah, but they would concentrate on working in the camp. It would be a labor camp. I'd put them to work. And that way they'd have to pay for it, right? You get money.
Wait! Are we allowed to work as streamers in the camps, though? I need to know that one because it counts as a job. Right? There's got to be concentration camp streamers at least, right? I mean, they need entertainment, and then they could have their own like ecosystem. It could be like is it District 8, 9? What's that one movie? We could all live in our own thing.
Money out of them, and so yeah, clearly. And what is there? I think you don't realize Democrats and Republicans are the same party, just different flavors, so you can't vote for change.
Wow.
Well, regardless of what you think,
holy shit, that's
it's
so
still
truth bomb. That was so fucking deep.
Completely unsustainable to have a society where people are advocating and doing this stuff. It's completely unsustainable. Nobody can, like, we can't live like this. It's impossible. And into gulags they go. Well, I mean, it's not even a gulag or any sort of political prison. It's literally things that are already against the law. Like, I'm not.
It's already illegal to round people up and put them in camps when you charge them with crimes. Not
advocating for any new laws to be created. I'm not advocating for any new rules to be made. All I'm advocating for is for the existing rules, the existing laws to be applied in a more stringent way. And I think that if you don't do that, things are just going to get worse and worse.
Destiny. When I think of what's wrong with everything, I think of leftists. Talk for hours about Hasan. So the vast majority of my political content has been attacking the right, has been fighting over MAGA-related stuff. Number one. Number two, go look at my content around the election. We're always talking about voting for Kamala, supporting the candidate. Okay. Number three, the talk right now about the party is finding our identity and figuring out who we want to be. It can't be socialist, commies, Marxist, Leninists. I'm sorry if that bothers you.
Worse and worse. So yes, bro, but we're being oppressed, of course, right? And so we do the same with the Johnny Somali. Exactly. Inciting violence of any kind is not free speech. It's not protected. It's a crime. It needs to be highlighted and exposed and never encountered. Yes. And yeah, that's the way I see it. We need to help. We need to help Palantir protect us, guys. So true, brother. So true. And anyway,
oh, my cats are dying. They're old. Absolutely epic and based, guys. So freaking epic. That was so freaking epic.
Well.
Uh-oh, Tim Miller defending Hasan, somebody said. Oh, no.
Democrats going on Hasan's show and talking to Hasan's audience. Hasan Piker, for people who haven't been following this. And I did that whenever this was, Wednesday or something. And then on Friday, he played on his stream me talking about him and talked about that. And I was taking a shower, getting ready to come out of the bar. I come out, and my husband and my friend are watching Hasan watch me. And so then it was like a Russian nesting doll.
Oh, he's getting into the streamer world.
Streaming. Like I was then watching Hasan watch me talk about him. So anyway, it's important. That's what the guys are doing. Streamers are all talking about each other. Then Destiny was out there. He doesn't like Hasan that much. We went on Destiny show. We hashed this out. You guys can go check that out if you want. And I guess the kind of addendum though to add is like it's just like anything in life really, but particularly the internet. You know, people's opinions kind of get flattened and caricatured. It's like it's hard to do nuance. It's hard to do nuance in politics as a politician. So it's one of the weaknesses of Jeb and Hillary in particular. Just thinking back to my traumatic 2016 experience. So it's also true as a podcaster. And I think a lot of people came away from like me and Sarah arguing about Hasan and me defending Democrats going on Hasan with being like Tim loves Hasan. And like that's not right. I mean, the whole time, every time I felt like I was pretty clear, always talking about the fact that me and Hasan disagree on a lot. Like I think that he has a bunch of views that are kind of illiberal, some of them that are kind of silly. Like the thing that I think is important about his show is that he's speaking to an important constituency for Democrats. Like there are a bunch of progressive-minded people that are alienated from the Democratic Party because they think that the Democratic Party has been too cozy with like the militarists, the more hawkish elements of the party, the people that want to, involve themselves in more wars. Like in particular, they're concerned that the Democratic Party have been too cozy with Bibi Netanyahu and the Israeli government. And I think that they think that the Democratic Party's been too cozy with like corporate and elite interests. And they're basically right about all of that. Like they're basically right. I think that is true. Like for the Democratic Party to do better, they do need to make sure they're offering a more credible message to the anti-war base. They have a good message for it. They can point out the fact that Donald Trump ran as the anti-war candidate and started a war in Iran, and that it was George W. Bush that got us into Iraq and Afghanistan, and Biden that got us out of Afghanistan, which is kind of a mess. But they have a good case to make, but they got to make it, and they got to demonstrate that they care about it and are passionate about it, and they got to do it to the people that are gettable voters for them, but are disaffected from the party. And so, why not do it? Do it. Go talk to them. Go talk to them. Go talk to Hasan. There are areas of agreement. There are areas of disagreement. You can hash those out. Like that's called politics. Like that's what politics is. Like trying to find areas of commonality with voters and try to demonstrate that you care about their concerns. And I think that that's particularly important. When it comes to gettable voters for the Democrats. Sorry, I'm gonna have to charge my computer here. Hold on. This is live streaming in action. If we're on the podcast right now, you see, Katie Katie's would cut this out, so you wouldn't have to see it. But here you get to see Authentico Tim. While I'm plugging my computer in, I might as well just take a drink of my White Claw too. High Noon, actually. Sorry, I don't want to. That's not a brand sponsorship. I'd love to sponsor you though. So if you're a High Noon person out there, we can do this every week. Where was I? So yeah. So I think it's crucial that the Democrats talk to voters that are disaffected from the political system, that think that both parties have been too cozy with Israel, too cozy with corporate interests, too cozy with the hawks that want that think bombs are the answer to every problem. I'm not going to agree with those people on the specifics of all those matters, probably. I certainly agree with them on the Iran war, and I think that most Democratic politicians should, or if they don't, they should. I think most of them do. And so, the whole rant I gave was in this moment. It's like, go tell them, make sure they know, like you agree, going to war with Iran. In order to act out the interests that Bibi Netanyahu pitched in the Situation Room and to do favors for MBS and the other Arab dictators, that's stupid. That's wrong. We shouldn't do it. And if we get back in charge, we'll stop them from doing it. And if we get back in charge and run the presidency next time, we won't do it. Joe Biden and Barack Obama didn't get us into any stupid wars. Next Democratic president should be even more hostile to it. So, that's what I think, and why I think it's important to go talk to Hasan. Okay. So, caring about his audience, believing that you can have exchange with him, believing that Hasan is not equivalent to Nick Fuentes or to Donald Trump. He's not a racist. He speaks out a bunch about anti-Semitism when he sees it. Has he said things in the past that are bad? Sure. Do streamers make jokes, drink off-color jokes?
Here's a question. Has Hasan ever criticized left anti-Semitism ever, or any left-leaning person that's been anti-Semitic ever? Or no? I know there was the stuff with the Corbyn shit in the UK. I never checked how true or whatever that was. I know he got hit with that a little bit. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. But if you actually, people that hate him, I don't think if you watch the body of his work, what you'll find is somebody that is not a bigot or a racist. What you will find is he has some dumb takes. Okay, he does have some dumb takes, and this is the important nuance that I'm trying to get to, which is it's important to engage with them. That doesn't mean it's rah, the Democrats should copy Hasan. Doesn't mean that the Democrats should be exactly like him, or that he should be managing the policy for the party. And if you doubt me, I do want to play one clip of his because I've been consuming more Piker lately, and this part came up, and I was like, bro, what are we doing?
Wow. The USSR was not only devastating for the Eastern Bloc, it was devastating for Russia, but it abso-fucking-lutely was even devastating for the Western world. Because in the absence of a multipolar world, in the absence of another polar power, that was able to keep the United States of America.
Remember, I don't know if Tim Miller, I don't think any of these mainstream guys are very online when it comes to politics. Multipolar is always coded language for the America needs to fall. Every single time.
Imperialism in check, that was able to be the alternative vision of an economic organization of society that Western nations, especially ones in close proximity, had to pay close attention to and offer certain amenities to their own citizens. We have unlimited neoliberalism. We have unlimited austerity in the Western world. We have unlimited militarism as well.
Austerity in the Western world? We run so many deficits. What do you even... That doesn't... I don't know.
A lot there. If we can pull back up, Jared, the chart here. This is just
you will need to share your screen again. Sorry about that.
No worries. While I share my screen, we'll talk about it. So the first chart I'm going to show is about this idea that the fall of the Soviet Union was devastating for the Eastern Bloc, was devastating for Russia, was devastating for the Eastern Bloc. That's insane.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't know if any of you guys watching the stream right now are from Poland, from the eastern part of Germany, from Czech Republic. It was.
Why did they all leave? That's the real question. Why weren't they all clamoring to rejoin Russia when the Soviet Union fell apart?
This is wrong. It was not good. Or the things were not better in those countries under the Soviet Union. Now, there's more to life than economics, but he specifically talked about economics. Here's the GDP per capita in the countries in the Eastern Bloc. And you can just kind of see right here where it starts to go up after the USSR falls. Albania lags the most. Czechoslovakia is up here.
It's the CIA influence campaigns. True.
Pass England in the next 8 years. They're growing so much. Hungary started to do well. Unfortunately, this chart here stops 2018, so you can see Hungary start to stagnate right there. But Romania, Bulgaria, everybody, it's up, it's up, it's up. Obviously, Western Europe doing way better than both.
Oh my God! Wait, Tim's chat is a battleground. Even Ezra changed his view on Israel. Sarah's living in 2015 is embarrassing for the bulwark. I like Hasan. I'll say it. The left needs someone like him. This is a solid take. Was that in reference to that Hasan clip? Oh my God. I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't actually know if I can read some of the glazing. Hasan, I don't think I can read people say this about me. Hasan is also crazy smart. Maybe he has a photographic memory. He can remember so many historic dates and events, etc. What? What? Most people have a positive or neutral view of Hasan. What? Source? Piker has always struck me as superficial and hypocritical, but not hateful. Did we not rise as a hegemony? Hasan is closer to the base than Sarah. He sounds like all freshmen I knew in college. Piker is a bullshitter. Everything he said was accurate. Sarah is a shill. Glazing failed dictatorships is wild. He's right, you know. Why don't you talk to him? Why are you debating into a vacuum? I don't care about Hasan. What I do care about is never Trump Republicans attempting to drag the Democrats farther right. That is the last thing this country needs. I might have missed it, honestly, but I don't remember any never Trumpers trying to make demands of the Democratic Party to change policy platform. Did it happen? Was Cheney, was Liz, or anybody else talking about the Democrats need to do this to bring us over here to come further to the right? Maybe they were and I just missed it. USSR terrorized their citizens. Yeah, he doesn't have the best brain for econ. I'll take original Zateo, please.
Like, this is crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like, the idea, I was by the way, my guy Noah Smith that was writing on this issue. Like, things did not... It was not catastrophic. It was not bad. It was not horrible for the Eastern Bloc or for the people of Russia, for the fascist communist Soviet regime to fall. Like, that's an insane take. And the idea that we needed the Soviet bloc because we needed a multipolar world, and without the multipolar world...
This is actually a mainstream social democratic view that the decline and death of the Soviet Union unleashed neoliberalism by removing a disciplining force on capitalism. Yes, we all know that the communists... Did you know that, by the way, the only reason we have labor unions and the only reason we have the minimum wage and the only reason women are allowed to vote in the United States is because of the Soviet Union? And the U.S. was trying to keep up with them and their amazing record of human rights and everything?
Neoliberalism would run rampant and ruin everything is also insane. What was it he said? There's unlimited austerity now. Like, there's not unlimited austerity. Okay, over Europe, across Europe, they have very generous social welfare states. You can argue that there was too much austerity after the Great Recession, and that like limited the growth both here and in Europe. That's a totally fair argument. That's a rational argument. It has nothing to do with the fact that we didn't have the great Soviet Union as a model to look to. If only we had the commies to look to, we would have seen how great it was. You know, how wealthy everybody was, how wonderful it was to have a generous government. You know, if only we could have all been like Lenin, then we could be like Tucker Carlson, going to the grocery stores in Russia and seeing that they have two different kinds of bread and it's slightly cheaper than the Wonder Bread you get in America. I know, like, it's insane nonsense. It's insane nonsense. There's a reason that people... You could just like watch, you don't want to read, you can just like watch a movie about East Germany. You don't even have to watch a documentary on it, so you can watch a fiction movie.
Sipping for the status quo is fucking pathetic. God damn.
Is that great? There was a great show. Something after this, there was a great show on like Netflix maybe, or Max during COVID that I watched. I binged it. It's in German. It's about East Germans basically like trying to sneak into West.
If Hasan was running Kamala's campaign, she might have won.
West Germany. And
Jesus Christ.
Handsome guy's main character. Anyway, that might not be enough information to figure it out. But there's a reason that the East Germans were trying to sneak into West Germany, okay? The West Germans weren't trying to sneak into East Germany. Like, nobody was trying to go behind the Iron Curtain, all right? And that's because there's no economic opportunity there, and because you didn't have basic freedoms. So, whatever your critiques are of like austerity, frankly, if you look at the U.S. right now, like, our problem is not austerity. Our problem is that we have a $32 trillion deficit, and that we're going to be paying interest on our deficit. It's going to prevent us from being able to provide generous welfare benefits, generous health benefits to other people. Like, this is not a defense of our healthcare system in the country. Obviously, there are European countries that have a healthcare system, but you can't look at Western Europe and say, you know, the real problem there. Too much austerity. Like, they don't have enough growth. They don't have enough economic growth in some of those countries. Could you always do things a little bit better when it comes to redistribution of wealth? Like, sure, I'm open to that criticism. Like, Russia wasn't nailing it. They were.
Can we please stop talking about Hasan for a while? Every time he's mentioned, his cancerous NEET army invades and throws a hissy fit. Oh my God. I will say, just looking at your chat, wait, is this a mod or is this just a subscriber? the green thing. I will say, just looking at your chat, you're being infected, my dude. Loser-ass tankies are trying to slander Sarah. At least they're solace knowing they're so politically unimportant that they don't even sub. God damn.
We're fucking killing people. Go outside the wealthy corridors of Moscow and see what life
Mods
is
are blue.
Anyway,
Gotcha.
let's look at the Baltics really quick just for fun. Look at this. Look at Estonia. Look at Lithuania. Look at Latvia. Just huge, massive growth. Look at Lithuania crushing it. Change in GDP per capita 1990 to 2018. Wow. On fire. Anyway, we're not... Russia isn't great, okay? China, are there some things that we could learn from the Chinese system about, efficiencies and public works projects? Totally. Sure, that's a fair statement. The fact that we should model ourselves after China, that we should model ourselves after the USSR, that we need a commie model that we should look to, that we would all admire and love. That's some smooth brain. That's some smooth brain material. One other nitpick on Hasan, and we'll move on.
Why so many dumb leftists in the Bulwark audience? I wonder where these guys all coordinate from Hasan's community. Do they post links when there are people live talking about him or whatever, and then they all go to the chats?
A little Trump stuff, and then we'll take some questions from you guys.
It's the Discord?
Yeah, it's just...
Is there a link to them posting something like this? I don't have any spies in there anymore. Destiny, you won't let us brigade, by the way. Yeah, I know, because I thought that this is really annoying behavior. I clamped down on my community on this so much, and I got so fucked for it. I shouldn't have. I should have just kept, because I realize now the reason why they don't want you to do it is because it's an incredibly powerful way to influence communities.
Just another thing that's bro. So Swan Marcus, this is an anonymous character, but he's a center-left person. He's a huge supporter of Kamala. He's a big Democrat. If you're a socialist or somebody on the far left, you might not like all of his opinions about various things, but in the big tent, he is an ally. He's an ally, okay? He took a little hit at Hasan saying what? He's making fun of Hasan for saying that he wouldn't do a good job connecting with blue-collar mechanics in Pennsylvania. I don't know if that's true. Hasan's a chill guy. Maybe he could connect with blue-collar mechanics in Pennsylvania.
Fuck, somebody needs to show him the firefighter thing. Oh my god. GDP is beyond shit as a scorecard. It is kind of boring, and I hate to say it, but GDP is not the be-all and end-all measure of anything in an economy, and there's tons of different things that you can talk about besides GDP. But if you could pick one thing to boost to make your country better, it would be GDP per capita. That would be the one thing. It's kind of not to be race realist here, but your skin. No, I'm just kidding. But it would be like IQ. If you could boost one thing about yourself, I want to make something 5 standard deviations off the norm. Boosting your IQ 50 points would be oh shit. But yeah, boosting your GDP, it just almost every other thing in your country, your lifespan, your freedom of everything, every positive indicator correlates with GDP pretty well, GDP per capita. But
Pennsylvania. So I don't really love that attack, but look at this response. Guy who wrote how-to articles about sex tourism in Asia, fantasizing about mechanics and the Rust Belt like they're savages, who'd hate Medicare for all, free college, and holding Israel accountable. Buddy, you're in for a wild ride if you ever go outside. This isn't him. You can see this note. Swan.
That's good. See, Tim is noticing this. Nice.
Marcus did not write how-to guides on sex tourism in Asia. There's something similar to that by a guy named Matt Forney who's awful. Why is this still up? Why has he deleted this? This was a fuck up. This and this notion
doesn't care. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Hasan's politics aren't mine.
Fights like Trump.
He's been doing a much better job than I thought.
But also, you need to separate some of these things out too, because these aren't just politics, right? These are rhetorical styles and approaches as well.
But I was for Zoran over Andrew Cuomo, and was really berating the centrist candidates that weren't doing that. Because it was crazy. Andrew Cuomo was an awful sex pest, and an awful governor, and people are excited about Zoran when I could find him. And in our argument, which you guys have seen, I've been saying, hey, people should engage with Hasan. And he's an important part of the coalition. And if it ends up being Abdul in Michigan, that's I'll say that centrist Democrats should support Abdul. The street does feel one way sometimes, though. It does feel one way. A lot of the DSA leftist types were doing a lot of shitting on Kamala. And anytime you get into one of these things, see Hasan taking unfair attacks on this guy, lies, spreading lies about him, and then not fixing it.
Not good.
And
not
that's
cool.
All right, it's not cool. Good
job.
this metaphor's breaking down. I was going to say the big tent is a two-way street. That isn't like that. But if we're going to stout the fascists, like, everybody's got to be reasonable. Okay, everybody's got to be reasonable and not like act like this is some life or death match when it comes to the factional infighting within the Democratic coalition, within the pro-democracy coalition. It's not like that's not the thing to focus on right now. So anyway, it's a little one-off, but I just wanted to provide a more full picture for anybody that wasn't confused about why I think it's important to engage with Hasan and his audience, why I also understand his critics have some points when he's out there glazing the USSR, talking about how great Estonia would be, if women were still getting sent to Siberia, because they weren't doing what Stalin wanted. So we'll leave it there on the old Hasan discourse. Why don't we? Let's have fun. Let's scroll through social, and then we'll get back to Q&A time.
Hey Tim, was your TV show Deutschland 83?
Deutschland 83, really good, really good. Almost want to rewatch it now.
That wasn't too bad. Wait, why was I linked this? Hold on. I'm so over the false equivalence. The Democrats did not kick 18 million people off Medicaid. The Republicans did. The Democrats did not repeatedly cut taxes for the Epstein class and raise it on the bottom 90%. The Republicans did. There is no both sides bad false equivalence bullshit. When you say Epstein class, I don't know if Kucklinsky is aware or knows what he's doing, or what the whole point of the Epstein class was to call out, was to both sides the Epstein thing. In my opinion, I feel like that's how it's used. But what is this? Probably the best response to the international internal server error. Wait, this is such an old clip. 11 hours ago.
Administration until Trump.
Try to bomb and kill 100 years and.
Ugh. What debate is this from?
The American administration.
Shut up! Wait. Oh my God! This was that one guy who became a schizo-obsessed loser, right? The history guy, who's I don't know if he's still on Twitter. Oh my God! One of our first debates, we were supposed to be I thought there was gonna be a good faith back and forth. It kind of was, but then he became a deranged anti-fan. Yes, the neo-Nazi subreddit will like me. That's my future. He unironically needs some actual proper media and debate training. If his whole influencer shtick is political debates, he overly relies on bull rushing his opponents by getting aggressively, verbally, and getting high-strung to try to shut them down. This is a choice he's actively making. He wasn't always this bad. He chose to go deeper down that path. I may be on ASMONSLOP's fence. Jesus Christ. Okay. Can we get a new flare? Destiny lib left. Jesus. Okay. That guy's basically Giga Schizo loner box stalker / emailer now. Okay. Ask Haviv anything. Is that a Jewish name? Is this a Jew guy? What does Ezra Klein get wrong? The Destiny will watch this guy try to find the Strait of Hormuz on a map.
Trisha Heaton looks great at 67.
Damn,
Here
good
is her
for
number
you,
one
girl.
secret.
What?
Regular milk
Peptide-
or
oh.
oat milk?
Oh, regular milk, but only casein A2.
I can. It obviously will probably take a long time.
Okay, the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a lot of oil. So it's probably around Norway. And then, Panama is important at some point. So maybe around here. And then lots of ships go there. So maybe down here. One of those three places. That's my guess.
For ships to get back into the strait too, because who knows where they were holding, the holding pattern was. So if we go, oh boy, I'm going to expose my education here. Let's see if we can find the Strait of Hormuz. Is it? No, it's not here. I got to zoom out more. I do like the flat look at this here. It's over here, right?
Go up towards Middle East.
Oh, shit.
Well, I am here in Afghanistan. This
Fuck, okay. Sometimes maps are weird to look at when you first look at them, and it just takes a while to orient yourself. So I thought maybe that would be this, but I think he just has no idea.
Must be it here. Nope, wait, no.
That's Spain.
Where is it here? I'm zooming in too far. Here's Brazil. Yeah.
Listen, I don't care if people don't know shit or not or whatever. It is whatever. It is what it is. It's just if you have a really strong opinion on it, then I don't know.
Go over
It's
here.
weird. It's like the inverse. I want the water to be dark and the land
I know.
to be
Yeah,
light.
that is weird. It's here somewhere. Right.
So
here's Cairo, Egypt.
Yeah, that is Cairo, Egypt. Good job.
Saudi Arabia.
Is this a good tracker? Here, I'm sending you something else really quick. That's totally not helping you with your. This is
No, but I think that's
straightmonitor.com.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. See what we got here. What does this tell me?
They just give up completely.
Duration of restriction 1 day. It says it's restricted. 2 week ceasefire allows limited coordinated pass through the Iran control regime, approximately 10 to 15 ships per day with prior Iranian approval. Okay. It's at the bottom of Iran. Isn't that where I am? I thought that's where I was. Why can't I zoom back out? Hold on. And who knows how real time this is. It feels not like something you would want to have public. So here, this must be the strait. I mean, it looks like a lot of traffic to me.
And
Chat,
is this a
help me
snapshot
out.
or just this update?
Okay. Why do Americans always suck when it comes to geography? Because listen, we got a big ass country of our own to worry about. We ain't got time to look at your shit. Fuck you. Here, have some Žižek. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
We started a little bit late, so I've got permission to go a little bit late when it comes to audience Q&A. People have been submitting questions, and, well, let's just see how far we get.
I'm very sorry for this. I'm disgusted by all this. I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm sure we can forgive you. Upstairs, we were talking about the UK Conservative and Labour Party. Somebody has asked, I'm going to put two questions kind of together here based on what we were talking about. Somebody here asked about the UK's future. They actually asked what about the UK's future. They actually asked whether it's the future. But there's another question here, an anonymous question. How do we stop leftist infighting? And based on what we were talking about upstairs, I think I might just throw them both.
You mean this that immediately after Corbyn and that Indian lady? I'm so sorry. Don't take me for a racist. I always Sultana.
It's not me. It's not my question.
I know it is, but that immediately when they tried to do this new leftist party, there was a split immediately.
Yes.
But what I will give you my
how do we stop that kind of thing?
Deeper insight.
Yeah.
I think something similar is happening. Nonetheless, a vague parallel. somewhere more openly, somewhere less openly in many Western countries, what is happening in United States and up to a certain point also in the UK. In United States, in reality, we have 4 parties, or at least agents. We have traditional Republican establishment, traditional Democratic establishment, and then we have, and they are dead. They are living dead. To repeat my old joke, they are alive because they forgot to notice that they are already dead. There is no political life in them. And then you get 2 only living options, in a bad sense also. I'm not for Trump, but it's Trumpian populism and it's so-called democratic socialists. And the problem here is that, of course, these 4 parties don't work at the same level. So what to do politically? On the right, unfortunately, Trump occupied the Republican Party. It's almost nothing. On the left, the meaning of Mamdani's victory, and I think there are big troubles ahead, but nonetheless, something unique happened. He intelligently followed Trump. You know, the big democratic trauma of the democratic establishment in the United States is, let's not move too much to the left, because then we will lose center. But why didn't they learn from Trump that it's the exact opposite which is true? How did Trump win? Not to play the center, but to state radically what is to be said. And Mamdani got this, even maybe more than Bernie Sanders and AOC. That's how you win. This is why there are then all possible combinations. For example, the guy who is disgusting, but I appreciate him, the Trumpian leftist, Steve Bannon. He said already years ago that the ideal government for the US would have been a coalition of Trumpians and democratic socialists, because they all are, in some sense, revolutionary. They want a substantial change. Why I make these ambiguous statements as if I like Trump? I follow here I agree with him, not everywhere, Varoufakis, who said the left was blah blah talking for decades. We have to move out of global capitalism. Trump did it. Are we aware what Trump did? With his tariffs and so on, he broke all the rules of a global market and so on. And so where do I see hope? What Mamdani did, I think he's following Bernie, who said something absolutely ingenious already more than Bernie Sanders, already more than 10 years ago. He said, we shouldn't worry about the center. We should target poor white farmers, workers, who otherwise vote for Trump. They are our public. We should target them. And I think this is what Mamdani did. And she won in a quite surprising way. I simply couldn't believe it, how with all the Jewish, not all the Jews, many Jews supported Mamdani, but the Jewish establishment, enormous amounts of money and so on. So this is, I think, the future. The true elections at this point in the United States would have been the elections between Trumpians and democratic socialists. It is not a statement of preference of value. They are the only 2 living political options. And here in the UK, it's similar. First, when I met Corbyn at Hay on Why, we just chatted for 10 minutes. He laughed and agreed with me when I told him, you have a very strange political constellation now here in the UK. You have one big center-right party in power. It's called Labour Party. Then you have some crazy right-wingers and small groups and whatever remained of the Conservative Party. And I said this in a very evil way. What's the main distinction? It's that, apart from Rachel Reeves and some others, if you want white male to rule you, you have Labour Party. If you want blacks, women, Indians to rule you, go to Conservative Party. It's very complex situation. So let's be frank. The only true elections here would have been Farage against the new Labour Party. But in those cases, I see big problems. Because in this direct confrontation, there will be strange alliances. Did you see with Mamdani the scandal of Trump supporting a Democrat, Cuomo? So there will be strange alliances. The problem is this one, to decide at what point should we risk the serious left, our own party, or to work within the established party. I think Mamdani was right at this point to remain within the Democratic Party. He should now make a good Stalinist purge of Democratic Party in the state of New York, getting it over, and then connect with many other states where Democratic Socialists are absent. Because you know what's so ridiculous? When Trump said Mamdani is such a pure communist, sorry, are we aware where we are? Measured by what social democracy meant when Harold Wilson was here on the glorious days of Swedish social democracy. Measured by those standards, what Mamdani is doing is very modest. But you know what gives me hope? I loved the period of COVID. Not only because I'm getting old and bitter and hate people and I was able to be alone there, but do you notice the miracle of COVID? A big lesson for the left. Even guys like your Boris Johnson or Trump, they were doing measures which, I'm sorry, were almost formally radical socialist, even communist, elements of this, how do you call it, income for everybody. For example,
universal basic income.
Yeah, there were elements of this. Okay, Trump also.
Okay, I don't know why I care about this. Okay, I don't care about this.
Lots and lots of our
Neocon trans girl in an American flag bikini eating a giant burger with old self-harm scars, visible, skinny white, non-sexual, ketchup squirted on her. I love her. Okay. Nice schizo dono message. Jesus. Christ. Tier 5 resub, I mean.
Lots and lots of our followers, listeners, viewers have asked me to respond to the video by Ezra Klein of the New York Times. The video that talks about a one-state reality in Israel from the river to the sea, in the West Bank, in Gaza, apparently also in South Lebanon. And so many asked that I went and took a look, even though I don't like homework. I was hoping to find something that would justify the level of anxiety that it caused among people who love Israel, and also challenge Israel to actually have to respond seriously. I'm somebody who thinks that Israel owes answers to people who live under its military rule for generations. I talk about it all the time. I talk about it to the point where I annoy a lot of my Israeli friends and neighbors. And I didn't find that. What did I find? Ezra Klein makes the argument that from the river to the sea was a chant chanted by student protesters, anti-Israel protesters. And he said there was this debate about what it means. And he quotes somebody screaming it's genocidal. And he quotes another person saying, no, it just means from the river to the sea, everybody will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is a translation of the Arabic, which reads, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be Arab, not Palestine will be free. And it's essentially a quote of the Hamas charter.
Is that actually true? I feel like I've heard 12 different sources for where this quote originally comes from. Not that technically it doesn't matter. What it matters is common use of it today, but
let's pretend like it has no history, and let's pretend like whatever an American college student is told it means is the only thing it could.
The big problem is that American college students have no fucking idea what any of the shit they say means, or rather what the implications are of what they're saying is the problem.
Possibly mean. But his point then goes on to say that from the river to the sea, there is actually one reality, and that one reality is massive Israeli power. And then I started paying attention, because from the river to the sea, there really is, by and large...
Okay, hold on. We've got DGG here. Sorry for the Cunningham's Law-based title. I've spent an hour trying to find the origins of the phrase from the river to the sea and basically nothing to show for it. Some people in the subreddit saying the original Arabic version is from water to water, Palestine will be Arab, or Romanized as... Sadly, the proof is a tweet of one woman holding a sign she probably doesn't understand, and a TikTok of that same woman with a guy explaining what the sign says. I can't find sourcing on Wikipedia that is anything other than combinations of Free Palestine and from the river to the sea. Okay, no clue. There's a poem dated to 2008. Okay, whatever.
With the exception of the Hamas-controlled parts of Gaza, a single serious power. The Palestinian Authority rules some pieces of the West Bank, but only a fraction of what is even given to it under the Oslo Accords. And Israel has to step into all those vacuums, and the argument is that Israel creates those vacuums, deliberately undermines the Palestinian Authority. There are forces in the Israeli government and Israeli politics, forces that have the deciding vote in the current coalition. I just published a piece in the Free Press about the extreme edge of the settlement movement that has turned massively violent, that is terroristic in purpose and intent, that we have to look at it and take it very seriously. It doesn't take 10,000 terror attacks to have a terroristic effect on a society. Who knows that on this earth more than Israelis? And so the fact that there are several hundred Israelis taking part in violence against Palestinians is something that the Israeli state has to crack down on and will pay a terrible cost for. I want to say this right out of the gate.
Whoa.
I believe in adulthood. If you behave a certain way, you pay the costs of that behavior. And people who refuse to take responsibility, who let extremists run policy instead of sober, serious people, will pay that cost. And I will pay that cost right alongside my countrymen if they fail at this. And so far they are, in my belief, and I publish it and say it in conservative media outlets, not just liberal ones. And I thought Ezra Klein was joining the conversation about Israel's deep failure to give serious answers to Palestinians. And then I watched the video and I discovered that he wasn't joining that conversation, because to join that conversation, you have to acknowledge a few things. For example, an Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank will definitely, absolutely, unquestionably, and for 2 generations at least, mean a Hamas takeover of the West Bank. And a Hamas takeover of the West Bank will definitely, unquestionably, 90% of Israelis believe it, whether you think it or not, doesn't matter. The fact that
Is Hamas even in a position to do that? Is that true?
90% of Israelis believe it, is the operative reality on the ground that you have to grapple with, will mean that Hamas will launch the Gaza-style war from a territory 16 times larger than Gaza that cuts Israel down to 9 miles wide in the middle and is the mountains overlooking all of their population centers. In other words, Palestinians can't afford a Hamas takeover of the West Bank, much, much more than Israelis can't afford it. If that's not part of your conversation about what Israel needs to be doing right now in the West Bank, if tackling Palestinian politics isn't part of the conversation, the PA is not an answer to this problem, because the PA is hated among Palestinians. Mahmoud Abbas has single-digit support among Palestinians, not because he's a kleptocratic, corrupt governor of his people. He is those things. That's not why they hate him. Hamas is also corrupt. He's hated because he doesn't engage in Hamas-style brutality. The desire to hurt and kill and remove and ultimately expel all Israelis is a majority view among Palestinians. And if you don't have an answer or even a serious acknowledgement of this problem, then it's not that you're not engaging with Netanyahu on what to do with the future. You're not engaging with the Israeli left that wants a pullout from the West Bank, that wants separation, that doesn't want to rule Palestinians, whatever the heck that means. You are not part of the only conversation that matters. You want to cut aid to Israel? Cut aid to Israel. You want to have senators vote not to sell Israel weapons or bulldozers? Salamat, as they say in Arabic. Enjoy. You're not relevant to the future of Palestinians if you're not talking seriously about the deep problem of Palestinian politics that has not gone away and is not going away. And it is nowhere to be found in Ezra Klein's discourse on the one-state reality. Some of the commenters, I should say, actually chastised Ezra Klein, the pro-Palestinian commenters, because he does mention there that Israel does have the right to respond to Hamas and Hezbollah. He only says it in order to say, but the children of Lebanon, the children of Gaza aren't Hamas and Hezbollah. He's right, of course. Hamas and Hezbollah's one strategy is to bury every asset they have under the children. Again, you can then say, therefore you're not allowed to fight them. That's a legitimate point, but you can't deny the point that that's where they put every asset they have. So that's, again, a kind of sop, a kind of cop-out, a kind of refusal to actually have a conversation. The religiously coded violence, the mass rates of anti-Semitism, not anti-Zionism, not anti-Israel, but rabid, conspiratorial, anti-Jewish feeling in Palestinian society driven by Muslim Brotherhood ideology and reified in some of the Islamic movements in Palestinian society, including Hamas, but not only Hamas, preceded the occupation of 1967 by decades. And so there's actually a serious question here of what Palestinian politics is capable of doing, capable of delivering. What do Palestinians want? Not Palestinian expat professors of literature at Columbia who sip their tea with Ezra Klein. What do millions of ordinary people on the ground want? They're missing entirely from the equation. And they're the thing that counts for Palestinian responses. And the perception of what they want among Israelis, among ordinary Israelis, is the most important factor for Israeli political behavior and for Israeli choices. And so it's a refusal to engage with the conversation. The one-state reality he's talking about, namely military rule in the West Bank over Palestinians, is an Israeli moral debt. But if you want to talk about anything beyond that literal sentence, you get into the political realities that nothing I have ever heard from Ezra Klein or seen him write about has ever seriously dealt with or grappled with or acknowledged. Or in other words, he's talking about himself. He's talking about his feelings. He's talking about his social milieu. He's talking about what he thinks he needs to say for his socialized anti-Zionist bordering on anti-Semitic, because it's so utterly ahistorical and so utterly refusing to actually grapple seriously with the history that put the Jews there. Real Israelis.
Those pro-Israel Jews, or these pro-Israel Jews, are always as despicable to me as Hamas. They always try to sell a story that the other side is inhuman. This guy, I'm not defending this guy. He might be that, but I haven't gotten the gist of this now. What he's saying is true. There is kind of a really stupid, well, no, not stupid. There's a complete and total and utter lack of engagement in the West with the political realities of Israel and Palestine. They're just not even talked about, literally not even mentioned. So and he is correct on that.
and real Palestinians were not at all in his piece. And then he came to Lebanon, and then I was really flummoxed. He argued that Israel invaded Lebanon, totally without context. Israel has displaced 1 million people and decided that 600,000 won't be allowed to return to their homes until Israel has established its security zone, whatever that proves to be. As though willy-nilly, out of just a deep desire to control the city of Tyre or the village of BINGQILIN, the Israelis have just randomly walked into Lebanon. As though thousands of rockets fired from Lebanon since October 7 and tens of thousands of rockets fired from Lebanon in 40 years, and the amassing of perhaps 200,000 missiles and rockets by Hezbollah at Iran's behest in order to set our cities on fire whenever Iran gives the order, as though none of that is somehow part of us going in. And if we do go in, and we do have to get at Hezbollah, those citizens, those civilians, those children in South Lebanon, they either move or they're in the fire zone. How is their moving the exact same immorality Israel has to answer for? If they don't move, they die. This is the point. He then says, I do not want to underplay what Israel is actually dealing with here. I have immense sympathy for Israel's war against Hezbollah. I don't want sympathy. Sympathy is useless to me. That and about $4 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. It's worthless, your sympathy. I'm asking for understanding, intellectual understanding. What do I actually do with Hezbollah? What do I actually do, Ezra Klein? Israel has just...
Nobody ever has any answers to these questions. Like, and these are the fair questions that are just never addressed, right? Like, people just pretend that... But I mean, if you go to the really rabid Zionists, they'll do the same thing on the left against the Palestinians. But every pro-Pali person does this. They just assume that it's basically a bunch of kind of peaceful, kind of troublemaker, ragtag Palestinian groups. And then you've got like the evil IDF, the evil Israel that wants to crush and murder everybody there. But they never actually deal with the political realities of anybody. Like, well, what do you do with Hamas? What do you do with Hezbollah? What do you do with these other groups, with the attitudes, the prevailing political attitudes of people on the ground? You know, literally nothing. There's not even engagement. It's not even like they have bad answers. They don't even engage with any of this.
Now pushed Hezbollah through this invasion beyond the ability for direct fire toward Israeli towns and villages on the border, meaning point a gun at a window and shoot into that window. Hezbollah can no longer do that. It's too far away. Now it can only shoot ballistics. But what do I actually do with Hezbollah? I have to go into that first line of villages from which you can shoot with direct line of fire, or they will continue to shoot. And the only way to get Hezbollah out of Lebanon is what? To burn Lebanon to the ground? That's Hezbollah's own vision. If Ezra Klein doesn't know what the word mukawama means, what the resistance strategy and theory is, the mass martyrdom ethos developed over years and decades, I have a 2-hour podcast episode that gives the most bare bones account of just a sketch of what this profound and serious idea is, religious idea and military strategic idea and political idea that's translated as resistance. It's so much more than just the English word resistance. And Hezbollah is the apotheosis of the mukawama. Hezbollah is absolutely committed to the total and complete destruction of Lebanon on the altar of the destruction of Israel for the redemption of Islam. And because of the competition between Shia and Sunni, and it gets very big and complicated, they're real people living in a huge, complicated, sophisticated world, of which the New York literati commenting on the morality of the Israelis knows literally nothing. Please don't tell me you have immense sympathy for what Israel needs to do with Hezbollah. Please know something about Hezbollah. And then, please tell me what I'm doing wrong, given a serious knowledge of what Hezbollah represents. And then, you'll be part of a conversation with Israelis about Lebanon as well. But the ironic thing about incorporating Lebanon into this story, when Israel desperately wants a withdrawal from Lebanon, this Israeli government desperately wants to withdraw from Lebanon. Unlike the West Bank, welcome to complexity. And it wants Israeli tourists to learn how to ski. Lebanon has beautiful skiing. It's a gorgeous country. Israelis would love to visit. But you know what? It doesn't even need to be friendship. We could just have a peace, just a border in which we don't fight wars. And we pull out and we never have to think about the Lebanese again and they never have to think about us again. That's the ideal that this Israeli government, the most right-wing of all Israeli governments there have ever been, desires for the Lebanese frontier. And you have nothing to say about the problem of Hezbollah. And so to simply talk about the movement of civilians out of a combat zone in which they would definitely die is the immoral thing Israelis now have to pay a cost for, it makes it hard to listen to you about the West Bank, where you will find in me a lot of sympathy. Sympathy I take into conservative spaces. I want to just finish with a suggestion that if in Gaza, when the entire description of the state of Gazan civilians, where they're living right now in terrible conditions, and I've talked about it endlessly, very public and very much deeply within Israeli mainstream discourse, but all of your comments on Gaza didn't include Hamas, the strategic problem of Hamas that remains. If Hamas disarms, the Arab world swoops in and $100 billion rebuilds Gaza, and all you can see is the Israelis. Yes, the Israelis will hold a buffer zone because otherwise Hamas will take over that part of Gaza and shoot at those Israeli towns and villages. And if you don't know that, you haven't been paying attention. And if you justify that, then we're on opposite sides of this fight, and that's okay. Take them seriously as human beings, not as Western orientalized cartoon characters of brown people who can do no wrong. They're serious people with serious ideas, and you don't engage with any of it ever. And the strategic problems that they pose are real, and you have no answers for them. So you can't even have a serious conversation about whether the Israelis are answering badly. This is not about us at all. It's not about the Lebanese, and it's not about the Gazans. And therefore, maybe it's not even about the Palestinians living under Israeli military rule and control for generations. Maybe it's just about you. When the progressives do to Israel everything they fantasize about doing to Israel, cutting the aid, cutting even just the sale of military equipment, full-on sanctions, and nothing changes on the ground, maybe then you'll notice that you've just been talking to yourself. Let's hope that the great intellectual minds of the New York Times somehow, someday, maybe just out of sheer morbid curiosity, actually come to learn this place, and then begin to actually have conversations with the people who live here instead of just conversations about their own morality, using us as characters in that morality play. As the Talmud likes to say, go and learn.
Jeez.
Thanks for listening.
Christ. But also true?
The next question is...
Shut up! Okay, well. What's been going on today? Dark money group.
I told you guys that I would. Ugh, I already know that this video is gonna get me in trouble, but I don't care because I told you guys that I would tell you guys the truth no matter what, even if that was at my own expense, because I believe in making the Democratic Party better and I believe in winning elections no matter what. This is the first time you're seeing me. My name is Z. I'm a political operative and I run the largest counter organization to Turning Point USA on the left national ground game. 2 days ago, I was featured in the New York Times alongside Nick Fuentes, and the article was very clear that right now we are in the battle for the youth vote, and it is us, National Ground Game, versus Turning Point USA and Nick Fuentes. And then today, 2 days later, a New York Times article dropped about a new organization called A More Perfect University that's run by Bernie Sanders' old campaign manager, Foz, who ran Bernie's campaign into the ground in 2020. And let me just tell you this, there have been many progressive organizations that are trying to do what we do and have not been able to succeed. And the reason why they have not been able to succeed is because people think that progressives are fucking weird. And they're also like really sick of the tone policing and the fact that they're just not cool. I'm sorry, but this is coming from a progressive. The thing is that our organization is very specific about the type of voter we are going for. We are going for young men. And if you look at the makeup of our college chapters, without us trying, without us doing anything, the makeup of our chapters are exclusively young, cool men. The thing, having more organizations is always a good thing, but you don't want to consistently be going after people that are voting for you already and wasting resources doing that. Also, just have no idea why they don't just support the DSA, who are already successful in that space. Okay, let me know what you think in the comments below, and of course, follow me to Unfuck America.
Wow. Wait, is Nyara, is that the weird VTuber that sucks off Hasan, or is that the weird VTuber that sucks off ASMONSLOP? Destiny also leads right, like the majority of liberals. Nice. The Hasan one? Nice. Apparently, Trump gave Bibi's government a 5-minute notice for unilaterally announcing a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Trump goes down and he's like, bro, why are you guys even fighting? Just stop, please. What is this? Straight pussy liker. Benny Johnson is so straight. There are no advertisements reminding you how straight he is. Benny Johnson is not gay. Paid partnership. Wait, what the fuck? Why?
The problem is online leftists have never felt this level of discomfort before in their lives, and they don't know what to do with these big feelings when it comes to politics. Because a lot of these online leftists only started voting in 2016. Their boy Bernie did not win, and so clearly the entire system was broken. Mind you, Bernie Sanders wasn't a good candidate. He thought he could win on class warfare. Turns out he cannot. Twice, mind you. Because that was their first election, they think it was broken. My first election was Bush v. Gore. Imagine how I feel.
Holy shit. Dude, if a Bush v. Gore Supreme Court decision were to happen today, whoo! I can't imagine the online fucking rage on that shit. That'd be wild.
Imagine what life could have been had the courts not decided the 2000 election. But we didn't stop engaging in the political discourse and trying to throw the entire party away. We just needed to be better. We needed to find ways for incremental change. The problem with online leftists and their love for Bernie Sanders and him not winning and them not actually doing any kind of reflection on each other is that they feel like if they just are radical enough, people will come around. You're trying to revolutionize a country that still has lynchings. How quickly do you think America will turn to your cause? Truly. America's 250 years old, and 60 years ago, they finally gave black people the ability to vote. But you guys can't even win on the local level. Why do you think anyone's going to elect you for president? You have no presence.
Wait, real quick. Start each battle in Mockingbird form. You have a 20% chance to recover at the end of each battle. Contagious. When it says recovers, then the bird flu thing will go away? Or is this worth, like, rolling through fights with? Or will my whole party get the bird flu and we'll all get fucked?
In Congress. And instead of you understanding that even though you don't agree with a bunch of Democrats, you know Republicans don't give a shit about this country, you would rather throw the entire place away in lieu of your interests. Step one, get Democrats into office. Because you want Democrats to promise the world prior to them even having the ability to see who their colleagues are in order to enact the change you want to see. You are making politicians swear up and down that they won't do a thing as president when you don't know who the fuck's going to be in Congress. Because there are people
that will
is it
contagious on my base?
One party for the presidency and the other party for the Congress, so there's some level of balance. I think it's asinine. And so when I see people demanding politicians do X, Y, and Z before they can even get in the front door, hating outside the club, but you can't even get in as bitches, you're not doing yourself any favors, because a lot of you in different comment sections of my videos and my mutuals videos understand privately that Republicans don't give a shit about this country. So you're pointing all your ire at Democrats. If you want...
Why did Arc Raiders lose so many players recently? I don't think it was recent. I think it's been over time. I think the big issue they ran into was the gameplay loop is fun, but there's no long-term grind in that game. But I don't know how much that impacts. I don't know what the average amount of hours is that a player has in that game. I'm not sure. That would be my guess. I don't know.
Democrats to do your bidding, elect them first.
It's just boring? I disagree. I think the gameplay loop in Arc is super, super fun, but it gets boring. Like, you can only play that for so many hours before it's like, okay, I get it. Like, what else are we doing? I think. Yeah.
And then lobby them when they get in. Until you get a president that's going to codify the Voting Rights Act, get rid of Citizens United, and stack the Supreme Court, none of this shit's going to change. Step one to doing all of those things, getting Democrats in office. You can catch a lot more flies with honey than vinegar. You out here actively shitting on the people that you need help from, that's on you. In conclusion, before I fuck this meal up, because this sandwich looks delicious, just keep in mind, since 2024, the major election nights that we've had in this country, Democrats have overperformed. And rare did one of them come out say they were a socialist Democrat, only caring about capitalism. They didn't have to. Because the majority of Americans and common sense voters understand the Republicans really screwed us. They really screwed us up. And in order to stop the bleeding, we have to at least get Republicans out. The more y'all talk crazy, the more we compare and contrast what's currently going on versus the things that are coming out of your mouth, the less you will be needed. So me personally, keep talking. Because you're not gaining supporters. You're not gaining people that want to throw away the whole system. In a two-party system in America, that's how it's gonna go. So y'all can keep on keeping on. Get Democrats in office at all levels of government and then tell them, hey, now that you're here, here's a lot of stuff that did not work out. A lot of stuff that we need to change. If we have the numbers to change them, yeah, they're probably gonna fucking do it, dog. Because most policies on the Democratic side are good policies for America. Or you can ignore every single thing I said in this video and just make your own party. Start advocating for the people you want us to vote for and prove to us, get them to earn our vote. Give us your candidates and let us know why we should vote for them. Because you can't tell Democrats who are okay with the two-party system that every Democrat you're going to put up is probably terrible and shit on them before they even announce they're running in 2028. You could be spending all of 2026, all of 2027, propping up candidates that you give a shit about, that you think we should give a shit about. Because if you want to play in this two-party system, you need to advocate for who the fuck you want as opposed to shitting on the people you don't. Okay? All right. You guys have a good one.
Piers Morgan's my favorite because he'll have like people with like crazy opinions on come argue and then somehow lose the arguments every time. Piers Morgan will have a guy coming on, he'll be like, women shouldn't allowed to have phones. And you're like, oh, Piers Morgan will probably win this. And Piers Morgan's like, if women can't have phones, then how would they f black guys? You're like, whose side? Is Piers Morgan for this or against it? I don't... What argument is that, Piers Morgan?
Okay. Uh-oh. What was the response in here on black people of Reddit? She lost me when she said Sanders wasn't a good candidate. That's just categorically false. The problem isn't the online leftists, it is the real-time or in real-time centrists. This incremental change rhetoric, funny as shit, considering how most of these incremental changes get blitzed by the GOP/Republicans in a fraction of the time it took to even implement said changes. Despite her hating on online leftists, the whole rant indicates that Democrats, the only other option, are winning midterms because Republicans ruling every branch of government to destroy the country. That's why Dems are overperforming. Not because online leftists stopped gatekeeping Dems. Not because Dems are winning popularity. The argument she's making is because Republicans had to prove themselves. Democrats are rallying due to their failures. If this woman find young, energetic leftists pathetic for demanding more of the party that most closely resembles their values with any power, then I counter with, I find it pathetic. She makes Democrats' all-time unpopularity as the fault of their critics instead of holding them accountable. Did she ever say this ever? Was she even implying it? Okay. Democrat politicians are literally people with literally tons of money, power, and prestige in their circles. Leftists are just people calling out the bullshit. Does anyone really need to explain, ever, why Republicans are pure evil? No. Do Democrats need to explain why they pretend not to be? All the time. That's why everyone sees a difference. Jesus.
You know what the greatest tragedy about that Sykkuno thing is? Is that he never fucking tossed me one, bro.
Jeez.
Like, that was biblical levels of greed, how many VTubers he had, and he couldn't throw me an assist. Like, actually, fuck him. Like, I'm joining everyone else. Actually, fuck that guy. How are we gonna have like 30 VTubers and you can't toss Unc one of them? Oops. You know what the...
Okay. SFO made a video on the VTuber girl. Hold on. XQC collapses from exhaustion.
Well done. Deep breath. Catch. 10. Rest. Nice, X. Well done. Well done. Animal. Oh, shit. I love it. Oh, God. Well done. Grab his water for him, Jig.
Yeah.
A little more?
I know it's not stretch. It's like see, when we were playing Tarkov, and you're leaning, and then your guy goes,
like when you hold a sniper for a long period of time. And
yeah, like my leg stamina. It's like you're leaning in a game. And it's like.
Did you see Wake Wilder's response to Sykkuno drama? No. Do I know who that is?
Like it's not gonna do anything. You know what I mean? Like it's you're useless.
Need a couple more minutes.
Yeah, I think I really puke a little bit.
Oh, you're puke?
Sure, maybe.
Okay.
He is basically a Sawyer, cringier Hasan, yes queening dick suck. Jesus.
How much water do you normally drink?
None.
You don't drink any water?
Nah.
Never?
I'm more of a lemonade type guy.
Bro, no water ever.
Nope. Don't give in to big water.
Oh, Jesus.
Lemonade goes hard though.
No, no. Like, you don't even have like a bottle?
Nah.
No. Oh, this is bad.
Oh, yo, some extra sweetened tea would be fucking heavy, okay?
Dude, oh, Jesus. Bro, you gotta drink water, dude. Even a couple, especially before the game. You might die. So, like, how many bottles of water do you drink in a week?
Like a half, maybe.
Oh my God, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Half a bottle of water in a week.
Yeah, I mean, half of those, I have like essential that I have one next to my bed. I drink like half of it. But I drink a lot of other shit though. Like, it's not because you don't drink water that you don't get water, you know what I mean? Like, if you get lemonade, there's water in there, like most of it.
Fair.
Actual reaction of someone up in your face, close and personal. And in your girl's face, by the way. Sorry.
Bro, okay? Listen, John, I'm here to tell y'all, bro, I'm an open book, okay? Alright, I will never hack on stream. Why? Because if I ever get caught, I get banned from Twitch. And this is how I feed my family. So, yo, I am not cheating in Rainbow Six Siege. I've never cheated on Siege on stream. Okay? I've never cheated on Siege on stream. I've never cheated in a video game that I am competitively good at on stream.
Oh, man.
Okay? Now, listen, I'm going to tell you guys. The last time I cheated in a video game, the last time I downloaded hacks ever on my PC was Rust 6 months ago.
Jesus.
That's the last time. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put this away. I have not cheated in a video game since 6 months ago on Rust off stream. Okay, you will never see me hacking on stream. It's just a thing. It's too much risk, bro. It'll never happen.
Here's the Wake tweet.
Bro, okay.
The collective willingness to standardize the absence of non-consent as a veritable proxy for consent itself is exactly the cultural failure I'm trying to address here. I don't ascribe overt malice to this phenomenon. I see it rather as a gaping blind spot in our sexual discussion. Okay, I'm good.
Listen, 1, 2, 3. This is my phone.
That's
fine.
Okay.
It's pink.
All right. This is my iPhone 17 Pro Max, 2 terabyte. I'm put right here. It's 2 terabyte one.
Terabytes? Why do you need that? Why so much storage?
2 terabytes.
Yeah, why do you need so much?
Usually when that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. This ain't no Lucari shit. Okay. All right. Just you can put it with them because they might have to switch ingest. It'll be up to chat. They'll vote.
And no alcohol here, T-man.
No alcohol?
No alcohol, no chicken, nothing. Vegetarian. Only.
Do you like deshi? No. Oh, no. Do you like deshi? Why no like deshi?
One chocolate.
Nobody no like? Nobody don't like deshi?
Nice.
But over time,
Gets surrounded by an angry mob.
I bought this. Oh my god. No.
I grew to regret it. How much of my childhood was spent in a world that left no trace.
Crowblade?
How are you?
Hey, sir. I'm doing well. How are you?
Hey, we've been recording everything.
Probably been better. You're probably nervous.
Is everything okay, sir?
Yes, everything is perfectly fine. I can let your son explain what happened, but long story short, your son was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
That's one way of explaining it.
We didn't know if he was a suspect in a case or not, so we took him to the station to conduct an investigation and interview, and we determined that he was not the right suspect we were looking for. So your son was perfectly compliant. He was cool with us, and he just happened to be wrong place, wrong time. And at the time of our investigation, we thought he was involved just because he happened to be where he was, which nowhere back, just and we thought that he might be our suspect. So we took him in for questioning, and obviously we determined that he's not our suspect and he is not arrested. He's not getting charged with anything or anything like that.
So, what is, I saw the whole video and I'm recording this also. I just want to make sure that these guys who bullied him, who harassed him, who cornered him, including the girl who trapped him, what can we do for these guys? Because they screwed with his life and they were blaming him like anything. He was making him a victim.
Yep. No, I 1000% agree with you. And we had talked to your son too. We're going to give him paperwork and documentation along with our business card, the case number, because we're still going to do a report and document his innocence. And the rest of what you can do with that person and stuff would be civil stuff, lawsuits and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I can't really give legal advice when it comes to civil litigation. But if you wanted to pursue something like that, obviously that's your prerogative. But that would be something that you guys would have to independently
my god sister is a top lawyer in California. I'm going to take it very serious, and I'm going to take this to all the level up. I'm not going to leave these guys.
Yeah, as you should. If I was a father, I would do the same thing. I genuinely, I feel bad for your son. So I expressed remorse as well for your son and stuff as well, and I told him that I think you guys should really take this serious as well, because if I was in your son's position, or if my son was in that position, I would be in the same boat as you.
And what's your name, sir, officer?
Yes, it's Officer Sanchez, Sanchez.
So I was watching you on the video. Are you the one with mustache?
Yeah. Mustache and gray hair.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I think you were handling it pretty good there. I saw that.
Everyone's innocent until proven guilty, and that's what we found is innocence in your son. So
my
badge number 2, if you want to write it down, is.
And who was the other?
I'm going to give him a.
Go ahead.
I'm going to give him a business card that has the case number on it.
Okay.
So what you guys can do is you guys can call the police department probably in a week or something when it's ready for review, and you guys can request the police report. That police report is going to have every single officer that was there, all their information and badge numbers too.
Do you know what exactly the girl was talking about?
Yeah, I'll kind of let your son get into the details with you, but she was talking to the wrong. She thought she was talking to your son, but she wasn't. She was talking to someone totally different.
Got it. And one more question I have, sir.
Sure.
There was one more officer in your team, and he was telling that Akash should be Akash should be jailed forever. What is that officer's name?
I'm.
Oh, the guy on the street. One of the officers said this. Apparently,
there was another young
he's on
guy.
video saying
Young cop. He was clean.
I like to think we're all young.
No, actually, he was like clean. You're all young.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I don't know exactly who said that or what. But that police report is going to have every single officer that was there.
Got it.
And it'll have their badge numbers and everything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to that officer also. Maybe when I'm going to have my lawyer talk to this officer also that he made a very strong statement.
That would be your prerogative as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to give your son every single piece of paperwork we...
Recap the lore for those that don't know. This is the guy that or this is the father of the guy who was falsely accused by Vitaly of being a pedophile, and then I guess he's calling the police department to figure out what was going on.
You have with case numbers, badge numbers, and everything, so you guys can have all that information as well for your own.
Officer, we really appreciate that you timely came there and saved my son. Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I genuinely, I feel bad. It's a shame this happened. So our report is gonna reflect his innocence as well. So
and officer, I have recorded this just for my record. Just wanted to take your consent that I have just recorded this.
Absolutely, sir. I appreciate the notification, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Whatever you need to.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, sir. I'm gonna give the phone back to your son. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
The smart. My name is Peter. I have hemophilia.
Wait, was there the RFK stuff we were watching from earlier today? Can somebody link me was that a hearing from today or yesterday or?
At the beginning of the 20th century, a new set of first principles of government was introduced into the American mainstream. The proponents of this new set of first principles, most prominent among them, the 28th President of our country, Woodrow Wilson, called it progressivism. Since Wilson's presidency, progressivism has made many inroads into our system of government and our way of life. It has coexisted uneasily with the principles of the Declaration. Because it is opposed to those principles, it is not possible for the two to coexist forever. Progressivism was not native to America. Wilson and the progressives candidly admitted that they took it from Otto von Bismarck's Germany, whose state-centric society they admired. Progressives like Wilson argued that America needed to leave behind the principles of the founding and catch up with the more advanced and sophisticated system of relatively unimpeded state power, nearly perfected. He acknowledged that it was a foreign science, speaking very little of the language of English or American principle, which offers none but what are, to our minds, alien ideas. He thus described America, still stuck with its original system of government, as, quote, slow to see the superiority of the European system. But progressivism was the first mainstream American political movement, with the possible exception of the pro-slavery reactionaries on the eve of the Civil War, to openly oppose the principles of the Declaration. Progressives strove to undo the Declaration's commitment to equality and natural rights, both of which they denied were self-evident. To Wilson, the unalienable rights of the individual were, quote, a lot of nonsense. Wilson redefined liberty not as a natural right antecedent to the government, but as, quote, the right of those who are governed to adjust government to their own needs and interests. In other words, liberty no longer preceded the government as a gift from God, but was to be enjoyed at the grace of the government. The government, as Wilson reconceived it, would be, quote, beneficent and indispensable. Progressives such as John Dewey attacked the framers for believing that their ideas were immutable truth, good for all times and places, when instead they were, according to him, historically conditioned and relevant only in their own time. Now Dewey and the progressives argued those ideas are to be displaced. Progressivism seeks to replace the basic premises of the Declaration of Independence, and hence our form of government. It holds that our rights and our dignities come not from God, but from government. It requires of the people a subservience and weakness incompatible with a constitution premised on the transcendent origin of our rights. You will not be surprised to learn that the progressives had a great deal of contempt for us, the American people. Before he entered politics, Wilson would describe the American people as, quote, selfish, ignorant, timid, stubborn, and foolish. He lamented that we do too much by vote and too little by expert rule. He proposed that the people be ruled by administrators who use them as tools. He once again aspired to be like Germany, where the people, he said admiringly, were docile and acquiescent. The century of progressivism did not go well. The European system that Wilson and the progressives scolded Americans for not adopting, which he called nearly perfect, led to the governments that caused the most awful century that the world has ever seen. Stalin, Hitler, Mussolini, and Mao, all were intertwined with the rise of progressivism, and all were opposed to the natural rights on which our Declaration are based. Many progressives expressed admiration for each of them shortly before their governments killed tens of millions of people. It was a terrible mistake to adopt progressivism's rejection of the Declaration's vision of universal, unalienable natural rights. Wilson's claim that natural rights must give way to historical progress could justify the greatest mistake in our history. In Plessy versus Ferguson, my court upheld Louisiana's system of racial segregation because, quote, separate but equal, it observed, was reasonable in light of the established usages, customs, and traditions of the people, and with a view to the promotion of their comfort and the preservation of the public peace and good order. It comes as no surprise that the progressives embraced eugenics. Progressives believe that Darwinian science, the idea of ever-advancing progress written into biology itself, had proven the inherent superiority and inferiority of the races. It was only a small step for Wilson to resegregate the federal workforce. It was only another step for the government to launch sterilization programs on those deemed by the experts of the day to be unfit to reproduce, upheld by my court in Buck v. Bell in an opinion written by no less a figure than Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. We can argue over whether you believe in immutable, absolute natural rights or the Wilsonian idea of ever-progressing history. Indeed, your school of civic leadership was created to host just such arguments. But let me ask you to consider the consequences. European thinkers have long criticized America for remaining trapped in a Lockean world with its weak, decentralized government and strong individual rights. They say our 18th century declaration has prevented us from progressing to higher forms of government. But we were fortunate not to trade our Lockean bonds for the supposedly enlightened world of Hegel, Marx, and their followers. Fascism, which after all was National Socialism, triggered wars in Europe and Asia that killed tens of millions.
Bruh, my Supreme Court justices.
The socialism of the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China proceeded to kill more tens of millions of their own people. This is what happens when natural rights give way to the higher good of notions of history, progress, or, as Thomas Sowell has written, the visions of the anointed. None of this, of course, was an improvement on the principles of the Declaration. Tocqueville's Democracy in America is largely about how America owed its superiority over Europe to its conscious decision to reject central planning and administrative rule, root and branch. Progressivism, in other words, is retrogressive. As Calvin Coolidge said on the 150th anniversary of the Declaration, and I quote, "If all men are created equal, that is final. If they are endowed with inalienable rights, that is final. If governments derive their just powers from the consent of the government, that is final. No advance, no progress can be made beyond these propositions. If anyone wishes to deny their truth or their soundness, the only direction in which they can proceed historically is not forward, but backward, toward the time when there was no equality, no rights of the individuals, no rule of the people." When Abraham Lincoln addressed the assembled crowd at Gettysburg, they had gathered to memorialize the past, but Lincoln's address urged them to not do so with complacency. Instead, Lincoln said, they should look to the past as inspiration to take them to greater heights in the future. And I quote, "It is rather for us to be here, dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we were highly resolved that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation shall have a new birth of freedom, and that this government of the people, by the people, and for the people."
Okay, this guy's fucking retarded. I don't know. Okay. Don't let us waste our time listening to this guy again. Jesus Christ.
Demanding better from our health and food systems, and for using HHS as a platform to make America healthy again, our health system is full of misaligned incentives. The most glaring being that reimbursement is concentrated to patients who are already sick and does too little to help Americans stay healthy. Just this week, we held a field hearing in Florida on preventive care, where we heard from local medical professionals who, because they are at the forefront of modern medicine, help their patients get back to the basics of a healthy life: nutrition, wellness, exercise, and preventative medicine. It was clear from witness testimony that the movement that you helped lead has begun putting lots of thought into how we realign health incentives in support of this goal. It is not just lifestyle choices undermining the health of the American people. Industry consolidation, with huge companies swallowing up various parts of the healthcare system, has helped pad the bottom line of big corporations while doing little to support the health or well-being of working class Americans. 16 years after Democrats promised Obamacare would be the silver bullet for lowering prices, healthcare cost and insurance company profits have never been higher. That's why the Ways and Means Committee is focused on addressing consolidation and vertical integration in the healthcare industry to expand access and lower cost. Earlier this year, we questioned the CEOs of major health insurance empires about how it could be that they are focused on lowering costs for patients and not expanding revenue for themselves when each insurer owns pharmacies, medical providers, and PBM middlemen. It would not surprise you to know they did not have good answers. Soon, We will have the same conversation with large hospital systems that have driven up prices without expanding access to care. That lack of access is especially important for the 60 million rural Americans who have higher rates of chronic diseases and have 43% higher mortality rates than urban Americans. We also need to do more to protect access to rural health care. I want to thank you for distributing the first installment of funds to states from the $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Program that Republicans enacted in the Working Families Tax Cuts. Rural communities in my home state of Missouri are thrilled to have this program to protect access to care and expand.
Is there a question here? Or is he just opening?
Hospitals at risk so that we can have a tax cut for the wealthiest among us, and that's based on tax distribution tables. That's to come to the aid of the American family at this very difficult time. Republicans need to understand that Americans deserve a fair shake. I'm going to close on the note that I opened with, and Mr. Secretary, I think you're well aware of it. What we built in Massachusetts over these years since Senator Kennedy became president, it was done with Republicans and Democrats, but together we're immensely proud of what it was that we achieved, and we don't want to see it dismantled. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Nill. Today's sole witness is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. The committee has received your written testimony, and it will be made part of the formal hearing record. Secretary Kennedy, you have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks, and you may begin when you're ready.
Uh-oh. Sorry.
Now? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the President's fiscal year 2027 budget request. We stand at a generational turning point. Our children are the sickest generation in modern history, and decades of failed policy, captured agencies, and profit-driven systems have caused it. Parents across the country demanded change, and we are delivering it. We are ending the era of federal policies that fueled the chronic disease epidemic and replacing them with policies that put the health of Americans first. President Trump and I are challenging the status quo and the institutions that defend it as we work to make America healthy again. In just 15 months, HHS has delivered historic wins. We negotiated most favored nation drug prices with 16 of the largest pharmaceutical companies, so Americans no longer pay more than other people in wealthy countries for the same medications. We're bringing real transparency to healthcare pricing so patients know the cost of care before they receive it. I use the full convening power of the federal government to bring health insurance CEOs to the table to reform prior authorization. We are cutting red tape, speeding decisions, and demanding transparency. We are also cracking down on waste, fraud, and abuse. This year, HHS and USDA issued new dietary guidelines that put real whole food at the center of the American plate. We flipped the food pyramid upside down and sent a clear message to the American people: eat real food. HHS has also opened the door to partnerships with industry, trade associations, nonprofits, and advocacy organizations. More than 50 medical schools have committed to expand nutrition education from an average of just 2 hours to 40 hours. Food manufacturers are stepping up too. More than 40% of the food industry is committed to phase out petroleum-based dyes by year end, and many have already eliminated them. In conjunction with these efforts, FDA approved 6 natural food colorings derived from fruits and vegetables. Though President Trump's Great American Recovery Initiative, HHS is matching compassion with action to help Americans break the cycle of addiction. At HHS, we are prioritizing patients with ultra-rare diseases and their families and driving faster access to life-saving treatments. We're restoring gold standard science and integrity across the agency. We're protecting children from sex-rejecting procedures that expose them to irreversible harm. We're eliminating outdated and misleading warning labels on hormone therapies used to treat women during menopause. We're strengthening oversight of organ procurement. We're implementing Operation Stork Speed to ensure the safety and quality of infant formula. We're applying the same focus and urgency, as you mentioned, to rural America. The Rural Health Transformation Fund delivers the largest investment in rural health in our nation's history, $50 billion over 5 years to strengthen hospitals and ensure Americans can access the care they need no matter where they live. Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle have made rural health a clear priority in their conversations with me, because every state is feeling the strain of hospital closures, workforce shortages, and gaps in access. HHS announced more than $135 million investment this month to expand rural residency programs and nutrition services. The data is clear. When physicians train in rural communities, they're more likely to practice there. The President's budget puts all these priorities in action. It invests in prevention because preventing disease costs less and delivers better outcomes than treating it. As my uncle, President John F. Kennedy, said, progress is a nice word, but change is its motivator, and change has its enemies. We see those forces clearly: entrenched interests, defenders of a failing status quo, and institutions that put profits ahead of the American people. That resistance underscores the urgency of this moment. We can reverse the chronic disease, improve public health, and lower costs. I stand ready to work with this committee and Congress to seize this opportunity, to implement and codify lasting generational reform in American healthcare. For our country, for our children, and for the health of the American people, together we can make America healthy again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Without objection, each member will be recognized for 4 minutes to accommodate the Secretary's time. As always,
thank you, Just Scuzzy, for gifting a sub to Chesmantia in KickChat.
we want to ensure that all members have an opportunity to ask questions of the Secretary. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session. Start with Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Secretary Kennedy and your leadership. It's been incredible in my mindset. The U.S. is spending $5.3 trillion on health care and getting sicker as a nation. 6 in 10 Americans, 95%, in terms of Medicare beneficiaries, have at least one chronic disease. Roughly half of the adult population is projected to be obese by the end of this decade. I believe this problem stems from unhealthy and ultra-processed foods.
True.
And I applaud HHS and its continued support and leadership on this issue. We must prioritize prevention as the key to reversing trends in heart disease, obesity, and diabetics. I believe the best way to do that is bend the cost curve, is by making sure that people don't get sick in the first place. I like to say to people who are, you need to be the CEO, I read it, of your own health, and I think that's critical. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate our strong partnership in advancing the health of this country. I look forward to continuing to work together to support a healthcare system that values prevention, not reaction. Couple of questions I've got. Together, we've accomplished so many things to support health and prevention. For example, we've worked on the food pyramid, is real food, cutting the ultra-processed foods. We're also brought back...
Food pyramid had nothing to do with real food or ultra-processed foods or whatever. It was just a distribution of like what kind of foods, like macros and micros kind of should you be eating every day. But that's cute that we can incorporate our food pyramid talk, I guess, into that.
Presidential fitness guides, which I'm excited about. And I guess in terms of some of the things that we've done, what do you think we could be doing more of in that space in terms of diet and exercise?
True.
Flipping the food pyramid and issuing new dietary guidelines was the beginning. When I came into office, I was handed the dietary guidelines that had been developed by the Biden administration. They were 453 pages long. They were incomprehensible. They were written by food industry lobbyists, and they reflected the mercantile impulses that had driven Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. Fruit Loops isn't even a food. It's just poison. And
Poison. I don't even know when the last time is that we used the weird food pyramid that we had when I was in school. I feel like that hasn't been a thing for a while. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
Together the best nutritionists in this country from the best universities all over this country, a dozen of them, who worked 11 months to reform the dietary guidelines and offer for the first time not dogma-based guidelines, but science-based guidelines. Every recommendation is cited and sourced from multiple peer-reviewed publications. That's the beginning. The next part, we have to drive those changes into dietary culture in our country. We are aggressively using the food subsidies program with Brooke Rollins, my partner in this.
Let me mention, I've got another question with 1 minute left, but I'm deeply passionate about promoting access to screening as a way to prevent diseases. Through my personal experience with Alzheimer's and lung cancer, I've become a strong believer in the power of detection and prevention, and I'd like to get just your thoughts and ideas on that in terms of screening, like lung screening for cancer and stuff like that.
Screening for prevention is absolutely critical. We are reforming now the USPSD, which is the committee that decides on new procedures and interventions that need to get CMS compensation. And that committee has been lackadaisical and negligent for 20 years. We're now bringing new members on who have a clear mission. We're going to have much more frequent meetings. We're going to have for the first time transparency. We're making...
Oh, true. Yes, he misspoke. The top of the pyramid is what you eat the least of, I thought. So why would Fruit Loops being on top be a bad thing? True, he misspoke when he said that, yeah.
Investments at NIH and elsewhere in doing the kind of science that we need to do better screening for Alzheimer's.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, fighting fraud is bipartisan here. As I noted earlier in my remarks, that nobody ever campaigned with a bumper sticker that said, vote for me, I'm for more fraud. So fighting fraud certainly has considerable support across this Congress, and nothing makes me or you or others in this room madder than those who might rip off Medicare. So I think those who commit fraud ought to be held accountable. So let's talk about Lawrence Duran. He perpetrated what at the time was the largest therapy issue-related Medicare fraud in history, hundreds of thousands of false claims. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison, and he and other collaborators were ordered to pay back $87 million in restitution. His sentence was commuted by the president. Did the president consult you as we pursue this fraud?
I don't know anything about that case.
Fair enough.
Congressman, but I can say this. This has not been, although it's a bipartisan issue and there's bipartisan passion for this issue, the application, the implementation of anti-fraud has not been bipartisan.
So let me go to the next one, Mr. Secretary. How about Joseph Schwartz? He pled guilty last year to bilking taxpayers out of more than $38 million, paid himself millions of dollars along the way. His negligence as it related to nursing homes is well known to all of us. President Trump pardoned Mr. Schwartz.
What?
I'm assuming he didn't consult you on that either. If we're going to talk about fraud, it's not the people just at the lower end of the economic scale. If we're going to pursue fraudsters, it's not just the people who might make simple, honest mistakes that could be corrected. It's the people at the top that help to perpetuate this fraud. And the administration's position...
He didn't talk to me about that, and Donald Trump is a god, and it might be that some random person suggested it, so who the fuck are you to blame Trump for anything?
Seems to be that it's only the recipients and not the providers that commit fraud. We are not defending fraud. We're not cheering for it. We're not excusing it. But there needs to be an even-handed approach, including not passing out pardons to people that might be supporters of the administration. So let me, on a nice note, thank your staff here in front of all for helping me out recently, or helping my constituents out, on an issue that related to daycare. Your staff came to the aid of a Head Start provider in my district and really helped out 100 families. The problem is that we don't want that to be something that can be completed by senior members of the Ways and Means Committee coupled with a group of administrators who know the problem and have come to the assistance of those who need it. But it shouldn't be that way. It needs to be more universal, and the cuts that are being proposed to these initiatives are not helpful to the American family. I look at these decisions, and if we're going to pursue fraud, Mr. Secretary, it has to be across the board. And we want an even-handed approach to these fraud investigations, including those whose schemes have cost the American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. I yield back my time.
Wow. Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here this morning and entertaining our questions. I represent one of the largest land area districts in the country, and most of my constituents live in rural and even remote areas. Agriculture is the engine of our economy in my district, and we're proud of our role in feeding not just America, but the world.
Wow.
Now, before I get to my questions, I would like to stress the importance of modern agriculture practices in producing a healthy, affordable, and sustainable food supply. The agriculture industry depends on our standards and regulations being science-driven and risk-based. I do want to say that threatening the availability of technologies could inadvertently lower yields and actually increase the price of food at a time when many Americans are already struggling to make ends meet. So I encourage you to continue to bring farmers and ranchers to the table as you consider matters relating to agriculture. Moving on, I do want to talk about rural health. You mentioned the Rural Health Transformation Program. I think that means a lot to so many of our constituents, our communities, our states. The RHT programs notice a funding opportunity to recognize the important role of pharmacists in meeting rural communities' health needs. I believe that pharmacists are an underutilized part of our health system. Nearly 9 in 10 Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy, making pharmacists among the most accessible health professionals. Because of the broad accessibility, I think there is more we should do to empower pharmacists to help meet rural health needs. That's why I introduced a bill we call ECAPS that would improve access to care for seniors across America by providing Medicare coverage of pharmacist-administered tests and treatment for common illnesses like COVID, flu, and strep. By allowing pharmacists to test and treat seniors for common illnesses, we can make these services more accessible and reduce pressure on emergency departments. I do want to ask, what is your approach to improving access to healthcare services for Americans who live in rural and remote areas, and what can we do to ensure Americans in rural areas aren't left behind in our healthcare system?
I mean, last week I went to...
Bro, somebody needs to mute their fucking cell phone out here. Holy shit.
To announce an unprecedented $125 million investment in community health centers, which are serving
community health centers,
Americans, mainly in rural areas around the country, will improve nutrition and also retention of their workforce, which is one of the reasons that so many of our rural health programs, so many parts of it are failing today. We've seen closures of 120 rural hospitals since 2010. It is a crisis when these hospitals close. It doesn't just deny access to health care. Those hospitals are economic drivers for their community. They're the highest paid jobs. They're oftentimes the biggest employer. For that reason, President Trump made the biggest investment in rural health care in American history, a $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund. Right now, Medicaid gives about 7% of its money to rural hospitals, and it's about $20 million a year. Well, we're increasing the flow of federal dollars to rural community health care, an extra $10 million a year. So that's a 50% rise over the next 5 years. And it's going to give those hospitals the ability to upgrade their infrastructure, to install telehealth, to move to AI, and to retain workers and do all the other things they need to achieve permanent stability.
The real conversations we need to be having. Thank God.
Moving to CMMI, the Center for Innovation, I appreciate its intent. I do believe it lacks some transparency, and especially when CBO found CMMI's activities increased direct spending by $5.4 billion. So my time has expired, but I would encourage you to take a look at that so that we can make sure that innovation drives cost savings and better outcomes rather than just driving more spending and not positive results. Thank you.
CMMI has been disastrously mismanaged in the past. We are changing that. We're making it a center for innovation that Congress intended it to be.
Thank you. Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Secretary, since waste, fraud, and abuse has been something of a watchword in this administration, I'm sure that you're familiar with the December 3rd Government Accountability Office response to a request by Chairman Smith, which reported significant agent and broker fraud with the Affordable Care Act, including brokers signing up people who didn't even know they were signed up. As you're aware, last May, under your authority, CMS fully reinstated all 850 brokers and agents who had been suspended back in 2024 because of suspected ACA fraud. Can you guarantee to our committee today that every one of those suspected brokers and agents was thoroughly investigated and found to be innocent of any fraud, any wrongdoing, or criminal activity?
I can tell you.
Can you, sir? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Oh, they cut the mic!
You can't answer that. That is very troubling, I must say. 850 people accused of fraud, suddenly reinstated all at once. Do you know whether any of these suspected fraudsters who were reinstated so swiftly were subject to any additional oversight under your authority? Have there been guardrails that have been put in place to ensure those 850 agents don't continue to commit fraud?
Congressman, I'm a lifelong Democrat, so I was shocked.
I don't care your party affiliation. We're all against fraud, sir.
I was shocked when I came into this agency.
Were you shocked to see that 850 people who were suspended for fraud had been reinstated all at once?
I was shocked to learn that President Biden had directed my agency to stop all program integrity activities and focus on enrollment.
Back my time, sir.
And that's what caused
Give him his time back,
Biden's
goddammit.
administration was the one that suspended 850 suspected fraudsters. Your administration was the one that let them all go back to work. Have any of them
President Biden fired everybody in my agency except for 6 people who were involved in program
in fact,
integrity.
under your leadership, you have suspended the very people at CMS who are responsible for overseeing any fraud in the program. But
We've done more to combat fraud than any administration.
If you want to filibuster, go to the Senate. But would you please try to answer my question, sir? Have there been any new complaints against these 850 brokers?
As I said, I'm happy to talk to get my staff to
I'm not asking if you're happy to talk. I just want to know the answer to my question. Have there been any new complaints of fraud against these people?
I don't know why those people were reinstated. For as far as I'm concerned, it may be because of a lawsuit. I have to check on that.
Well, I wish
I
you
can
would.
guarantee you there is
Thank you,
no
sir.
administration.
Reclaiming my time, sir, as it runs out. It is very troubling that the only fraud that Chairman Smith referred to as a smoking gun to deny affordable health care credits, put the blame on the mother that was trying to protect the sick child, that nothing was done about that, and the Secretary still doesn't know much of anything about it. As far as fraud, Paul Wazak is one who had $10 million of wages that he kept, some of to buy a $2 million yacht. His mother contributed to the Trump campaign, and he no longer has to pay $4.4 million or stay in prison. Mr. Secretary, I want to know what role you play in the soft-on-crime approach to healthcare fraudsters. Have you recommended that any of these healthcare fraudsters should get pardons or commutations, or did the campaign contributions speak for themselves?
I don't think there's anybody in this country. I don't think there's anybody in this country who believes that this administration is soft on fraud. We're the first administration.
It's just the fraudsters who have the money in the cottage industry to get themselves pardoned and not even have to restitute what they've taken from those they've defrauded. It's really a disgrace. I'm surprised you would defend it.
It's not a credible story.
It's a fact, sir. It's not a story. It's a fact.
Mr. Kelly.
More fraudsters pardoned than any president in American history.
Your time has expired, Mr. Doggett. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us today. And as usual, the meetings will continue till our morale improves. I did want to just talk about one thing real quickly. I'm really wishing you success in the rollouts of the bridge and balance models, expanding seniors' access to weight loss drugs. And as Mr. Buchanan talked about, this is really critical. But at this point in today's hearing, I'm going to turn my time over to Mr. Swikert from Arizona. I think he has would take more than 4 minutes for him to go through all the things he wants to ask you. But again, thank you for walking out of where you were into this. I appreciate what you're doing, and your family has always been a
Wait, are you
hallmark
allowed to do that? You just like spirit bomb your time to somebody else? Can everybody do that?
of American service. So thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Swikert.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And I appreciate him doing this. And well, let's actually do some waste and fraud where we have real money. I actually want to talk about what's often referred to as CPAP, the CDPAP, New York Health. Let's actually use New York because that's actually what us and oversight
Does X do in Tacoma a lot?
Something is wrong when the biggest job creator in New York City over the last few years turns out to be a home visitation program that you all manage. We have some data here that basically says for every 1,000 residents 65 and up in New York State, the whole state, 171 are receiving these stipends, these payments. In New York, if New York itself was actually at the Medicaid population average, it would save $43 billion a year. When we start to actually examine and dive into the numbers, the disproportionate, yes, we have frauds here, frauds there, but we have entire states that seem to be helping this fraud along. What do I do to help a program like this that substantially expanded during COVID, that we now have not only New York, but a handful of other states that seem to be using it as a jobs program and not a health program?
Senator, that is a huge problem. New York State pays on average 80% more per capita on Medicaid than any other state, 80% over the average. And part of the reason for that, as you point out, are these waiver programs that the states, many of the states have now applied for and received. In the old days, Medicaid paid for medical procedures. So if you got a hernia operation, we could figure that out at CMS. We could see you had a scar. It was done by licensed doctor, by licensed nurse, and we could track to make sure it actually happened. The waivers allow people, family members, who are taking care of an elderly parent to get paid for balancing the checkbook, for picking up the groceries, for driving somebody to a doctor's appointment. Today, the biggest job in New York, 650,000 people, the biggest employment niche is home care. These are family members who are getting paid to do things that they used to do as family members for free. And this is rife with fraud because we have no way at CMS to determine whether they actually perform that duty or not. We don't know whether you drove your grandmother to a doctor's office. So it's an opportunity for fraud, and state corrupt people, fraudsters, are taking that opportunity all over the country. And it's one of the reasons that Medicaid doubled during the Biden administration, because we are paying for fraud now as much as for medicine.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And we get a round two. I yield back.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your persistence in getting this hearing scheduled. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for finally appearing before our committee. Mr. Secretary, let's start with an easy one. you have a medical or public health degree?
No.
Uh-oh.
No?
No.
Yet you're overruling doctors, scientists, and public health experts across our country. Your dangerous conspiracy theories are undermining safe and effective vaccines.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Secretary, I want to echo my friend, the ranking member's comments about polio. I remember as a kid, kids older than me in school with me who got polio. They live with the lasting impacts of that infection for the rest of their lives. I was fortunate to get the polio vaccine, and I was fortunate to never get polio because of that vaccine. And because we're about the same age, I'm sure you have similar experiences. But now you undermine vaccines and are helping make diseases deadly again. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this article from the Sacramento Bee about the rising measles cases in California.
Without objection.
Thank you. In 2000, measles were declared eliminated in the United States. And I've got a graph behind me that shows that. Under 4 years of President Biden, there were 514 measles cases in the U.S. Under just 1 year of President Trump, there are nearly 2,300 cases. Mr. Secretary, kids have died because measles is running rampant under your watch, in large part because President Trump allowed your conspiracy theories to run our public health. Americans need serious leadership grounded in evidence and science. Instead, we have you and this president elevating misinformation and undermining basic public health. HHS should be led by professionals who respect science and data, listen to doctors, and put patients first, not by rhetoric, not by conspiracy, and not by ignoring established medical facts. So today, Mr. Secretary, this is not just about policy differences. It's about whether this department is going to protect the health of the American people or put them at greater risk. Right now, it looks like the latter. Let's not sugarcoat this. Americans are paying more for health care, not less. Families are being squeezed at every turn, and instead of relief, they're being handed policies that will make things much worse. You and this administration promised to lower costs. Instead, costs are rising. And you and this administration ripped health care away from millions of people. H.R. 1, the big, ugly, big, beautiful bill, whatever it's being called these days, cut $1 trillion from Medicaid. That means fewer doctor visits, delayed care, and more people showing up in already overcrowded emergency rooms. Let's be honest where this leads. People will get sicker, preventable conditions will go untreated, and people will die. Mr. Secretary, you shouldn't be in this office. I yield back the balance of my time.
Damn.
Mr. Schweikert.
Mr. Secretary, you are actually the first person
gonna say
I've
anything
had
with it?
in my 16 years who's actually willing to have conversations with me on how to have the revolution of lowering the cost of healthcare and help our brothers and sisters be healthy. But I want to go to one that makes the lobbyist community pucker up because every other lobbyist seems to be working on this. These are just some of the MedPAC reports. You pay for them. They basically say Medicare Advantage, Medicare Part C, has a misalignment on the math. We need to come to a final conclusion. Are these accurate? Or the stories I get from the lobbyists accurate? Are the insurance companies accurate? Because the latest report says Medicare Advantage comes in at 114% of fee-for-service. In 2005, when we set up Medicare Advantage, which I'm a big supporter of, a capitated model where you make your profit by helping your brothers and sisters be healthier, instead of a model where you make your money by constantly risk scoring them as sicker. And you saw last year's Wall Street Journal series showing how many people had been scored as being sick, and they didn't have that disease. They had never been tested for that disease. 114% compared to 95% fee-for-service is about $1.75 trillion over 10 years, making it the single biggest misalignment in the federal government. Can I beg of you?
Big.
And I know you're going to, Dr. Oz and others, we need to put everyone in a room, maybe our actuaries, maybe my economists from the Joint Economic Committee who've been working on this for 3 years. It's a stunning amount of money. How do we use Medicare Advantage, a managed care model, to have your vision of they make a profit because you helped people be healthier? It may require a multiple year enrollment, so there's a payoff for the investment. 31% of Medicare spending is diabetes. What can I do to work with you? What can I do to
We got to get rid of these diabetics.
CMS
Get
and
rid of
HHS
them all.
To a vision here of healthcare for seniors?
Thank you, Congressman. I'd love to have those discussions.
First of
with
all,
you.
for diabetes, can I introduce you to something called the science of chiropractic? We can cure it now.
I'll say the fraud, a part of it is perverse incentives, as you pointed out, and part of it is fraud. Medicare Advantage was created as to end perverse incentives to give us value-based care, as opposed to traditional Medicare. And in some ways, it's doing that. In every metric that we look at, people who have Medicare Advantage are better off, are healthier, they're getting treated better, they're more compliant, and people who are getting fee-for-cost programs. One of the other problems is that one of the major problems is upcoding. And it's just rampant fraud throughout the system, as you point out, and we are fixing that now for the first time. And I can tell you that we're already seeing some change in the discrepancy. This year, we raised the premiums or we're proposing to raise the premiums for Medicare Advantage by 2%, whereas Medicaid and Medicare are going up by 5%.
Mr. Secretary, I want to propose a more radical solution of alignment of incentives. Get rid of the risk scoring. I would get rid of the star rating and do those scoring at the beginning and then design a system where as you help the enrollee get healthier, they benefit. We're almost out of time. I want to thank you and the agency for also starting the things of wearables, the thing you wear on your wrist, the thing you wear, and the ability to allow Americans to sort of have their own medical lab.
Wait, is somebody sleeping? Did you hear that? Is that a snore?
The thing you wear on your wrist, the thing you wear, and the ability to allow Americans to sort of have their own medical lab.
Or is that just RFK breathing?
Now we have to figure out how to allow it to prescribe. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, welcome to the Ways and Means Committee. I want to first associate myself with the remarks of Leader Neal, especially as it relates to the great legacy of your family.
Thank you.
There wasn't, on my paper route, there wasn't a house whose door I didn't knock on where there was a picture of Pope John the 23rd and John F. Kennedy. That's how deep and incredible influence that the President of the United States, the first Catholic,
that's why they keep muting him,
had on generations of people, and still every bit as much relevant today as he was in the 1960s.
Wow.
Your family
so brave.
And its legacy of public service deserves always to be acknowledged for the enormous sacrifice and their willingness to serve, and to serve in the public interest. Well, Mr. Neal also pointed out, as my other colleagues, I think you can understand and appreciate the incredible frustration. President Kennedy said that science is the quiet power. And whether it comes to sending a man to the moon or vaccinations, President Kennedy was out front in terms of his belief in government and his belief in making sure that vaccines were provided for the health and well-being of the American people, and the children were all sworn to serve and protect. I would like, Mr. Chairman, if you would, to submit for the record the Connecticut Department of Public Health testimony on the establishment of vaccine standards.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also, Mr. Chairman, like to submit for the record a stark divide. Americans more confident in career scientists at the U.S. health agencies than leaders.
Without objection.
And I guess that's what it all comes down to. When we look at the vaccination process, and I think everybody's entitled to their opinions and views, but we're not entitled to our own facts. And the facts, I think, speak clearly on this. When I confront doctors in my community, they say they're spending more time counseling people about taking their vaccination shots. We know what we were able to do. Just 4 years ago, the state of Connecticut braced for what they thought might be an outbreak of measles because a case was reported. But as it turns out, that was the only case. And it was attributed to the fact that people were vaccinated, and that's what prevented that. And as Mr. Neal and others have mentioned, whether it's polio, whether it's measles, whatever the case may be, I think you can appreciate how deeply concerned people are about this, and how the contrast between what your uncle and the President of the United States said in his beliefs and yours with respect to vaccinations. And with that, I see my time has run out. I'll yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. I want to get your opinion on the FDA. There's been broad reporting in the press on concerns that and mismanagement and bungled drug reviews at the FDA have chilled investments in life-saving innovative cures, and that China is rapidly becoming the recipient of those investment dollars. I also serve on the Select Committee on China. And as we look at how do we win the strategic competition when it comes to investment and innovation, it's very important that we have a vibrant, efficient FDA. And I understand that you aren't involved in those drug review decisions, and I intend to take that up with Dr. Markey. But it's
Wait. We've got breaking drama? No. Not Emily.
How cool. But, okay, anything else?
Oh, this is Emily. Have you met her?
Yes, Chris!
Oh.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Viewbot.ai. What?
Was there a reason why you were late?
Real viewers coming from promotions and ads. Oh no. Do they ban for this?
seems like a squandered opportunity to maintain America's position as the premier destination for investment in medicine and modern technology. Can you comment on that, Secretary?
What I would comment is I acknowledge that Congress is eating our lunch, and that happened during the Biden administration. We are redressing that. We have broken every record for drug approvals. We approved 67 drugs this year, new drugs. We approved a record. We approved 39 new devices, which is a record. We approved 91 new generic drugs, which is a record. We are 100% online to make all of our PDUFA deadlines, which does not usually happen. We have dramatically shortened the period from approval from conception to Congress. We just approved 2 new drugs, 2 new oncology drugs in record time, one in 45 days. The closest before that was 310 days. The other in 55 days. These are 2 drugs that are so effective that they can bring people out of hospice. So we've moved to 2-to-1 from 2-to-1 trials.
Many people stop dying? What?
To 1-to-1 trials where it's appropriate. We're using AI to dramatically shorten the times to approval. We're doing things that no other agency has with greater competence, greater efficiency than any other agency in history. You hear these stories about a drug that's been refused. You read about them in the Wall Street Journal. This week they were talking about a melanoma drug. Every panel within FDA, all the career panels, the career scientists who looked at that drug said it was not effective. The drug maker was told to do a 2-arm trial. He did a 1-arm trial.
What?
And all the people who were tested also received a chemotherapy drug. So we don't know what the
So what, it only worked on people with 1 arm? That's fucked.
effect was. And Marty made the correct decision to not approve that drug, but everybody goes after him because the industry is so powerful. They own Congress, they own the media, and they can beat up Marty McGarry because he's trying to do change over there.
Gotcha. I want to switch subjects. I'm also the chair of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, which has jurisdiction over foster care and the SHAFE programs. Yesterday, we had the First Lady here to talk about Fostering the Future, her initiative when it comes to foster care. Can you comment on the role HHS is playing in implementing the Fostering the Future executive order to help improve outcomes for foster youth?
President Trump and the First Lady, who's been extraordinary for us to work with, have said their vision is 1 family for 1 child. Right now, we have a 2-to-1 ratio. And part of the reason for that is that the Biden administration was excluding an entire class of people because of their religious beliefs. We are and told the states to actually pass laws, instructed them to pass laws, refusing families who had certain religious beliefs, mainly Christian religious beliefs, to not be allowed to have children. And that dramatically constricted the pool of available parents.
I'm sorry, hold on, I don't understand. Hold on, what?
Change over there.
Gotcha. I want to switch subjects. I'm also the chair of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, which has jurisdiction over foster care and the SHAFE programs. Yesterday, we had the First Lady here to talk about Fostering the Future, her initiative when it comes to foster care. Can you comment on the role HHS is playing in implementing the Fostering the Future executive order to help improve outcomes for foster youth?
President Trump and the First Lady, who's been extraordinary for us to work with, have said their vision is 1 family for 1 child. Right now, we have a 2-to-1 ratio. And part of the reason for that is that the Biden administration was excluding an entire class of people because of their religious beliefs. We are and told the states to actually pass laws, instructed them to pass laws, refusing families who had certain religious beliefs, mainly Christian religious beliefs, to not be allowed to have children. And that dramatically constricted the pool of available parents. We are changing that. We're also addressing one of the big issues.
But Biden was trying to keep Christians from adopting children, from fostering children? Okay, I believe that. Unquestionably.
Which is to allow children to stay with their families of origin. One of the biggest drivers of those separations is drug abuse. And we are aggressively going after these issues. And partially as a result of our work, the number of foster children has dropped from 425,000 to 325,000 because there's more kids who we're doing our early preventative services on and intervening early with parents who have drug addiction problems.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, thank you. And I, too, share the admiration of your family's legacy and contributions to the development of this nation.
Okay.
In my district in Chicago, though, child care can be hard to find. And when parents can't find child care, they can't go to work.
This is at 1.5. How slow does this guy talk? Wait, what the fuck?
Can't find child care, they can't go to work. Last week, President Trump said, and I quote,
Jesus,
the United States can't take care of daycare because we're fighting wars and need to spend our money on those.
He didn't mean that.
Do you agree with President Trump
trolling.
that we should cut child care to pay for his war in Iran?
These guys can't handle a little troll.
That's what President Trump meant, Congressman. I appreciate.
Yeah, he didn't mean the things that he just said, idiot.
For actually giving me an opportunity to answer your question, which none of your colleagues have done. They've all shut me up, and they've talked about science, but science is about debate. They give a little speech that they can go and market, for fundraising.
And now you're giving a little speech. Good job.
I deeply appreciate the respect that you've shown. In this budget, we were told to make a 12% cut across our department because Congress wrote a $39 trillion debt. We're now having to tighten our belt. The two programs that I protected and that Roosevelt protected were the Head Start program.
Okay.
Oh, it is getting no cuts.
Okay.
And incidentally, there have been no cuts to Medicaid. Look at the
another
CBO.
question that I need to ask. Black women are nearly 3 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes as white women. Yet the Trump administration is undermining black maternal health from all sides. The GOP slashed over $1 trillion from Medicaid, which pays for over 40% of births in the United States. President Trump just proposed cutting maternal and child health programs by over $800 million. DOGE canceled funds for several research projects that could save countless black mothers, like the Morehouse School of Medicine research on improving the health of black pregnant and postpartum women. How can we lower black maternal health experiences if we're cutting funds for these critical programs? And the administration says that you can't consider.
How do you even breathe like this? I'm sorry. I think this is bullying. I don't know.
Race or ethnicity in healthcare.
We are this administration, under my leadership and President
sound like a pug. True.
Trump's leadership is doing more to advance maternal health than any other administration in history. There was tremendous duplication of departments. We had 42 different maternal health services in our department, and we cut some of those and consolidated them. And right now, we are investing huge amounts of money in maternal health. We serve 59 million American mothers. Our perinatal program, which is a groundbreaking program, we're now in 220 hospitals, has reduced maternal mortality in those hospitals by 42%. Nobody's done that in history.
My time is going to expire, but let me ask you, the community health centers are excellent stewards for the 340B program, and they've done a great job with them. Now they're burdened with a new model and reporting requirement. Would you consider exempting the health centers from that model of rebate, all of the reporting things that are making it difficult?
I'm happy to talk to you about that. I can say that we are increasing the budget for community health services centers in this country in this budget, where everything else is getting cut, because we understand that they do a better job at treating their patients, and particularly patients in the poor community, than any other system in our country. And I just gave another $143 million to them last week, in addition to the proposed increase in their budget that are in this proposed budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now you're back.
Thank you. Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for being here today. I want to start by commending the Department of Health and Human Services for establishing the MAHA Commission and Administration for a Healthy America to fight chronic disease and to promote healthy living for all Americans. As mentioned earlier, the statistics are staggering that 6 in 10 Americans have at least one chronic disease, and that 90% of our healthcare spending is dedicated to fighting these conditions. We've got to look at ways to reverse this trend and focus on how do we improve wellness. We're strongly supportive of a pivot away from this reactionary sick care towards the preventive maintenance and strategic alignments for particularly rural health. We also need to recognize the importance of patients' access to quality care and availability of providers. A bold vision for a healthy America doesn't work if we can't succeed to support our rural communities with the essential medical workforce and emergency transportation required. In my district in South Central Kansas, institutions like the Kansas College of Osteopathic Medicine and the future Wichita Biomedical Campus are working hard to generate the next generation of doctors that will be supportive for us. Mr. Secretary, air ambulances are an essential lifeline in rural America, and when emergency happens, sometimes those helicopters are often the only way a patient gets to a medical treatment in time. Many of our bases are at risk of closing because of the Medicare reimbursement rates haven't been meaningfully updated for a couple of decades. And part of that's because the federal government hasn't been doing its job. 5 years ago, the No Surprises Act was required the Department of HHS and Department of Transportation to collect those cost and operational data. And to date, those rules haven't been finalized. And I wanted to just ask, how can we work together? How can we get HHS and Department of Transportation to work to update?
I am happy to work with you on that. I can tell you that the No Surprises Act was passed with the best intentions, and it was a great law, but it was not implemented by the Biden administration. And those proposed regulations on the No Surprises Act were left to languish. We are now in the final process of finalizing them. And I'm happy to work with your office to talk about the air ambulance problem. And these are huge. This is a huge issue, particularly in Alaska. So I hear from them all the time about the same issue. And we've also found a lot of fraud in that area. So we need the kind of audits that you're talking about and the kind of information that you're talking about. We're really interested in that, and I look forward to working with you on it.
Great. Well, thank you. And one of the things we're also concerned about is the real threat of retirement of so many providers in the physician workforce. And as we look particularly of how that's going to impact patients, particularly in rural communities, many of the communities lack specialists, and particularly with the number of physicians at an older age in our rural communities. And we're seeing now more patients are approximately seeing 50% more specialists than in the year 2000. And so I want to see if there's things that you're doing in the administration to help ensure that our rural patients can get access to some of these specialty care.
I think one of the most important things that we've done to address that very, very grave problem is the site neutrality rules, which we have recently finalized, and that will end the disparity between what's paid to rural providers and what's paid to urban providers, and hopefully dampen the appetite for consolidations, which are destroying rural economies and rural healthcare.
Will they still be blaming Biden a year from now? Bro, they're going to be blaming Biden forever. Ever.
And allow them to get a living wage, which they don't have right now.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. I yield back.
Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. We appreciate your appearance here today. To win the support of skeptical senators during your confirmation hearings, you claimed, and I'm quoting here, "I support vaccines. I support the childhood vaccine schedule." I was skeptical about those comments because prior to your nomination, you espoused numerous disproven theories that childhood vaccines, including the measles vaccines, were linked to autism, death, and other adverse effects. Not surprisingly, we were right to be skeptical of your promise to support the childhood vaccine schedule because at your direction, the CDC removed its universal vaccine recommendations for children, covering 7 immunizations, including things like flu, COVID, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, and rotavirus. On Fox News last year, you stated, and I'm quoting you again here, "There are adverse effects from the vaccine. It does cause deaths every year. It causes all the illnesses that measles itself causes." A deadly measles outbreak in Texas killed an unvaccinated 6-year-old, the first such death in a decade. So simple yes or no question. It's not that we don't want to let you answer. It's that we all have limited time, and you have plenty of time to answer questions, and you have plenty of time to give testimony at the beginning. So simple yes or no answer will do here. Do you agree with the majority of doctors that the measles vaccine could have saved that child's life in Texas?
It's possible, certainly.
Okay, thank you. I want to look at some very important data. In 2024, under the Biden administration, which apparently seems to be responsible for every ill in the world, in 2024, under the Biden administration, there were 258 cases of measles. And in 2025, under your leadership at HHS, it ballooned to over 2,000. That's a 675% increase. And we are now on track to surpass that this year with over 1,600 confirmed cases in just 3.5 months. If we project those numbers out for all of 2026, we can expect a whopping 6,400 cases of measles. That's a 2,380% increase in a preventable disease.
Not good.
CDC data also shows that about 80% of children who died from flu this season were not vaccinated. The anti-vaccine rhetoric you ran on and the anti-vaccine actions you have taken over the last year clearly correlates with the dramatic increases, again, in preventable diseases. As a mother, this horrifies me. Stopping the spread of communicable diseases is one of HHS's primary responsibilities, and a strong public health messaging campaign on the importance of vaccines could have stopped this surge of measles cases as it had in past outbreaks. But I was appalled to learn that the CDC suspended public health messaging on vaccines last February. It ended a successful flu vaccine campaign as well. My question is, did President Trump approve your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
You've got a lot of misinformation there. First of all,
I'm asking you a question. I
let me
appreciate a
respond
response
to the
the
misstatements that you've made.
No, you have other opportunities. I have limited time.
I only have
Please
you're
answer my
the
question.
only opportunity I have
Did
to
President Trump
respond.
approve your decision to end CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
Allow me to respond to a lot of the misinformation.
No, answer my question, please, sir. I have limited time.
There's a global measles epidemic. We've done better in preventing it than any country in the world.
There is no country that has seen a bigger percentage increase.
That's not true. Mexico has 3 times our measles, and they have 1/8 of our
population. Did President Trump approve
population.
your decision to end the CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging
Canada
campaign?
has double
Was
the
that a
measles, and
decision
they have
that was made
1/3
by
of
Trump?
1/8 of our population.
Did he approve that?
We've done better at preventing measles than any country in the world.
Did President Trump approve your decision to end the CDC's pro-vaccine public messaging campaign?
We've done better at preventing
That's
measles
not answering my question,
and ending
sir.
the epidemic
That is not
than any
answering my
country
question. And I
in the
think you don't
world.
want to answer the question because I think you know
I want to
that
respond to
you
your
are making
misinformation.
terrible decisions that impact very, very real lives, especially the lives of children. Now, one thing that I find incredible is that you suspended this pro-vaccine messaging campaign, but somehow you're spending taxpayer dollars to drink milk shirtless in a hot tub with Kid Rock, and somehow you think that's a better public health message
Your time has
than
expired
informing
by a
the
minute.
public about the importance of vaccines?
Gentlelady's
Really?
time has expired.
Really? I yield back.
You don't have anything to yield. Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I'd like to first thank you for your work. Thank you for your willingness to do this. Thank you for your courage, because taking on entrenched system does take real courage, and I think future generations will thank you for the work that you're doing today. I want to talk just...
Did you guys drink your whole unhomogenized, all-natural, whatever the fuck they want you to drink milk today? You better have.
2 quick things. You've spoken extensively about the role of diet in preventing chronic disease, and I have 2 specific policies, bills that I'm working on that we've talked with the department about, but I'd love to get your public comments about them today. The first is food as medicine interventions, like produce prescriptions, medically tailored meals, which there's growing evidence that they can really improve outcomes for patients with chronic disease. So I think there's a role for these approaches in federal health programs. And of course, you know, CMMI is created specifically to test new healthcare delivery models that improve outcomes, lower costs. and I appreciate that under your leadership, CMMI has started to prioritize prevention-focused models. So I've been working on and plan to introduce actually this afternoon a bipartisan bill that would test a bundled payment that provides certain chronically ill patients with a comprehensive package, access to healthy produce, nutrition counseling, remote monitoring, with the goal of preventing disease progression and reducing avoidable healthcare costs. Just like to get your reaction to that, and love to have the continued support of the Department for policy like this.
I mean, we have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. The Congressman was talking about the deaths from infectious disease, which are a couple of thousand a year. 90% of the people who die, the 3 million people who die in this country, die of chronic disease, and nobody's paying attention to this. And all of these members have ignored this for as long as they've been in office.
Nobody's paying
This is
attention.
the real threat to American health. In fact, during COVID, we had the highest death rate of any country in the world. And when you ask CDC, why is that true? They say, well, it's because we're the sickest population. The average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic disease. Well, what was killing them, COVID or the chronic disease? We have to understand chronic disease. Oh
my God.
Infectious disease has a very hard time killing a healthy person. It kills people with chronic disease. And I'm looking forward to, up to 70% of type 2 diabetes can be reversed, and people can even lose the diagnosis simply by changing their diet.
Yep. Well, thank you. I do want to bring up...
Never heard that before. 70%, but okay.
One additional piece of legislation that we're working on. Food manufacturers are...
Wow, what's up?
Not much.
Did your hair stuff work?
The hair's done.
Oh my goodness.
Moving in the right direction.
Are you gonna? Do you want to show it off now, or do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
I can show it off to you. I'll do it tomorrow morning for them.
Okay. Wow. Absolutely based. My goodness. They're gonna be so happy.
They're gonna love it, man.
They're gonna love it.
Due to your leadership on reducing additives, reformulating products, responding to consumer demand for healthier options. There's still a gap, though, in what's in the generally recognized as safe or GRAS pathway, where companies can self-determine a substance is safe. They determine that themselves, often relying on their own expert panels with limited transparency into potential conflicts of interest or underlying data. So that's another piece of legislation I'm working on. I think we should establish clear standards for self-GRAS panels, strengthen public confidence in our food supply. Just want to get your thoughts. Do you believe reforms like that are...
Yeah, that's absolutely critical. We have finalized in my agency a closing GRAS loophole, and that regulation is now going through the interagency process. We're a little bit hobbled in what we can do, and Congress can do much more. So my office would love to work with your office on getting a much stronger bill, much stronger regulations. The GRAS loophole has been hijacked by the food industry, and because of that, we have 10,000 ingredients in our food. In Europe, they only have 400. And most of those have never
400 ingredients for all European food. We have 10,000?
Tested. We don't even have a list of them. We have no idea what they are. It essentially allows the industry to put in any chemical they want, any chemical they devise in lab into our food without even the slightest regulations. And that needs to be changed if we're going to make America healthy again. I appreciate your help and your leadership, Congressman.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you on that.
Ms. Sewell.
Mr. Secretary, you've made a number of outlandish and frankly disturbing comments both before and during your tenure as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I want to draw your attention to one of those times. In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said every black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board-certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt that.
A yes or no answer.
I doubt that I said that phrase. No,
Absolutely.
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be
Because
clear,
it doesn't make
sir,
any sense. I don't even know what it
time.
means.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
And by the way,
so to be clear, you're not a doctor, you have no medical degree, and you have no formal medical training.
Does anybody have a link to this? That sounds pretty wild.
A black child.
24 of the 26 HHS secretaries have not had medical
degrees. This is my time. And I say to the chairman, I want to reclaim my time. So you are not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a black child, and
19 Keys online show.
yet you are suggesting that the federal government
facilities that I'm going to start in rural areas, my Peace Corps program. is going to be wellness farms, rehabilitation facilities that I'm going to start in rural areas all over the country where people, any American can go for free, any of them who is dependent on drugs, either legal drugs or illegal drugs, psychiatric drugs, which every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented, to live in a community where there'll be no cell phones, no screens. You'll actually have to talk to people. And the model for this is a community that I had direct contact with because a family member of mine went there, and it's called San Padrignanos in Italy. That community is a 10,000 acre farm.
Yeah, I feel like it's not quite as racist as kind of, sort of, not really, but it's just Jesus Christ.
And they grow organic food, so the kids eat very, very good food for the first time in their lives.
We're going to send them back out to the fields, bro.
To take black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence-based.
You're just making stuff up.
I am absolutely not making this up.
She said
Mr.
that.
Secretary, in your opinion, what factors should the federal government consider when reparenting a black child who has been on ADHD or ADD?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Congressman. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what reparenting even means.
I don't either, but you said that.
I did not say
Mr.
that.
Secretary, for black families in the United States, the issue of family separation is not
he under
new.
oath?
Our nation has a long and painful history of separating black children from their families. During slavery, black children were taken from their parents and sold with no regard for their humanity. And after slavery, black families continue to face forced separations through Jim Crow laws, discriminatory policing, and child welfare systems that too often assume that black parents were unfit. Even today, black children are removed from their homes at higher rates than white children, not because of their greater harm, but because of longstanding bias and built-in institutionalism. For you to suggest that black families are not capable of raising their own children is deeply offensive. Sir, you are the Secretary of Health and Human Services for the world's most powerful country, and your words matter. When you suggest that reparenting black children, when you sow doubt about the safety of vaccines, and when you promote unproven statements that have no basis in science, you endanger the lives of everyone across this nation. Those children have parents, and to suggest that they have to be reparented is offensive.
I never suggested that.
Your words matter. When those words are careless, communities pay the price. When your words are imprecise, they create confusion. And when your words are dismissive, they cause real harm. So you don't have the pleasure, because of your position, to speak first and think later. Not in this job and not because of your responsibility. I expect, and the American people expect, that you choose your words with sincereness and with seriousness, the seriousness that your position demands. American lives are at stake, and it's time that you start acting like it, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Hearn. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be with you today. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for, sorry. It's good to have you here today. I really appreciate it. I want to use my time to bring an issue to your attention. Last month, a young man from Oklahoma, Jacob Toe, came to meet me in my office. He told me a story that stuck with me, one that can make a huge difference for children in our country. In 2024, Jacob was in the midst of a custody dispute for his 3-year-old son, Leonardo, or Leo, as they called him. One day, Jacob got the call no parent ever wanted to receive. While Leo was in his mother's care, the young boy passed away. Jacob learned that Leo died from an accidental ingestion of fentanyl that was left within the reach of his mother's home. Jacob fought to figure out how this could possibly happen. In doing so, he learned that the drug screening panels used in the child welfare process did not test for fentanyl, which is not detected by standard drug panels. While talking to lawmakers back home, they, like me, were shocked that fentanyl was not already included in the child welfare drug screenings. What? I believe other states across the country do not realize this gap in care and safety exists. While grieving the death of his son, Jacob decided to get involved. He told his story all around the state of Oklahoma, urging lawmakers to correct this deadly gap in testing and keeping kids safe. Thanks to Jacob's effort, last month the Oklahoma State House of Representatives passed Leo's Law in honor of young Leo. This bill requires the Oklahoma Department of Human Services to include fentanyl testing in all child welfare drug screenings where fentanyl use is suspected. This is not an issue that is unique to Oklahoma. Other states, such as California, have followed suit and introduced similar legislation. I'm proud of my home state for leading this charge, and even prouder of this young man from Kellyville, Oklahoma, who has turned his unthinkable tragedy into successful advocacy efforts. I commend Jacob, but I know he cannot do this alone. We must do our part and help him ensure that no other child is harmed from fentanyl like his son Leo was. Secretary Kennedy, 2 things. Will you work with Congress to educate states about this ongoing issue and hopefully get them to introduce laws, and figure out how we can work together at the federal level to ensure all states are testing for fentanyl and child welfare drug screenings when necessary?
I will work with your office on that. I think it's a wonderful objective. As you say, it's normally regulated by state law, but we can look at other options.
It would be great to get everybody to do this. I'm sure children are dying across the country. Like I said, even California saw the need to do this and pass their own laws. But one other question before I go. Substance abuse is one of the leading factors for kids entering foster care. And in fiscal year 2024, more than 30% of children entered foster care due to substance
child fence screening
abuse by their parents. Under your leadership, ACF has expanded access to drug treatment under the Title IV Child Welfare Program for parents as part of the Great American Recovery Initiative. What steps can Congress take to build on this administration's emphasis on prevention services.
We've now funded as part of the Great American Recovery Plan as a STOMP program. We're working with states, with law enforcement, with detoxes, with rehabs, and sober housing to bring together the treatment that has been fragmented and atomized in the past. We also, one of the primary problems with drug treatment is it has the same perverse incentives as we see in the main, in the physical health medical system, which is that people get paid more by keeping the addict addicted. If you go to a rehab and you relapse, that's the best thing that'll happen to that rehab, because then you're coming back for a second bite. And
what? This is such a fucking retarded point. I'm sorry. This is another truism that just doesn't make any sense, right? If this was the case, whenever you speak about this perverse incentive, every single person that sells you anything ever always has a perverse incentive. Restaurants have a perverse incentive to keep you hungry, so you keep buying more food. Or clothing stores have a perverse incentive to make your clothes fall apart so that you buy more clothes. And everybody has and healthcare has perverse incentives to keep you. It's so stupid. Oh my God.
We're now working on implementing a model, and I actually visited a place in Arizona.
Like in this case, every single person has a bad incentive to do anything because they're always trying to make you sick or die, or they want you to buy your. It's so.
Back this week, that guarantees where the rehab after you go there for 30 days or 60 days will guarantee if you relapse within the next 12 months, you come back for free. And that gives the rehab the incentive to make sure you're going through IOP, that you're getting drug tested, that you're getting psychiatric care, that you're going to 12-step meetings or whatever they need to do. Maximize, because their financial incentives are now aligned with the incentive of getting you healthy. And I think ultimately that's where we need to move toward value-based care rather than...
Just because it doesn't happen in all cases doesn't mean it doesn't ever happen. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that argument is not enough. You have to demonstrate that somehow. You have to say, here's a perverse incentive, or maybe, well, I don't even know if I would say that is a perverse incentive, but here's a misaligned or a bad incentive, and here is how people follow through on the misaligned incentives. Like if you could say, we know that in rehab, that when you give somebody, a sick fucking mug that says, I've been drug-free, that they never relapse. However, instead, they all prefer to go over this program where they all relapse, but we think it's because they make more money doing it, and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's an argument there. But you can't just say, bad incentive, and then that's it.
Essentially, it's a fee-for-service model.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I will not yield back time because I don't have any to yield back. Just to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. Ms. Del Bene.
That guy's
Thank you, Mr.
freaking
Chairman.
epic.
Mr. Secretary, I'm glad you're appearing before us today. Under your leadership, CMS recently added new layers of red tape that Medicare patients need to navigate to get the care that they're entitled to. Mr. Secretary, I hope you understand the harm that delaying and denying necessary care can have. Do you remember saying this, quote, Americans shouldn't have to negotiate with their insurer to get the care they need. Pitting patients and their doctors against massive companies was not good for anyone, end quote. Do you remember?
I don't remember, but I would align with that.
And I'll submit for the record actually a press release from CMS with your quote in that from June 23rd of 2025.
Without objection.
In this case, I agree. Pitting patients and their doctors against massive companies isn't good for anyone. And yet, less than a week after you said that, CMS announced the Wiser model. The program allows private companies to use AI to review traditional Medicare claims and pays them based on the amount of care they deny. This program went into place in 6 states across the country, including my home state of Washington. President Trump said multiple times on the campaign trail that he would not cut Medicare, but this program does exactly that. For example, Joanne is a senior from Washington on Medicare. She has a herniated disc that is pinching her sciatic nerve, causing immense pain down the right side of her body. Her doctor prescribed an injection that would help relieve her pain. If it had been prescribed last year, she would have received the treatment, no problem. But because of the Wiser model that has been implemented,
It's a well-known problem in Florida and California rehabs, and it can be fixed, but it hasn't been yet. Not saying he's the answer. I'm just saying denying that the rehabs are scamming the system is just wrong. The legislation is moving too slowly. Drug addicts are the bottom of society, so no one gives a fuck. They are literally farm them to death. Are these places like really making that much money off of them though? Like there's that much profit to be had by scraping money from state funds for addicts? Wait, what the fuck? All of my Chrome's just reset.
Oh, you're rooted. That's GG.
Good.
She's been in intense pain for over 6 weeks while she waits for approval. She has been using crutches or a wheelchair for over a month now, which is making her arthritis worse, adding to her chronic pain. Since using crutches, she's fallen multiple times, including earlier this week. Instead of simply approving the procedure, Joanne's conditions are getting worse. And Secretary Kennedy, the W in the Wiser model stands for wasteful. Do you think that Joanne's treatment, which would allow her to walk and live with less pain that her doctor has prescribed, do you think that's wasteful?
Do you want me to actually answer that question?
Yeah.
I think that that's a terrible outcome. It's one that was not intended by the system, obviously. The problem is there's tremendous ways. In Medicaid, there's only 5% of the cases are given prior authorization. In private industry, 30%.
This is traditional Medicare now, where
Medicare.
it's now, this has only been put under prior authorization under your leadership. Now, President Trump promised multiple times that he, quote, will not lay a finger on Medicare. Given President Trump's promise, did you or the president approve this model, which is now delaying and denying care for people in states like the state of Washington?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, people are being denied care across our state right now.
Very, very quickly. And as an example, 5 years ago, we were paying $250,000 a year for $250 million for skin substitutes. This year, $23 billion. Why? Because there was no prior authorization in the Medicare program.
And now someone like Joanne is not getting her care. It's more expensive for us because Joanne is not getting her care. We have story after story. I can also submit for the record stories of all the people who are being delayed and denied care. It is more expensive for us. It is more expensive for them when they are not getting the care they need. Last year, I sent CMS a letter detailing my concerns about the Weiser model. I still have not gotten a response. That was last August. Can you publicly commit to responding to that letter and addressing the concerns of this harmful model?
Yeah, absolutely we will. And I apologize for not getting back to you sooner. We have an unprecedented number of communications from Congress.
Well, we don't have you here very often. We have people in my state who are being denied care, who are being hurt based on this policy, and there's an indifference to the challenges that they are facing, all because of a model put in place for no reason and doing exactly what you said shouldn't happen, which is, and I quote, pitting patients and their doctors against massive companies. These are private companies doing this prior authorization. Was not good for anyone. Thank you. I go back, Mr. Chairman.
Discovering $23 billion worth of fraud is not for no reason. And that
you are hurting patients in our state and other states across the country for no reason, and I appreciate you finally responding to the letter. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Secretary
Can he
Kennedy,
take time
thank you
to
so
answer,
much
or
for
does he
coming
just
in
say
front of our
he
committee
doesn't want
today
to?
and for your leadership in improving the health and well-being of the American people. I have two things I'd like to discuss. In my home state of West Virginia, we see some of the highest rates of chronic disease in the country. Coupled with our rural nature and limited access to care, many of these patients are especially vulnerable and face significant barriers to managing their conditions. The first chronic disease that I want to speak about is our patient population that I am focusing on, which is people who are living with chronic kidney disease and the end-stage renal disease. I commend the administration's effort to promote affordability and fiscal responsibility in healthcare. I am concerned, however, that in the case of kidney disease, the current ESRD bundle may inadvertently discourage the development of adoption of new therapies and technologies that could improve outcomes and reduce long-term costs for patients who do rely on life-saving dialysis. The complicated post-TDAPA policy has resulted in promising innovative drugs being pulled from the market entirely or only being accessible by a tiny fraction of the patients. I have a bill called the Kidney Care Access Protection Act, and it is a piece of legislation that could expand access to the new treatment options in a way that both encourages innovation and ensures costs remain well managed for Medicare and taxpayers. As we work together toward better outcomes and cost containment, how is CMS evaluating ways to strengthen incentives for innovation within the ERSD bundle while still maintaining fiscal responsibility?
I mean, I would say that that's the balance that we're all trying to achieve. We are doing everything in our power to maintain the United States as the innovation center for the world, and we want to make it easier to get quick approvals for drugs that actually work. We need to do science on them, and we're...
Okay, boring. Wait, we went through LSF. I might talk to Caleb soon, we'll see.
Érzés itt lenni. Szerkesztő asszony, pillanatra itt körbenézek, és jó érzés itt lenni másfél évvel azután, 2024. szeptember 26 után, amikor utoljára itt jártam, amikor utána beengedték ide a legnagyobb pártnak a vezetőjét.
Bocsásson meg, elnök úr, többször hívtuk önöket, erről e-mailek vannak, és nyilván ezt majd a két sajtóosztály egymás közt lelevelezi, mert hogy ezek az e-mailek megvannak.
Szerkesztő asszony, ezt már a Kossuth Rádióban játszottuk, 2026. januárig nem hívtak, be se engedtek. Ha esetleg elfelejtettek volna, volt itt tüntetés is, minden itt a Kunigund utcában, de semmi gond nincsen, nincs bennem személyes sértettség, sem azért, hogy önök itt reggel, délben, este gyaláztak személyemben, a családomat, a hozzám közel állókat, civil embereket.
Azt, hogy a családját gyaláztuk volna, ezt ne haragudjon, de valamennyi kollégám nevében szeretném kikérni.
Itt ebben a stúdióban többször elhangzott, hogy az én kiskorú gyerekeim nem állnak velem szóba, miközben velem élnek, és utána tegnap voltam velük. Sok hét után először el tudtam velük menni edzésre.
Nem hiszem, hogy ez műsorvezetőtől hangzott el.
Minden esetre azt tudom önnek mondani, hogy nincs bennünk személyes...
Has anybody like he's not like, this isn't all like a fucking lie or something, right?
...sértettség, de a programunk egyik eleme az, hogy ennek a hazugsággyárnak a Tisza kormány megalakulása után vége van. fel fogjuk függeszteni azonnal ezt a hazug hírszolgáltatást, amit folyik, és meg fogjuk teremteni a független, objektív, pártatlan feltételeket a többi parlamenti párttal, a többi szakmai szervezettel együtt, hogy ez a propaganda, ami itt folyt, megengedő befejezzem?
Persze.
Ha már így másfél öt vártam erre a pár mondatra.
Nem állt szándékomban ezt tovább.
Köszönöm szépen. Szóval meg fogjuk teremteni a független, objektív, pártatlan média feltételeit. Tudjuk, hogy nincs tökéletes média, de ami itt folyt 2010 óta, ami után Goebbels, vagy az észak-koreai diktátor is megnyalta volna a 10 ujját, hogy egy igaz szó nem hangzott el, az biztos, hogy nem folytatható. Látom azt, hogy mióta a magyar emberek példátlan felhatalmazással április 12...
What is like the ethnic group in Hungary? How do I move to this place? Where are these? This is what I want. These are my Nurembergers right here. God damn. I want Newsom to go on a Fox News and give this fucking speech, okay?
Rendszert váltottak, mert hogy soha ennyi ember nem szavazott egy politikai közösségre, mint most a Tiszára, kb. 3.300.000 ember, és legalább 140 képviselőnk lesz egyébként a parlamentben, lehet, hogy 142. Látom, azóta itt vannak mozgások, és már másfél év után először élőbe adták egy sajtótájékoztatómat.
Bro, what do you expect? He's not gonna be like, Hasan is the man. What are you, crazy? Now, it's good that he's not saying shit like that, okay? And yes, I have been justifiably banned due to pressure campaigns.
It's so cringe that Hasan is out here like, yeah, I'm glad that he's not bringing my name up. Like, you know, I don't want him to get injured as a result of his close association with me. Meanwhile, he's like, yeah, so I got off the phone yesterday with Mamdani. We chat every single day. He's my guy, you know. I was just hanging out with Asaid, you know, yeah, he's my guy too. You know, I hang out with AOC and Bernie. We chat all the time. Like, he name drops these politicians to such a cringeworthy amount. Like, I have to go to the Met Gala so I can see all my best friends. Oh, yesterday, I was at a table chatting with Mehdi Hasan, you know, all my close friends. We were chatting about making America. It's like, oh my God, bro, you sound like it's just like there's like a California party, like this type of speak is where I used to hear this shit. Ugh.
And also unjustifiably banned due to pressure campaigns, oftentimes coming from the far right.
Hold on, I'm trying to think of what were all the big Hasan bans. I'm trying to think of what all the big bans that he got banned for. What was the longest Hasan ban on Twitch? Was there a week-long one? The cracker one? Was that a week? Was that a far right ban? He got the far right hit him over that?
But I don't, you know, it is what it is. You just got to fucking play ball to the best of your ability. The reality of the matter is, if you're looking at like inconsistent standards, obviously Asmongold has a shit ton more violations of the terms of service than I do, right? I mean, he basically traffics exclusively in racial animus and horrible things that he says about the you know, minority populations of the country, entire swaths of like.
Does it tweet or list any of the ban reasons? We had a 7-day ban in 2019, I think. That was the cracker ban, right? How long was he unbanned after this July 31st ban? Oh, or was it 2021? Oh, this might have been the 9/11 one, maybe. No, did he get banned for the 9/11 comment? So we have 2 7-day bans, 3 1-day bans, and then 1 3-day ban in 7 years of streaming. Jesus, this guy's a monster.
Migrant populations he calls parasites. Did you ever cover the roads crashing out about his ban and doubling down? No, I didn't even do that because there was a lot going on in the world that was far more consequential than whatever fucking Asmongold was saying and doing. There is this ridiculous double standard that has always really existed, like, because right-wing sentiment oftentimes can hide its violent commentary in the form of systemic violence. Even outside of that, sometimes right-wingers will engage in direct calls for violence, right? Beyond the calls for violence they can shelter in systemic analysis. However, even when right-wingers engage in direct calls to action, they oftentimes don't get hit with a ban hammer. There's a couple different reasons for it. One, ironically enough, I think left and liberal groups no longer care as much about like weaponizing cancel culture as much as the Republicans do. Right-wingers love cancel culture. They love weaponizing it, right? I mean, look at what Fox News is doing for like the past week or so, for the past couple of weeks. The other reason is also because...
Imagine if Hasan got the level of bannage and hate that you get. Do you think he would kill himself? If he got treated like even slightly adversarially, he can't handle any pressure. It's pathetic. Ugh.
I think that these platforms are genuinely worried about suspending people because the Republicans are much more aggressive in defending heinous shit that their side says.
Do you think this will be an unpickable lock?
This lock is designed to be...
Oh, shit. We'll check it out in a sec. Hold on.
Like, there was a real likelihood when ASMONSLOP got banned that, J.D. Vance could have said something about it. Obviously, it was like a very different media cycle at the time, so there wasn't enough backlash at all. But that was like, got banned. Much more aggressive in defending heinous shit that their side says. Like, there was a real likelihood when ASMONSLOP got banned that, J.D. Vance could have said something about it. Obviously, it was like a very different media cycle at the time, so there wasn't enough backlash at all. But that was a real fear. I don't even know.
How many different lefties threatened to kill me or attack me? Shonda Black did. Mike from PA did. The Gremlo dude did. I think it was just those three. All of them threatened to either kill me or assault me in real life. Sanchovies? I don't even remember that one. Nothing. Like, literally nothing.
Got banned for it. I didn't even look into it. I didn't even care about it.
Did Mike get banned for that?
What? I don't believe
Did
so.
Mike?
No.
No?
I did get an FBI visit for it, though, where they were asking me questions
Jesus.
about online fights and shit, which I thought was funny. But
And the reality of the matter is there's far too many things he should have been banned for that he didn't. Funny how Meat Kenny video said you both react to each other for money when you didn't even farm his ban. If roles were reversed, he would have farmed you for a week. Yeah, I don't really care.
yeah, like Hasan slips up even a little bit, and he's instantly banned. I swear, I see a clip earlier of CEO Stan Clancy, and he was on
Bro, what do you
stage.
expect? He's not gonna...
Interviewer randomly asks about Hasan being banned. No one else just asks about Hasan. The Hasan bad campaigns are so obvious, dude. Okay.
Impossible to pick, but I've said that before. Twice I've tried to build an unpickable lock, and twice I was wrong. Today, I'm testing my final attempt.
I can feel the little click right there.
Before it faces a much bigger challenge. For centuries, nearly every lock has shared a weakness, but no longer, because inside this, gears rotate, keys turn on and off, and magnetically balanced pins all work together, locking out anything but the key. But in order to succeed, I'll need to pick the brains of the very people I hope to lock out. Welcome to the making of...
Okay.
Ugh, I already know that.
I'm on Air Force One heading to Las Vegas and Arizona for greetings and speeches on no tax on tips, a windfall for our great American citizens. I am watching one of the least attractive and talented people on all of television, Jessica Tarlov. Her voice is so grating and terrible, I had to turn her off. Her Democrat soundbites are fake. She makes up poll numbers, and nobody challenges her because she's so boring. I have among the best poll numbers I have ever had, and why shouldn't I? All the country does is win. CNN had me at 100%, saying they never saw that before. Get her off the air. She is bad for our country. I hear Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens are dying fast. Their numbers are terrible. Nobody believes them anymore. They were fake MAGA, and now they've been exposed. President Donald J. Trump.
That's
God
my president.
Damn.
There he is.
I have a call I need to do at 7:30. Don't let me forget.
So you got 10 minutes?
Yeah. I've actually gone over the newest court docs. No, I'll do it tonight. I have to go do my call and then I'll come back after.
There's new shit?
Probably. Or I haven't gone over anything recently.
Oh.
Let me knock out my dailies. Oh shit. Already done this one? I don't know if I've done this one. I think I have not.
Is the call anything interesting or good? Or is it...
The colony?
Boring. No, the call you have to do.
Oh, no, it's just for upcoming legal stuff. Because I have my hearing in 5 days.
Got it.
Okay, what am I supposed to see here if I've done this one? I think I have done it. But there's no indication I've done it.
Let me see. No, it would tell you if you've done it. Like when you click prove your year's work on the daily, it would tell you.
So I have not done it.
I don't think so, no.
Wait, I feel like I've... Was this even the pitch originally? Oh, okay, fuck, whatever. Fuck! Oh, wait, fuck. If it's blacked out, that means you haven't done it. I feel like I've skipped so many of these. Okay. Fuck Dr. Ortle. We don't know anywhere near enough to diseases for that
Wait,
game.
I got a good one for you.
What?
It's an easy one, too.
What?
I linked it in chat. RNGeedle.
What? What do you do?
Roll your number for the day, man.
Okay. Is it just random? That's all it is?
That's it, and then it'll tell you how you've compared to other people.
Okay.
For the day. I got bottom 20% today.
You suck. Cool, whip, mask, ride, needle, camp, fan, wheels, auto, bodysuit, heat, roast day, claws, bra, rib. Good one. Oh. Is a fan here? Yeah. On your thermostat. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Camp, needle, mask, ride, bodysuit. Are these like... things? Fuck, I don't know. Never mind, hold on. Oh, make fun of somebody. Ride them? Or camp them? Okay. I don't know if I would say ride is the same as tease. I feel like it's more like annoying or or pushing you to do something. Like this guy's been riding me like crazy. I don't know if I would say tease on that, but okay. Fuck. Camp, whip, day, claws, bra, bodysuit, mask, wheels. I have no idea. Claws? part of like a cat uniform or something?
I didn't get a single one today, man.
I'm just fucking so goddamn smart. Training. God, I'm a genius. Okay. I will be back tonight, I swear to God. I might only stream my kick, but we'll see. When does that pit episode come out? Is it at like... Do you have time for Tradle? No, because I've forgotten all the countries. It's at 9? Fuck. Non-fillet frozen fish. Oh, exports 357 million. Bro, this is going to be like a fucking... One of the, like... The stupid island things. I don't even know the names of fuck. Like one of the island things. Near Mozambique. No. Northeast. 5,000 kilometers. Holy shit. We're so far away. Oh fuck. How? I don't know the population of this country. What's South? Oh, dude, fuck. Okay. 1,000 kilometers away. We got him. All right, I'll be back. Be careful. I love you. Don't die. Wait, can you check my dono chat? What does this guy donate 50 million times for? Check out code MTC Speed on Instagram. Galactic Speed Man in the universe. Okay, thank you. I love you. Be careful.